Stop it. Get some help.
Welcome to another video. We've finally made it to launch week and we're just 4 days away. In this one I wanted to do a bit of discussion on the Witch Ascendancy, the Blood Mage, and the Blood Magic Keystone. Let's first take a look at the Blood Mage. So we know 4 of the Blood Mage's Ascendancy notables listed here. The Sanguimancy notable must be taken by all Blood Mages. It's the first node and you must path through here to get to any of the other nodes. Now I know that some people weren't too happy about the idea of a compulsory notable on an Ascendancy. Personally, I am a fan of this. I wouldn't like it if every Ascendancy had it, but the idea of a few Ascendancies having to take a notable which completely defines the class is quite a novel concept. And I think it makes a ton of sense on this Ascendancy in particular considering what the node does. Sanguimancy makes skills gain a base life cost equal to mana cost, and in exchange a passive ability called Life Remnants is gained. Life Remnants causes monsters to drop red orbs on death which can be picked up to gain life. Now, one of the most important parts of this skill was actually missed out of the official livestream reveal by accident, and that's that the life gained from picking up the Life Remnants can overflow maximum life, up to twice your normal maximum.
I'll go into the Blood Mage one at least. So one thing I should mention about that is that it does allow you to overcap your life by double, which is something that I didn't mention in the video, but it's kind of important, right? So effectively, if you're picking up those orbs, then you can get to double the amount of life that you normally have. So yeah.
I'll link the time-stamped question from the Darth Microtransactions and Ghazi interview with Jonathan, where he goes over that mechanic in the description below if you're interested. So, Overflow is a new mechanic in PoE 2 and we don't really know too much about it. What we do know is that Overflow doesn't count as a maximum resource for the purpose of scaling. You can see that in this footage here with the Invoker Monk Ascendancy using the Meditate skill which overflows maximum energy shield. Current energy shield is doubled, but maximum energy shield remains the same. However, we're lacking some of the really important information about overflowed resources, such as how long does overflow last by default? Will your recovery apply to overflowed resources? And will you be able to spend overflowed resources for skill costs? All of these things are important to see just how useful this mechanic will be. Now, as far as Sanguimancy and the Life Remnants ability goes, the importance of overflow not counting towards maximum life is realised on another Ascendancy notable, Gore Spike, which makes you have 1% increased critical damage bonus per 20 life. The wording on this notable implies that the bonus is scaled based on your current life, which will of course include any overflowed life that you have from Life Remnants, but perhaps more importantly than that, this means that when you take a lot of damage and your life is not full, your bonus will drop off. And it also means that the node has an anti-synergy with a low life concept that's trying to make use of Pain Attunement, because your current life will always be significantly lower, diminishing the critical damage bonus gained from Gore Spike. Now, the usefulness of Life Remnants is unquestionable in a mapping environment, where you're killing monsters often enough to benefit from the recovery and the overflowed life that the orbs provide. But the big question for me is how useful this skill will be for bossing. How many bosses will have adds, and how often are those adds encountered? If there's no adds, is there a way that we can sacrifice our own minions to spawn Life Remnants? The answers to these questions will be vital to see how good the Blood Mage ends up performing. Alright, one of the other things I wanted to discuss in this video is the Blood Magic Keystone, in relation to the Blood Mage. Sanguimancy will make every skill that costs mana also cost life as well. And from everything that we've seen so far about the Blood Mage, it looks like you're going to want to be fully focused on scaling life and life recovery. And that's where Blood Magic comes in. This keystone has conveniently moved up on the tree from PoE 1, now finding itself in the middle between the Strength and Strength Intelligence starting areas, so it's much closer to the Witch. Blood Magic removes all of your mana and makes skills cost life instead of mana. This keystone is really interesting because one of the massive opportunity costs of losing your mana pool that existed in PoE 1, which is reserving all of it against powerful auras, is gone in PoE 2 because of the introduction of Spirit. But how does the Sanguimancy skill cost modifier interact with Blood Magic? Well, there's actually an item in PoE 1 that does exactly the same thing. The unique body armor, the Covenant. this item makes skills gain a base life cost equal to 100% of base mana cost. For example, if a skill has a cost of 19 mana, when you equip this item, it will now cost 19 mana and 19 life. But when you allocate Blood Magic, that same skill now has a cost of only 19 life, not 38 life as you may expect. And that's because the base cost of the skill is now 19 life due to Blood Magic, and therefore, since it no longer has a base mana cost, the modifier on the Covenant no longer has any effect. If this mechanic also translates over to the use of Blood Magic in combination with the Blood Mage Ascendancy in PoE 2, as I expect it will do, then this will be quite a beneficial combo to utilise, because the use of Blood Magic on this Ascendancy not only allows you to fully focus on life scaling, but it also essentially halves the base resource cost.
You don't have to struggle in the background. Get help with mental health and substance use. If you're thinking about suicide, call or text 988.
Let me finish my cup of hot water. One.
Of your skills, since you're already forced to spend life with your skills due to the fact that you have to take Sanguimancy, and so clicking on Blood Magic just removes the mana cost without increasing the life cost. If you had no other planned use for your mana pool, then removing it will simply make your life easier, no pun intended. Now, one last thing that I'll mention in this video which is related to Blood Magic is a conversation that I had with Octavian while I was at the PoE 2 event in LA. We had just learned about the new flask system with just one life flask and one mana flask, and I asked him if the Blood Magic Keystone should replace your mana flask with another life flask slot, as currently it just removes your mana, so your mana flask slot essentially becomes useless. He said that he didn't think it should because the Keystone is already solving your skill costs, and that's the trade-off you're making. Before I asked that question, I thought that it probably should swap your mana flask slot out for another life flask. But after hearing his response and thinking about it a little bit, I think he's right. Because with the change to mana no longer being the default resource for reservations, Blood Magic has become a much better option as a method to solve skill costs for builds with good life recovery, as they no longer have to deal with the massive opportunity cost of losing their mana that they had in PoE 1. I thought that would be a nice tidbit to mention here for those wondering about the mana flask. Anyway, I just wanted to make this video about the Blood Mage and Blood Magic, as it's currently one of my top considerations to play for PoE 2's launch, alongside the Titan. I'm just not sure what to play just yet. I hope you enjoyed this video, and thanks for watching, and as always, stay tuned, and stay safe.
Hey everyone, I'm your cult leader, Ali, and welcome to your introductory recruitment video to the Cult of Mana. I am so unbelievably excited to make this recruitment video to the Cult of Mana. I am so unbelievably excited to make this video. I've not been this excited for a video or anything Path of Exile related in a very, very long time. Today, with my near 8,000 hours in Path of Exile and my extensive background in high-end competitive World of Warcraft theory crafting, I'm going to hold your hand and make this as new player friendly as possible and guide you through every single tiny little step of the build I will be playing as my first build in Path of Exile 2, which I, in my opinion, think is going to be a great build for pretty much everyone else to play as well. This has been something that I've been going absolutely crazy over the past few weeks, and honestly, I think this picture by itself pretty much explains exactly how I've been feeling. I have been screenshotting every single little tiny detail about this build, and I've been putting all of it together to make sure that this is going to make sense and be viable and just be as strong as I expect it to be. Today, we are talking about Mind Over Matter, Mana Stacking, Archmage, Stormweaver. That is a mouthful, but the build is literally simpler than all the words I said right there. This build is going to come down to two specific things. 1, mana. 2, mana. And 3, because there's going to be a 3, intelligence. As long as you keep those two things in mind, and 4, mana, then you have no issues putting this build together, and you are going to have an absolutely great time, in my opinion, playing this all the way through the end game. As always, I want to mention that this is going to be a build concept. This is not going to be a build guide, and I cannot guarantee you that this build will be good or bad or viable or non-viable or tanky or squishy or any of those parameters at all. None of us have had a chance to play Path of Exile 2, so we really don't know what is going to be happening, but I've done as much research as possible to try and put and guide you through the most coherent and complete version of everything I have to show you here. So why don't we start by going over the basics? Our whole build is going to be based around the Archmage Spirit Gem. This is going to be something which you're not going to realistically be able to get until about Act 3 or 4. I'm not exactly sure when, but this support gem is going to then allow you to start scaling your damage off of your mana. It's going to give you a portion of your skills damage as lightning damage per maximum mana that you have, while at the same time making your skills cost 8% of your total mana pool. This means the more mana that we have, the more damage we do, but the higher the total cost of the skill will also be. This means we need to find a way to get a lot of mana regeneration, which we'll talk about later in this video, and really should not be that big of a problem. On top of Archmage, we also have 3 other things that are going to scale our damage even further. 1, intelligence itself as a stat is going to give us 2 mana per intelligence and an additional 1% spell damage per every 5 intelligence that we get, while the pure power passive point is going to do the same exact thing, scaling at 1% per 5 intelligence, except it being specifically for lightning damage. And then finally, arcane intensity giving us another 3% spell damage per 100 maximum mana that we have. The TLDR of the build is simply just going to be get as much mana as you can everywhere. Get as much intelligence as you can everywhere. Intelligence gives you damage. Intelligence gives you mana. And then mana gives you damage. And it's just going to scale itself very nicely that way. If you then take everything I just said and then add in the great defensive layers of Mind Over Matter and Energy Shield Recharge through Refocus, our build should feel unbelievably comfy. We are going to have an Energy Shield that should be very easy for us to recover as a buffer. And then we are going to have Mind Over Matter take all the damage that would then be taken from our life once our Energy Shield is gone, and instead be redirected into our mana pool until we hit 0 mana. Because we're going to have an incredible amount of mana regeneration in our build, we should never really hit 0 mana, and because we can get a much bigger mana pool than we could ever get a health pool, our total actual health pool is going to be substantially larger than what you'd possibly be able to get as a normal life stacker. When you add on to the fact that we're also going to have several thousand energy shield at the same time, we are looking to have a very comfortable build that has an amazing recovery layer behind it, make it feel very comfortable for pretty much all content that you want to do. For the ascendancy that we're going to be choosing for this, we are going to be playing this on a Stormweaver. I've thought about the decision between Stormweaver and Akalaya Shayula quite a lot, and in my opinion, I like Stormweaver a lot more because it's going to be a more pure caster variant of the build, where an Akalaya Shayula setup would be more of a hybrid build where you'd have to do a bunch of attacks, and that's not really what I want to do in this build. I think both versions of the build are going to be fairly good, but in the end, my interest in a pure caster is what won me over to a Stormweaver. As for Stormweaver, we literally know almost nothing about the passive tree. The only point that we care out of everything I've shown us so far is going to be Strike Twice. This is going to allow you to stack your shock debuff twice on an enemy, giving you an insane damage potential, as we should very easily be able to apply 2 40% shocks onto an enemy. Shock is an ailment that can be caused by lightning damage, and all of the skills that we are most likely going to be running for this build have a chance of shock built into them. The strength of the shock is simply going to be based off of the lightning damage that you do with the hit, and given we have so many scalars and our lightning damage is going to be so high, it should be very easy for us to be able to hit 30 to 40% shocks, and since we can apply 2 of them, that means we effectively get 30 to 40% more damage onto whatever enemy that we're fighting. And while we don't know any of the other nodes on the Stormweaver, there was a potential leak on what some of the Stormweaver nodes might do, and while I can't validate if these are going to be real or not, if these end up being true, then we are immediately also picking up Constant Gale and Force of Will, as those are going to make Stormweaver unbelievably strong with our playstyle. Arcane Surge is a buff that gives you increased mana regeneration and more cast speed, and then with the ability for us to scale the Arcane Surge effect per 15 maximum mana. In an endgame setup, assuming we get to about 6,000 mana, we expect this to give us somewhere around 40% mana regeneration and 60% more cast speed, which is a crazy scalar for whatever we plan to do with this build. We'll see exactly what the Stormweaver Ascendancy gives us, but we know for certain it is going to be strong, as it's going to be lightning focused, and I'm going to be making a follow-up video after the launch of PoE 2 to discuss the Ascendancy further once we do see exactly what it does. Let's move on to the single biggest question that people have been asking me as I've been putting this build concept together, and that is going to be how to actually deal with our mana recovery. Our first initial plan was to deal with it by taking Eldritch Battery, but we now know that Eldritch Battery is going to be disabled in early access until GGG reworks it, as the current version of it was going to completely break the game and just not be okay. With that out of the question, then our only other option is to focus heavily on mana regeneration. Because Dreamcore is my single favorite new content creator, and because he released a video going over all the base stats in the character sheet, we now know that the base mana regeneration rate of a character in Path of Exile is 4% of your maximum mana per second. In PoE 1, this used to be 2%, meaning we now get double the mana regeneration that we previously had. We also know that there are going to be quite a lot of sources of mana regeneration, both on gear and the passive tree, allowing us to fairly easily be able to scale upwards to 20% of our mana regeneration per second if we heavily focus on it. We first have the option of running a Clarity, which is going to be linked to one of our support gems to give us increased mana regeneration. We can then also include in an Arcane Surge, and if the leaks I talked about in the Ascendancy section are true, and we get all that effective Arcane Surge, we'd easily be able to get another 30 to 40% just from that. We also have some of the passive points that we know about on the tree. The first 2 points at the left side of the Sorceress Star of the tree give us 10% mana regeneration, as well as us having Open Mind for another 25%, and then Node leading to it for another 10%. Between mana regeneration that we'll know will be available on rings, amulets, and belts, we can safely assume that somewhere around 250 to 300% of mana regeneration is a fair and reasonable number for us to get to. We also then have Arcane Blossom, which gives us 16% increased mana recovery rate, which is just a raw multiplier on top of whatever your current mana regeneration rate is. I can assume that the nodes leading up to it are also probably going to be something to deal with mana regeneration rate, meaning if we combine all of these points together and all of these skills, we can probably assume we can hit somewhere around 20% total mana regeneration rate per second, which when halved due to Mind Over Matter means we'll have somewhere around 10% mana regeneration rate per second. This is going to be more than enough to cover all of your spellcasts, as well as allow you to have a surplus of mana regeneration rate to deal with any sort of damage that might be happening to your mana pool due to Mind Over Matter. Finally, the last unknown on top of all this is what kind of uniques are GGG going to design, and are any of them going to be useful for mana stackers? In PoE 1, we have items such as Atziri's Foible, which is an absolute must-have to have in any sort of mana stacking build. This is going to be something I'm going to be talking about post-launch as we discover all the uniques, and I'll be mentioning every single powerful unique that we come across as something that you could potentially add to make your build even stronger. What I'm trying to get to you in this section is that as long as you're stacking mana regeneration rate both on the passive tree and on your gear, it seems like you'll have absolutely no issue being able to deal with your mana problems. So now that we've gotten that out of the way, why don't we quickly talk about the kind of gear that you're going to expect to find for this build. Ideally, as I mentioned, you're going to want to try to get mana regeneration rate everywhere you possibly can. The other 2 important stats everywhere is going to be trying to get yourself as much intelligence and mana as possible. Each point of intelligence is worth 2 mana, meaning if you can find an item with about half the intelligence that it does in mana, it should basically be exactly the same. Obviously, in the early game, we are not going to realistically be able to stack a lot of mana, so while you are working your way through the axe and until you get yourself to Archmage, you should focus on getting yourself nothing but gear with life and resistances on it. Once you do get Archmage, you should start looking for gear with as much mana as possible, and as you are swapping over to it and start building up your mana pool, you should then eventually transition over to Energy Shield gear and completely stop trying to find life rolls on your gear. Your ideal gear is going to look something like this. While this is a PoE 1 example, it should still get the point across. You're going to want to try to find yourself Energy Shield rolls on an Energy Shield base, and then you're going to try to get yourself mana and intelligence if possible, and then if you can fit in any sort of resistances, that'd be great. Obviously, you should sacrifice intelligence for some resistances if you have to, as getting resistance cap is going to be the most important thing, but it should be fairly simple and fairly straight to the point in how you put together your gear. Obviously, you're going to give yourself other roles such as movement speed on your boots, and then for your weapon, we don't really know enough about all the mods for me to realistically tell you exactly what you look for. Ideally, a weapon with some cast speed or some spell damage or some lane damage on it would be great. If you could ever find yourself a weapon with additional levels to lightning gems, that would also be a pretty big DPS increase. Mana is also a mod that can roll on staves, so you can find yourself yourself a staff with a very large and chunky mana roll, that would also be a potential very large DPS increase. Keep in mind as well, as you progress, you're going to find yourself runes, which are going to be things that you can add to some of your gear, and you can potentially fill in any sort of gaps in your resistances with this to be able to just keep stacking as much mana intelligence as you possibly can. It should be fairly simple and straight to the point, and while you're getting through Acts 1 through 3, you realistically shouldn't have to worry about any specific stats to be able to get through the campaign.
Control and domination. That's the goal of all power systems.
I also want to very briefly go over some of the points on the passage tree that you're going to be interested in picking up, just to give you a little bit of a heads up on what you might want to expect in this build. This passage tree is not finalized, so we do not know everything on it, so take everything I'm going to tell you here with a grain of salt, but it should give you at least a rough idea of how to put this build together. First, you're going to start at the beginning and path through the right side of the left section, as it's going to give you mana regeneration rate, which should feel really nice at the start. You can always pick up the spell damage, but I honestly feel like the mana regen might be a little bit better for early on. Pathing into Raw Destruction, and then pathing into Open Mind for even more mana regen. This node right here is probably going to be some sort of spellcasting node, so probably be worth picking up. And then you're just going to path over to the right, path over to the mana, and then make your way up until the top of the giant diamond at the start of the Witch Tree to get yourself over to this set of nodes on the left. Here, getting Breath of Lightning would feel really good, as this will make you do a lot more damage to bosses. And then you're just going to go up, ignoring the mana related nodes over here. And then you're simply going to go and try to get yourself Crushing Storms, and probably the node above it, as this might be some sort of extra damage increase as well. From here, you're going to go get yourself Refocus, and then at this point, you could start considering getting yourself a little bit more Energy Shield. But we'll talk about the defensive layers in a section after this passive tree section. Your main goal here is just to get to the top of the tree and pick up Pure Power. This is going to allow you to start scaling intelligence before you get Archmage as a way to increase your damage, and at the same time, Electric Amplification is also going to give you a pretty nice DPS increase too. This node here might be +1 to Lightning Skill Gems, and if it is, you should 100% pick this up, as that'll be a pretty big DPS increase. At around this point is probably when you're going to be able to swap over to Archmage, but if you haven't swapped over to Archmage and you want more damage, this Lightning Cluster on the right is probably going to be pretty good. Or if you want a little bit bigger of a health pool or want to feel a little bit tankier, you can potentially go back to Diamond at the start and pick up Essence Infusion, as the Energy Shield recharge rate here is absolutely crazy. You can also potentially pick up the Energy Shield node at the start, or to come over back to the top of the tree where you picked up Pure Power, and then pick up Patient Barrier, which is going to give you a very large extra amount of Energy Shield. Once you do swap over, you're definitely going to want to pick up this Intelligence node, and you're going to want to get yourself Arcane Intensity as soon as you can. The left side is going to make it so your skill costs more mana, while I think the right side is going to make it so it costs less mana, and if you're having your sort of mana issues, you should 100% pick that up. From there, you should immediately go and get yourself Arcane Blossom for the massive amount of extra mana regeneration this gives you, and Mana Bloom for the large chunk of extra mana. And then from here, I'd recommend to start making your way over to the left side of the tree. If you feel comfortable and ready to pick up Minor of Matter, this is when you should go get it. If not, you can get yourself something like Calibration for more mana and Energy Shield, or Dependable Ward for better recovery. And then you could even potentially choose to go get this wheel, which is most likely going to be a cast speed wheel, and then any of the other mana wheels right next to Minor of Matter, and possibly even making your way through this cast wheel and over here to what is most likely going to be another mana wheel. Finally, you're going to potentially want to get this node over here, as it's going to most likely give you Arcane Surge effect, as that's what it does in PoE 1, and if that is the case, this is going to be a very strong node. And then at some point during all of this, you're going to come over and get yourself Chaos Inoculation, which we're going to discuss a little bit more in the next section, talking about exactly what your defensive layers are going to look like while you are progressing through the campaign. What I want to go over in a little bit more detail is going to be exactly what your defensive layers in this build are going to be. Early on, as you're progressing through the campaign, you're simply just going to be a build that has a bunch of life, and you're going to mostly rely on your life flask to stay alive. As you get towards the top of the tree, and you can potentially then pick up Refocus, that's when you can start considering picking up a bunch of Energy Shield gear and potentially picking up some of the Energy Shield recharge nodes to then have that as a defensive buffer before your life. Until we get a lot of mana around Act 3, Act 4, when we swap over to Archmage and get Mind Over Matter, we're mostly going to be focused on this Energy Shield and this life to stay alive. Keep focusing on getting as many life rolls as you can on your gear, and if you can start finding some Energy Shield bases with life on them, those should probably do pretty well with Refocus. When you swap over to Archmage and start getting a bunch of mana gear, once you do feel like you have a pretty big mana pool, somewhere around the time where both your mana regeneration feels completely fine and where your mana pool is as big, if not bigger, than your health pool, that's when you can finally consider to actually pick up Mind Over Matter. And then start getting as much energy shield gear as you possibly can, and eventually swap over to Chaos Inoculation. Chaos Inoculation is going to make it so you no longer have to deal chaos damage, which is double the normal damage to your energy shield, and is going to make you completely immune to both bleeds and poisons, giving you another really nice defensive layer on top of it. We don't care that our life is going to be 1, as our life kind of stops becoming meaningless once we are swapped over to Mind Over Matter. There should be a fairly good time to pick it up and swap over to it completely. From there, you completely disregard any sort of additional life on any of your gear and fully focus on making your mana pool as big as possible and stacking as much energy shield as you can to make your total health pool as big as you can. If your energy shield feels a little bit finicky and it doesn't feel very strong, you can go and try and pick up even more energy shield entry and potentially pick up some more energy shield recharge to make it so when refocus triggers, it fully regenerates your energy shield even faster. But I don't think it'd be too much of an issue, especially if you have enough mana regeneration to allow some of the damage to just hit your mana pool and just effectively completely ignore it. Next, let's talk about the skills they're going to want to run this setup. Now, there are going to be 3 skills they're going to want to include, and the setup they're going to use is going to be dependent on what you personally want. To begin with, as soon as you get Archmage, you're going to have to choose between playing Arc or Ball Laning as your main skill. Arc looks to have potentially better single target damage than Ball Laning will, while Ball Laning is going to have better clear than what Arc can offer. Later on, as you progress through the story, you'll be able to get enough spirit for you to be able to equip a second spirit gem. In this case, we're going to then want to include a cast on shock. Once you have the ability to use this cast on shock, you're then going to want to use both skills at the same time, with one of them being automatically triggered through the cast on shock. There are going to be a few options on how you want to set up, and for me personally, I'm going to be running Ball Laning as my main clear skill, with Arc and my cast on shock for a single target DPS increase. With that said, there are going to be quite a few supports that you're going to want to include. Ideally, early on, you're going to want to run an Arcane Surge and an Enveneration, as these are going to give you a lot of additional mana recovery. And you're going to want to keep your Arcane Surge if the leaks for Stormreaver are incorrect and we don't get a free Arcane Surge. For your Arc setup, you're going to always want to make sure you're running a Chain. Chain gives you a decent amount of additional clear and is a single target multiplier, as Arc scales unbelievably well off of any additional chain, and the 50% less damage of Chain still makes Chain a DPS increase when linked specifically to Arc. For me personally, I'm also going to be including Control Destruction, Elemental Focus, and Laning Exposure on my Arc, as I wanted to do as much upfront damage as possible, and I'm not going to really need the Laning Exposure for anything but boss fights. For my Ball Laning, which is going to be my main skill, I'm going to try and include a Wild Shards in if I can, as going to make my clear feel a lot better. An Overcharge, which is going to give me substantially bigger shocks, but they're going to have lower duration, which is going to be fine given all the monsters are going to die in a second or two anyways. Unleash, because it effectively is a cast speed increase. And then if mana does feel like a problem, an Inspiration should drastically reduce any sort of mana problems that we have. There's also going to be a few other potentially interesting supports to include, such as a Mana Flare and Elemental Discharge, which we simply just have to wait for the game to come out and see if they end up being good. And if you somehow don't have any mana problems at all, running a faster casting on whatever skill you're using as your main skill is going to be a great way to make your clear or your single target damage be even higher. Finally, to talk a little bit more about the Spirit Gems, we are going to always be running Archmage and then a cast on shock as soon as we can fit it in. And ideally, if we can get a little bit more Spirit in our build, either through stats on gear or an amulet base or Spirit through the passageway, we ideally are going to want to include a Grim Feast, which is going to give us a decent amount of additional energy shield. And we're going to want to link a Clarity onto it, which is going to make it cost 3 more additional Spirit, but give us a very large chunk of additional mana regeneration. Finally, if you can get yourself another 30 Spirit on top of that for a total of 260, get yourself a Blasphemy with a Conductivity to then just always have a aura around you that makes enemies have less lightning resistance. If you cannot get this Blasphemy in, then you're just going to manually self-cast the Conductivity whenever you get to a boss, or any sort of rare that seems to be kind of tanky. Finally, there are going to be 2 skills that we're going to be including with our setup. We're going to want to run a Mana Storm and Sigil of Power. Mana Storm is going to put down a circle that when you stand inside of it, your mana is going to start draining very quickly, but you're going to get a massive DPS increase through the extra damage as lightning. And specifically for Arc, you're going to gain 2 additional chains, which is a massive DPS multiplier. Mana Storm might be a little bit iffy to use, and you might want to use your Mana Flask whenever you're using a Mana Storm, as it can potentially drain you all the way down to 0 mana, and if you end up going to 0 energy shield, you basically die. So do be warned that it might be a little bit clunky, and if it does feel clunky, just completely drop it and that'll be completely okay. But Sigil Power is going to be an absolute must-have, as it's going to gain a stage every time we spend 50% of our mana inside of it, which is then going to give you more spell damage, which should be very easy for us to scale to its maximum very quickly, giving us a very large chunk of additional damage on any sort of rare or any sort of boss that takes a little bit of extra time to kill. And with all that, I hope that I was able to recruit you over to the Cult of Mana. I am unbelievably excited to play this build on launch, and I absolutely love builds that just have simple ways of scaling them, such as just scaling mana in this case. I've been a fan of builds that can just scale one stat for both their damage and their defenses, and the fact that this build looks to have a lot of synergy going to early access makes me very excited to try it as my first build. If you're also interested in playing this build, I'm going to be streaming it over on Twitch, and I'm going to be very excited to do a lot of theory crafting with our community and figure out whatever we can do to make this build as good as possible. Obviously, we will be updating everything on YouTube as well, so if you can't watch on Twitch, you'll be able to see all of our findings over here in video format, and I'm super excited to play this all of you kitties, and I think it'll be honestly a absolute blast. If you have any questions, feel free to leave a comment in the comments below, and I'd be more than happy to help you.
It isn't how much you invest, it's who you're investing for.
Hey everyone, it's Allie, and as I was discussing the endgame with my community on Twitch, we briefly talked about crafting, and it occurred to me that quite a lot of new players and quite a lot of people who are very used to PoE 1 ended up asking a lot of questions as they seemed pretty confused about the new mechanics of PoE 2's crafting. What I wanted to do today was talk about everything that we know about PoE 2's crafting system and to give you some advice on how you're going to want to go about crafting both in the early game while you're leveling through the campaign and in the early stages of the end game, which is going to make up maybe the first 10 to 20 hours of your end game experience. Now, what we can't talk about here is going to be what mid endgame and ultra late endgame crafting are going to look like, as we just simply do not have enough information about that. But given everything GG has shown us, we can make a pretty good estimation of exactly what crafting is going to look like. So the first thing we should talk about is going to be early game crafting. The first thing that I just want to get out there so everyone is on the same page is that crafting currency is going to be substantially more common in PoE 2, especially while leveling, in comparison to how it was in PoE 1. In PoE 1, for example, you might get 5-10 alterations at most by the time you're in Act 4, Act 5, meaning that you really couldn't do much with that currency outside of saving it to buy things from the vendors. This went for pretty much all the currency to where you might get really lucky if you see one whole Chaos Orb during your campaign, and you pretty much won't be able to see something like an Exalted Orb until you're maybe level 80, level 90 at best. Due to this, in PoE 1, you pretty much had to completely rely on the ground for all of your upgrades, which didn't really feel that good, as between trying to get the correct sockets and colors and links on your gear and trying to find gear with actually useful stats, it made it very annoying at times to potentially find upgrades to where you were using the same item for 5 or maybe 6 of the acts because you just couldn't find a replacement. In PoE 2, because we're now going to get substantially more crafting currency, that's not going to really be the case anymore. From early reports of content creators playing the first act of the game in the creator event, we know on average you can expect somewhere between 2 to 3 Exalted Orbs in Act 1. If we extrapolate that and assume that we're going to find more and more as we continue into the end game, we can probably expect that in the mid-acts, you'll get maybe somewhere around 5 Exalted Orbs per act, and towards the later stages of the acts, you'll probably maybe even see up to 10 if you get a little bit lucky. GGG have talked about Exalted Orbs and said that Chaos Orbs, which are typically seen as the dollar bill of PoE 1, might not become the dollar bill of PoE 2 anymore, and Exalted Orbs might potentially take their place, given just how common they're going to be. With this in mind, that means if you potentially find some decent chestplate in Act 1 that has a decent life roll on it and a resistance that you like, and it has a bunch of open suffixes, you shouldn't be afraid to use your Exalted Orbs as you find them to potentially make that said chestplate into a potentially really good chestplate that you'll hold on to and potentially carry you through all of Act 2. On top of that, you're going to get substantially more transmutes, augments, and potentially even more alchemies and a few chaos orbs here and there, at least through the entirety of the campaign, meaning picking up some sort of decent blue item off the ground that has a stat or 2 that you like and regaling it into a yellow item and potentially hitting a good stat might actually be a valid way of you finding upgrades. Obviously, you're still going to get a lot of upgrades through just finding decent gear off the ground, but you could potentially now take that decent gear and make it even better, or potentially turn an item with 1 or 2 mods that you like into an item that you'll actually equip because you end up hitting a good 3rd or 4th mod on it. This is also going to be very important for weapons because weapons really scale off of the stats on them extremely heavily, especially in the early few acts. Given you're going to see so much more crafting currency, it would be reasonable for you to potentially find a new boat base off the ground and just transmute, augment, regal, and then exalted orbit into potentially a really good bow that might carry you for an act or two. Another thing to mention is we might potentially see essences while leveling. We know they're going to be in the end game, and we have no confirmation if they're going to be available during the acts, but if essences are available during the acts, a combination of an essence, an augment, or regal could potentially give you a really, really good item that you can potentially exalted orb to make it even stronger. Speaking of essences, they are going to be the core backbone of endgame crafting in the early stages of it. Essences are being reworked in PoE 2 to where there's now going to be two types of essences. There's going to be the normal variant and then the greater variant of each essence type. There might be a few essences that break this rule, but as far as we're aware, the vast majority of them are going to follow this normal and greater fashion. The normal essences are going to specifically only be usable on white items to then turn them into a blue item with a guaranteed mod on them. For example, if you were to use a speed essence on a pair of boots, you'd be guaranteed a speed mod, which would be, in this case, movement speed. What you could then potentially do with this, and this is how you're going to most likely craft a decent chunk of your gear, is to take a white item, put an essence mod on it that you like, and then use an orb of augment in the hopes that you'll get a second mod on there that you really like, and then potentially use a greater essence, which will then take that 2-stat blue item and turn it into a yellow item with a 3rd stat on it that is guaranteed to be whatever you choose to be. This means it'll be very easy for you to make 3 statted yellow items to where at least 2 of the stats, if you don't want to fish too much for a 3rd stat with your orb of augment, that can then be further exalted orbs, which, given how substantially more common they're going to be, would allow you to then potentially make a item that will have 4, maybe if you get lucky, 5 really good mods on it. If we then combine this with the new rune system, which are going to be items that you're going to be able to find extremely commonly while you're going around and adventuring, we can then potentially take a rune with a stat on it that we really like. For example, maybe take a rune that gives you cold resistance and then apply it to a socket on your gear to then effectively guarantee another mod on there that you enjoy. This means taking a white item, using an essence on it, augmenting it, using a greater essence on it, and then putting a rune on it will give you an item with 3 and potentially even 4 guaranteed stats of your choosing that you'll like. If we then potentially get a lucky exalted orb on there, we could potentially get a 5th stat that you'll really like, or maybe even a 6th stat if you get unbelievably lucky. And in something like a chest plate where you have 2 rune slots by default, that effectively means on your chest plate, with a little bit of patience of rolling for a good augment outcome, you can guarantee a chest plate with 5 mods on it that you'll really, really like. Between all this, that means it should be very simple for you to make half-decent good items going into the endgame that will allow you to pretty deterministically craft items that are direct upgrades for whatever build you're playing. In the later stages of endgame, we are going to have access to omens, which are going to allow us to do very powerful meta crafting things to our items, such as making exalted orbs give us prefixes on the next use, or omens that guarantee that the next orb of annulment either removes all the suffixes or all of the prefixes off of your gear. We don't know enough about omens other than GGG have said that they don't want to spoil them, and there are some unbelievably powerful effects available to us, meaning that as we push into the endgame, we will eventually be able to effectively edit our items and deterministically craft them into near perfect or perfect items for whatever build we're playing. Obviously, that's going to get expensive as those items are going to be rare, meaning you're most likely going to have to buy them from other players. But from the sounds of it, it does sound like the super endgame of PoE 2's crafting will be as extensive as it was in PoE 1. What I really like about this system changes is that between the new essence rework and the runes, it's very reasonable for the average player in a very simple and easy to understand crafting process, make upgrades for themselves, and not have to rely on either identifying every single rare item they see for upgrades or having to specifically go and buy them from other players. If essences end up being very common in PoE 2, and given how they work now and their effective one-time use on items, I don't see why they wouldn't be. I think the average player not only will have an easier time understanding how crafting works now, but will be able to interact with it substantially more than they were able to in PoE 1. A big issue in PoE 1 was that crafting was so difficult to do and so RNG, and it just costed so much money that it was very easy for you to just throw a bunch of money at crafting and basically walk away with absolutely nothing. I really like that is going to be made substantially better in PoE 2, and I think a lot of people are just going to really end up enjoying the new crafting system. If you have any questions on any of this, feel free to leave a comment in the comments below, and I'd be more than happy to help you as soon as I can. Or you're more than welcome to come by Twitch and either hang out with our community and be a part of it, or ask any of your questions directly there. With all that said, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I hope this helps you be a little bit more prepared for how crafting works in PoE 2, and I hope to see you all in the next video.
Smell that burning sulfite. G'day folks, Ziggity here. These are the glorious sights and sounds of a mercenary grenadier in Path of Exile 2. Just one of the many playstyles possible on the very flexible mercenary class. Now just a note before we continue, this footage is from Act 1 and 2, filmed hands-on at the GGG studio when I travelled there to host the Q&A just last week. This isn't a build guide, it's way too early for that. Anyone giving you a build guide is kind of like yanking your chain a bit. I, like many of you, want us all to explore the beta and figure out builds together. Consider this instead just a primer, a showcase, just a taste of one playstyle of the mercenary that might inspire one of your builds or help you decide what to start as. This video will contain some minor spoilers like minor boss fights and locations, but no story elements. Also keep in mind that while this is some of the most fresh Path of Exile 2 footage you'll see until the beta is out, it's still subject to change. Also, I did want to note that there was a bug here that's likely already been fixed as I'm recording this, where the mercenary doesn't turn when reloading or winding up an attack. It's kind of just a visual thing, it didn't really affect the gameplay, but it doesn't quite look right, and Jonathan specifically pointed it out to me. It was working fine in earlier builds, but something broke and they had to fix it after I left. And with that, I'm very excited to share some of my experiences with the Mercenary and Grenadier playstyle in Path of Exile 2.
Always some sort of ritual going on,
Most of the time in PoE 2, you will choose your own skills through the Uncut Gem system, but the first skill is pre-made for you on the beach, and for the Mercenary, that's Fragmentation Rounds. Effectively, a shotgun. This shoots many small projectiles in a spread that can indeed shotgun if you get closer. And the damage is substantially better if you do get up point blank, unless the target is huge, in which case you're probably going to hit them anyway. Fragmentation Rounds has some fun interactions with frozen enemies that we'll talk about later, but it serves as a good intro to how the crossbow works. And fundamentally, this class plays very differently to any other. Crossbows are preloaded, but mostly fired nearly instantly. Every other weapon, whether it's a bow or a hammer, have some kind of wind up to them, right? But with crossbows, you're already loaded and ready to go, you just click the button. The downside is, of course, that you do need to reload, and each skill is effectively an ammo type that you can reload or swap to separately. Default attack is an ammo type, and so is Fragmentation Rounds. Pressing the load button will either reload that magazine or swap to it. A loaded magazine of a skill type, like Fragmentation Rounds, will persist even if you swap between multiple different ammo types as well. So you can preload everything and then swap between it quickly. This has a pretty few interesting effects. For example, you pay the mana cost when you reload, not when you fire. Again, very different to most skills. So you can spend mana reloading before you even begin combat, effectively investing your mana into preparing for the upcoming fight. And I put emphasis here on preparing, as that's really the Mercenary's main theme in a nutshell in my mind. Preparation. Mercenaries usually have an arsenal of weapons and tools that will be prepared and expended over the course of the fight as needed. A well-prepared mercenary will do well, while one that is unprepared might find themselves overwhelmed. You load ammo types by pressing the load button for each skill, but to fire your crossbow, it is all the same skill, the same button, the fire button. It takes a moment to kind of adapt your mindset over to this unique playstyle, but I found it very natural over time, and in some ways, simpler. If I wanted to shoot, it was always the same button. I'd just use other hotkeys to change what my shoot did. Other skills like grenades do get their own separate hotkeys and don't use this like ammo loading system, so you do get a bit of a mix of playstyles down the line, but the fundamental crossbow experience is ammo swapping and blasting. Whenever you fire the final round, the character will automatically reload unless you do something that interrupts the reload, like for example a dodge roll. And I did find myself doing this a bit at first. Each skill has a different amount of shots before a reload too, so the shotgun style skills typically have just one shot and then they'll reload. They get that pump action kind of feeling, while the spammier skills can have many shots before they need to reload. Some crossbows and passive skills can give you additional shots to any reload skill though, so that's a really big deal on things like fragmentation rounds where gaining one additional shot means halving how often you reload. You know, you get to make a double barrel shotgun instead. There's literally a support gem called double barrel. The first 20 minutes on Mercenary Crossbow is, as you probably suspected, a little bit awkward. The combination of adapting to such a different playstyle and having only a few skills with pretty frequent reloads means that you do have to be pretty careful to not get overwhelmed by enemies. You may also find yourself dodge rolling or swapping ammo types before you auto reload, leaving you with empty skill magazines when you kind of need them. Take things slow and steady at first and try not to spam your skill hotkeys like you do with other classes. Crossbow mercenaries reward a bit more of a considered non-spammy approach. Things get way smoother as you go, as you'll get faster reloads, various support gems that can help in a bunch of different ways. You'll get more rounds in your magazines and utility skills that will also change things dramatically. And also there is just that element of getting used to this playstyle. I was pretty nervous in those first couple zones in Act 1 that I was like, I don't know if I'm going to like this, but I ended up loving it by the end. You get your first uncut gem in town where you can make your own choice of skill, and while explosive grenades is very tempting, I went with permafrost bolts and I highly recommend it as your first skill. I'm not telling you what to do, but this is basically an ice shotgun with a huge multiplier to freeze buildup. And Mercenary doesn't by default have any mobility at all, except for moving while shooting, right? Especially in the early game. You can take things from other class, you know, trees and stuff like that, do like a weapon swap, leap slam or something, but in the early game, you just walk around with your crossbow, right? But what you can do is stop everything else from moving. Freeze is incredible in Path of Exile 2 in my opinion, thanks to the freeze build-up system. Everything will get frozen eventually. You don't have to like do some mega hit of damage and bypass some sort of threshold to have a percentage chance to freeze or something. Each shot builds up more and more freeze from 0 to 100% and then they're frozen. It's as simple as that. More cold damage and freeze effect just gets you there faster. Permafrost bolts are wicked satisfying and you can run around with them just blasting away by themselves. They do a bit less damage than the fragmentation rounds, but freezing and shattering everything well makes up for that in my opinion. That said, when you do freeze something, you can actually swap to fragmentation rounds for their true purpose, to make explosions. Even before we get any grenades, we can begin exploding. Frag rounds detonate the ice on a frozen enemy, creating a pretty powerful explosion. It's great for blowing up packs of enemies, but this does remove the freeze and let them start moving again, assuming they survive. So I actually found it better to not always detonate the freeze on a single target like a boss. The main strategy I enjoyed was blasting primarily with permafrost bolts most of the time, and then whipping out the frag rounds to detonate when there was like a frozen enemy or two in a pack of other enemies. Freezes last a long while, so a lot of the time you can freeze one enemy, then freeze another, and then detonate both of them. I recommend putting piercing on permafrost. Monsters far more effectively makes this skill go from okay to amazing early game. After that, anything that interacts with freeze or adds cold damage is going to be great. Added cold or ice bite, which adds cold damage to all of your other attacks when you freeze an enemy, really good. But early on I used Frost Nexus, which creates chilling ground to slow enemies when you freeze someone for even more crowd control. Fragmentation rounds I didn't often use too many supports on in the end. I just used it as a like detonator skill. But it's probably best built for damage. I used double barrel just to get an extra shot to detonate more frozen enemies before I had to reload. It costs you some reload speed, but it's kind of an okay trade-off here. Something like bleed or just any added damage would work fine as well. So you can get explosive grenades pretty early on, and these do what you imagine. They explode. After a fairly long timer, they do a nice explosion that deals physical and fire damage. My early experience with them was that they have a pretty long timer and do supplemental damage at best. This is something that Jonathan mentioned is possibly kind of changing a bit. Damage-wise, they might be going up. Early on, I found them only really useful for larger groups of enemies and for preloading some damage before you engage with a pack. You can kind of pop them out and then run over and then shoot them with your shotgun, and then the grenades will start blowing up. As soon as you can grab multiple projectiles support though, which lets you shoot out 3 of them at a time for substantially better overall damage and area of effect, they do start to shine a bit more. Added fire is also good, but you can use the less duration support too to lower the timer and make them detonate faster with no downside. Explosive grenades get better later on when you get poison grenades to combo them with too as well, so we'll see more of that later. Now, far better early game, and when a grenader started to feel like a thing for me, was when I got the flash grenades. As soon as you can get these, do get them. They deal physical damage in a large area, they have a short timer, a massive increase in stun effect, and they blind enemies.
Blind him!
With multiple projectiles support, they are incredible at stunning huge groups of enemies and even bosses in 1 or 2 throws. So you can get a lot of those heavy stuns on bosses to get some nice damage cycles off. They do only have 1 charge to begin with, but later on you can get an extra cooldown with the Grenader passive, which is just incredible. The skill has a small downside though. You blind yourself with them too. Kind of funny. With multiple projectiles and increases to area of effect, you will blind yourself all the time. I certainly did. But I did actually just find it to be not too major of an issue. It's like, you do lose some evasion, and accuracy didn't really seem to matter. I was still hitting things just fine. Certainly, it's not ideal, and you're trying to avoid it when you can, but I did find it a worthwhile trade-off for how strong the skill is. Flash grenades with multiple projectiles quickly became a main skill for me, and were used off cooldown as much as possible. The stun, the damage, the area, the speediness of their detonation, all amazing. I did use some stun supports with it too, but because they're already pretty high stun effect, it's probably better to use things that increase damage or area or cooldown instead. It's just the area of effect support, for example. Now, here I am teaching you how to blow things up in the Path of Exile 2 beta, but I know many of you are already planning on blowing up your job, your career, your future livelihood, etc. as you sink deep into the loot grind, you know, missing call after call from co-workers, bosses, family members, and emergency services. As you try each of the 36 ascendancy classes as they add them to the beta, testing every skill in the 7 different endgame content like pillars that they're adding, not to mention more of them later, over 100 different bosses. And then there's like off-classing hipster builds and weapon swapping builds, and emerging from this beta as a functioning human it's gonna be tough. But I do know a solution. You could learn back-end web dev with my sponsor, boot.dev. Learning programming languages like Python and Go, and getting started on a career in... Once you get flashbang and explosive grenades going, you can almost fully go Grenader mode at that point, especially just kind of supplementing with permafrost and fragmentation rounds for some extra explosions in between. I did, however, end up experimenting with armor piercing and high velocity rounds. The armor piercing rounds is a machine gun fire skill that chips away at enemy armor. At first it's a very small amount, like 1 or 2 armor for the lowest level, but each level of the gem makes it destroy more and more armor per shot. This of course makes its damage ramp up itself, and enemies also will take more physical damage from any other hit. It's just going to be nice in parties for sure. When an enemy loses all of its armor, it becomes armor broken, and that's where high velocity rounds comes in. It's a big penetrating sniper shot that consumes the armor break on the enemy. It's a little strange, I know, but it does so to deal a large amount of extra damage. Don't ask me to explain how you can consume broken armor on an enemy which somehow returns the armor to them. It doesn't really make sense, but just don't think too hard about that. The point is big damage go boom. I found these skills pretty good for rare monsters and bosses, but not that useful for swarms, obviously. The faster attack support on armor piercing is obviously great for reaching armor break faster, and high velocity is all just about big physical damage, so anything that just scales up the damage is going to be great. While these skills were pretty good, they're probably for other playstyles. I think for the Grenader playstyle they didn't really make too much sense, as they were more focused on physical damage combinations. Lowering their armor doesn't really help you much if you're doing a mixture of damage types, like you're probably typically going to be doing with most Grenadier setups. So 2/3 of the way through Act 1, a side boss can give you your first uncut spirit gem, and they drop every so often after that point too. There are a few good choices here, but I wanted explosions. So I went for Herald of Ice. This reservation buff makes it so that whenever you shatter and kill a frozen enemy, they explode, dealing cold damage to enemies. This does nothing for most bosses, of course, but it's amazing for clearing groups and super fun, especially early game when you're using lots of that permafrost bolt. It can be supported with added cold damage for free too. It doesn't like cost any extra spirit, and that just makes the explosions deal more damage. Great. Other support gems like accuracy support, for example, can work to boost your global accuracy, like adding an effect to the aura. It's quite neat, but those sorts of supports do increase the spirit cost, so that'll require some investment or getting extra spirit to use. Long term, I could see having Herald of Ice on most of the time, and then having a defensive spirit skill like Arctic Armor, Grace, or Wind Dancer to swap on for bosses. An interesting utility skill that popped up around the end of Act 1 was Rapid Shot. This channeled skill has a bit of a wind up to it, and then it rapid fires out a huge amount of bolts that also build up heat. Each stack of heat gives 10% extra fire damage to the skill. More importantly, however, heat also adds 6% of damage as added fire to any grenades fired. Heat does rapidly drop off when it's not in use, so you kind of get this unique combination of trying to fire a lot of these shots and build up the heat, and then very quickly put out as many grenades as you can with those empowered grenades. You can literally see the grenades like catch on fire from being empowered by the added fire damage. It's a pretty spicy combo, but the wind up and channeled nature of this does make it kind of difficult to pull off in dangerous boss fights, except when you get a stun or freeze, which thankfully we're quite good at here. So it certainly does work, and is a good way to punish the bosses when you get those moments. I used this for quite a while before dropping it in favor of the easier to use explosive shot combo I'll show you soon. But supports for rapid shot would likely be things like faster attacks and then anything to add damage or debuff the enemy. Gas grenade is where you start getting some more grenade combos, and it's a pretty fun piece of the puzzle. As a baseline, it's a grenade with 3 charges that releases a poison explosion and then a lingering poison cloud that grows. I'm sure there will be some poison-based setups that focus on those parts of the skill, but I'm excited about its other application. That poison cloud is highly explosive. Any burning ground effect, or including enemies burning ground effects by the way, or any of your skills or allies' skills tagged as a detonator, or that apply burning ground, can cause the gas cloud to explode, dealing a large chunk of damage. Explosive grenades work well for this, and it gives you more explosions per explosion. What a deal. Another fun bit of tech here is the bursting plague support gem that I kind of stumbled on here. Linked to the gas grenade, this causes enemies poisoned to also build up plague. Initially I was like, okay, it's poison stuff, not relevant. And then I saw explosion. When the plagued enemies die, they explode. So good. And they explode for physical damage too, which is quite nice. So you can get explosions on your explosions alongside your explosions. Now we're talking. And speaking of explosions, some of those grenades do have kind of long fuses, and sometimes you want a bit more immediacy when it comes to your explosions, right? You don't have to wait. That's what explosive shot is for. It's a heavy hitting fire crossbow bolt that explodes on impact. Its real beauty though is that it also detonates any grenades in its area of effect. You can throw poisoned and explosive grenades on top of each other and then pop a quick explosive shot before the enemies leave the area and detonate everything. It's a useful tool to give you a bit more immediacy when needed, like against faster enemies that are charging you, and to kind of just reduce reliance on things like less duration support for grenade fuses. You can support it with any gems you want to make it faster to fire or reload, increase its area of effect, or give it more damage as a bit of a finisher skill if you want. But even unsupported, it's useful for popping grenades when needed. A handy little tool in our tool belt. So with explosive shot and a wide array of grenades at this point by the end of Act 2, I didn't really need any of the regular crossbow skills anymore, and I became a fully fledged grenadier. I did still kind of use permafrost bolt on occasion. I just kind of love it. Once again, this isn't a build guide, but I'll show you what my build was looking like towards this end of Act 2 period. In the end, I ended up linking explosive grenade to added fire damage and area of effect. Combined with the poison grenades, they were a spammable damage dealer in between flashbangs. Explosive shot was linked to execute as a pseudo culling strike against nearly dead enemies, and also to pierce, which I found quite helpful as it helped it explode where I wanted it to and not on enemies earlier, so that I could detonate grenades easier. Flash grenade was my MVP skill for sure, so we got the prized trophy of the multiple projectiles support. I was still using overpower for it at the end, which is fine, but in hindsight there's probably more effective options. Given that it's only 50% more stun build-up on a skill that already has 400% more, I mean, that's still a 12.5% increase in stun, but I imagine something just like area, cooldown, or damage related might be better in the end. I guess I could still see overpower making it into a setup with more support slots. I still had rapid shot with faster attacks and ruthless, but I mostly stopped using it because I always had grenades to throw. Gas grenades were linked to bursting plague and inspiration, as they're actually pretty mana hungry. And finally, Herald of Ice was linked to added cold and frozen vortex. Although vortex could only proc if I froze an enemy with another skill that then got shattered by Herald of Ice, so it wasn't super effective, just kind of like a free slot that I was testing. Later I'd probably try and work in accuracy support once I've got some more spirit, especially since I'm blinding myself half the time. For the passive tree, I tinkered back and forth a few times, and I definitely changed things a lot more once I had more chance to explore. I traveled through Remorseless for a nice extra stun build-up and damage, Grenades do count as projectiles, and I think they scale with projectile damage, but I'd need to double check that in-game, which we'll have to wait until the beta. So take that with a grain of salt. I'd actually consider going through attribute nodes at the beginning of the tree too. I always kind of wanted more dexterity and strength for gems in gear, and the health from strength is legit too. But I definitely still get volatile crystals because area and cooldown is just immense on grenades. You want as much of that as you can get. The ricochet node is not a long-term node for grenadiers. I probably should have dropped it by this point, but I needed to highlight it because I do recommend taking it on any crossbow merc, at least initially. The shotgun projectiles that you miss with will like hit a wall and bounce back to the enemies. It's very satisfying, it looks super cool, and it's super worth it. Honestly, if the numbers were any higher on this notable, it would be an ascendancy node. I traveled through some knockback, which was okay, on the way to some serious grenade nodes. This grenade cluster gives a bunch of nice small nodes and 2 amazing notables, so it's probably a must take. Cluster bombs gives you an extra grenade, straight up like a baby multiple projectiles. The downside is increased duration, which makes the fuses longer. It's a downside for sure, but explosive shot can detonate them anyway, and you can scale it down in other ways. It's pretty tolerable, honestly. Well worth the trade-off, I think, in my opinion. The other node, Grenadier, is a no-brainer, and it's good enough to name a build after. An extra cooldown is pretty nice on things like explosive or gas grenades, but it's insanely good on single charge one like the flashbangs. Throwing 2 sets of 4 flashbangs when you've got multiple projectiles and that extra grenade projectile is often enough to just outright stun a boss or delete whatever monsters happen to have you surrounded. Preparation is the name of the game for mercenary grenadiers, and this lets you be twice as prepared with twice as many explosions. The Adrenaline Rush node down here is some nice in-combat move speed, a big fan of that. And Volatile Grenades lowers the fuse time, and it's right on top of a jewel slot, which is very nice to get. On the left-hand side, I was headed towards Perfect Opportunity. This node looks very good. A lot of stun and lucky damage against heavy stun enemies, which if you don't know how that works, it rolls your damage twice and picks the higher number, so it averages you up. I think this is definitely something that we'd want to get if the flash grenades continue to overperform as they have been. There's a ton more stuff to explore here, obviously, that I didn't have time to look at. Though I did spy the Authority node, which has some big AoE and cooldowns, so I'd likely end up heading there. At some points we'll have to consider defenses more, but not worrying about life nodes on the passive tree was really nice and refreshing. Definitely enjoyed that. And I mean, explosions are a nice layer of defense anyway, right? For the Ascendancy choice, honestly, Gemling Legionnaire and Witch Hunter both seemed very valid as a Grenadier. Gemling just gives a ton of value across a lot of skill gems, which is kind of perfect for a cooldown grenade combo build, so if you want to use as many different grenades as possible, it's definitely worth considering. But the Witch Hunter is so freaking cool. The moment I saw it added another explosion to the build, I knew I was sold, right? Zealous Inquisition gives 10% chance to explode an enemy, dealing their full life as damage in a very large area. It's those big white X circles that you may have seen in my gameplay. It's very satisfying and effective. Whenever that triggers on an enemy, right, there's a good chance that it has similar friends around it, which means that 100% of its life is often enough to kill the other ones around it. If I had to say what I'd get later on from this Ascendancy, I'd definitely have to test Sorcery Ward, which it lets you turn evasion and armor into a shield to protect against elemental damage. Probably a pretty big deal. You can likely push it to some pretty high numbers too, from what I've seen. It's good to feel near immune to elemental damage, but we'll have to test that out at endgame. Witchbane might be my favorite node, behind explosions of course. We have some really nice crowd control between freeze, stun, and later electrocute on Grenadiers, and adding concentration breaks to that mix sounds amazing in boss fights. The node behind it lets you scale damage pretty nicely too. Concentration just effectively lets your damage lower enemy cooldowns, which can be amazing in boss fights. Nearly all of the scary boss moves are generally cooldown based. Culling Strike and Decimating Strike are nodes that let you kill things faster. Pretty hard to go wrong with that one. They're just flavored in a pretty fun way. And that last node, Choice Weapon Master, is 20 weapon passives, which lets you split your passive tree more between 2 different trees for weapon swapping. It's an unusual one, but grenades do seem like a potentially good candidate for weapon swapping. You might have one crossbow for crowd control effects to amplify those dramatically, and then another crossbow oriented around damage, for example, or maybe even like a spellcaster weapon to have some support spells. I don't know, it's really hard to say how good this will be until we like know all of the skills at our disposal and see how that all feels, but overall, I'm definitely a fan of the Witch Hunter for the Grenadier. After all, it's got explosions, and just about every node seems to be worth taking. In terms of gearing, I tried to get myself added cold damage wherever I could, Even just a little bit with the permafrost rounds was very effective in the early game, and I definitely found myself prioritizing socketing added cold damage into my weapons. I do keep an eye on crossbow type implicits. In particular, some of them give some nice bonuses to allow you to shoot more shots before reloading and things like that, and later on some nice grenade things. Move speed boots are huge on the mercenary, so you definitely want to get yourself some of those. And I did find myself always in need of more dexterity and strength for gear and skill gem requirements. I don't know if this is just kind of like the nature of these hybrid classes potentially, but if you find a really nice like pure evasion piece, it can be hard to wear it unless you've got a lot of extra dexterity. So getting some of those can be quite nice. And I found that with the inspiration support on gas grenades and maybe just like a little bit of mana stuff on gear, just kind of picked up incidentally on jewelry, I didn't really have any mana problems on this build. I barely had to use my mana flask, and I always had charges if I did need to. So it definitely seemed very manageable, but it might have also just been down to kind of incidentally getting a fair bit of extra mana on my gear, for example. The only unique I ended up finding was Black Sun Crest, which is an attribute scaling armor helmet. Gives a lot of armor, and a fair bit of attribute scaling potentially is nice, especially for boosting that life. Competed pretty well against the rare helmets that I'd found at the time, but I wasn't doing anything like super unique with attribute scaling at this point. The things in general to prioritize most are move speed on boots, damage on your crossbow, and gloves and rings if you can get it, and making sure that you have enough attributes, and of course resistances in life as always. Now my gameplay strategy on this build at the attributes, and of course resistances in life as always. Now my gameplay strategy on this build at the end here was to open with a flashbang, and then follow with gas grenades and explosive grenades right after, and then some explosive shots just to detonate things, followed by another flashbang if needed. This keeps the enemies in place, lays down a large area of death and blows everything up, and then kind of like keeps them there a bit longer if needed to finish the job. But I will say moment to moment, it felt pretty fluid. Once you kind of get familiar with your loadout and the different tools you have and in which situations they work well, you naturally find yourself using things kind of tactically. Like for example, preloading gas grenades on an essence monster before releasing them. Now, I didn't really have a chance to incorporate it into my build too much, but right before I logged out, I had like a spare minute to just do a sneaky little look at one more skill. Just for a second, I had to. Voltaic Grenade does a lightning blast that builds electrocute on enemies, and electrocute is basically another hilarious form of stun. Being able to add this to our kit alongside flash grenades and potentially things like freeze is very exciting for this idea of like a crowd control grenadier. You could also use it to build up shock to amplify enemy damage taken, and you can use things like the innovate support to add lightning damage to the rest of your grenades. There's a lot of potential here for sure. I can see it working its way into the kit. Anyway folks, I hope you enjoyed this early look at the mercenary and grenadier playstyle, and maybe have figured out if it's a playstyle that you want to try, or I don't know, maybe it smoothed out your early game for you a bit. I'm very tempted to kick off beta with this build and see if there's like a lot of potential here for it to be a real banger beginner build like I suspect. Maybe something that I could make a guide for. It'd be really good, for example, to put up a beginner guide to a build that's just really fun for blowing up monsters for some of the new exiles joining us. But then again, maybe I should be playing one of the classes that's like polling as getting less attention, like the sorceress. What if not enough people are covering them? I don't know, I'm definitely struggling with this deliberation. Let me know what you think. But that's it for now. I'm Ziggy D, and thanks for watching.
C'est visiter l'hôpital à proximité.
Mercenary might just be the most OP Ascendancy going into early access for Passive Exile 2. Hey, I'm Cyclin, and today I want to convince you why I just think that. So, just a few hours ago, Ziggy D has shown us one of the last nodes that we didn't know what they were gonna do for the Witch Hunter. We now have a full overview of the Witch Hunter Ascendancy, and everything on this Ascendancy just looks absolutely busted. But before going further with the video, it's very important to note, everything I'm going to be saying here is assumed with the information we currently have, which is subject to change. If not before the entrance or the start of early access, it might change during early access. So if something feels too powerful, GGG has stated if enemies do one-shotting or if enemies are too powerful or something strong, they're willing to nerf that, but they're also more than willing to nerf anything too powerful that we players find. They're aware that they're gonna be adding some powerful things, and they're more than ready to nerf that powerful things once we discover those, if it's too strong. So keep this in mind while watching this video or any other video talking about things to do in Path of Exile 2. So why is this final node so important? Why is Weapon Master this strong? And the reason Weapon Master is this strong is this weapon sets can be quite powerful, and getting 20 additional passive points is even more insane. We have not seen a node doing this before, but just to give it a sense of scale, Weapon Master looks very, very strong. So this is 2 distinct passive trees from PoE 1. This is just to showcase the potential of this node. It's very important to note that I'm talking about the potentials here, because in Path of Exile 2 we don't yet know what is how important. How important is it to kill the big bosses? How important is it to not die? Well, with having only, if you die in a map, you fail a map, bad. But can we, if we just focus on speed, running 5 maps and then dying in 1 out of 5 maps, in the same time you would otherwise take 1 map, what's going to be better? We have to see. So we don't know how important it is to survive, how important bossing is, and how important mapping coverage is or mapping speed is. We don't know how strong we're gonna go in these things. So the essentially being highly versatile and adjustable to whatever PoE 2 throws at us is very important. Now, looking back at Weapon Master, why is it that powerful? The strongest Ascendancy node we have right now is Polymath. Polymath giving us about 30% more damage for most builds. Maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less, depending on how many masteries you use. So this means that Ascendancy, we assume, gonna give us about 30% more damage, or a big survivability layer, or it's gonna give us a big quality of life, like Tailwind, for example. Just big speed, meaning damage and quality of life. Now, having 20 passive points is even better, because, well, let's say a good node gives us between 5 and 10% more damage. Or here we have 5%, here we have one with 10%, here we have one with 10%, so they just give us a good chunk of damage. So if we just assume that with these 20 weapon set skill points we're gonna get, we can get 5 additional notables that give us at minimum 5% damage. There's already 25% damage. But we're not limited to that. It's weapon set points, so we can use them for damage, we can use them for survivability, we can use them for quality of life. And when weapon swap, we can use them for something entirely different. So we have maybe one weapon swap with a sword and a shield, focusing on survivability, or then we have a second shot with a crossbow, basically guns, focusing on grenades and shooting down bosses for damage. Or we have maybe one for bows, one for crossbows. Or we have 2 crossbows, one focusing on grenades, the other one focusing on the crossbow ammunition. I don't know yet, but having the potential for this versatility is really, really great and really, really powerful. Just being able to adjust to whatever throws the game at us is going to be very powerful, and the passive tree and the Ascendancies in PoE 2 look both very powerful, very insane, and just being able to take more nodes on the passive tree will be really great. So sorry, I already jumped down one. To show this one last thing, these are 2 distinct passive trees in PoE 1. One is an elemental arrow or elemental hit spectrum or lightning arrow bow Deadeye. The other one is a passive is a peacock of bouncing, viper or viper strike. Actually swap to the viper strike or peacock of bouncing Pathfinder. So both trees, if we actually swap to peacock of bouncing, that makes sense. Both trees use a very distinct core, using the dexterity high trait or the high wave with dexterity nodes, reservation, life, quality of life nodes, spell suppression, mana, leech, whatnot. Those are commonly used. But then we have distinct nodes like poison damage or blast effect on one, and the other one using crit chance and bow damage and projectile damage. So we can swap those distinct nodes very easily while keeping the same core tree. And this is why Weapon Master is the node that made me already consider, maybe I want to go Mercenary, maybe I want to go Monk, maybe I want to go Sorceress or Witch. Now it's just, I have to go Mercenary. I'm gonna have bows, I'm gonna have crossbows, which again are basically guns. I'm gonna have grenades, I'm gonna have the best versatility I've ever seen in an Ascendancy. Now this is just one node. I've already talked a lot about the potential of the Ascendancy with just one node. Let's take a look at the other nodes that are even more insane. We have packages for single target, packages for survivability, and packages for coverage. So we have, again, just massive versatility in this Ascendancy. Let's take a look at the bossing. Well, we could just pick up Witchbane and No Mercy. Witchbane gives enemies concentration. Now, the way this concentration sounds, because we can break concentration if we hit on it equal 100% of damage dealt, so they have 40% of the max life as concentration. If we hit them enough, we break the concentration, and they have this concentration broken. Now, we don't know exactly what it does. I think, at least I haven't remembered seeing what it does exactly, but what it sounds like, if once the concentration is broken, they cannot cast any big spells or big attacks. And this means when we have a big boss fight where he's charging up like his massive attack, let's take an example, the Maven explosion that the brain does every 30% damage dealt, or every third of the life, you just break it and it doesn't happen. No, you don't need to dodge it. Now you don't need to time a dodge. Imagine skipping the zeroing extra ball phase just by damaging him enough. That sounds amazing. And this is what I think Witchbane does. And if we add No Mercy to it, we even do more damage based on the missing concentration. Now it sounds like that once we break the concentration fully, it's gonna take them a moment to fully regain concentration. So it's increase in damage, and then it drops again, then increases again, then it drops again as we continue to hit the enemy. But this is gonna be perfect for us because the Witch Hunter has access to grenades. It's gonna be on the section of the tree that has easy access to grenades. So we chuck a bunch of grenades on the enemy. The enemy takes the massive damage. No Mercy goes on just even more damage. And then while we are recovering our grenades cooldown, we maybe have our crossbow or we have some bow. And we just keep hitting the enemy for a bit so they don't gain a massive recovery of their concentration. They just recover maybe a little bit of it, and we chuck it down, already preparing our next set of grenades to burst the enemy away again. But again, this is just 2 more nodes. We have even more. We have Pitiless Killer and Decimating Strike. Pitiless Killer gives us Culling Strike, which I guess
for the follow,
Decimating Strike is the first big thing.
Welcome in.
We can just chuck the enemy for a massive portion of their life. Now the bosses the pinnacle bosses just looking insanely strong and tanky. Being able to take 5, 10, 20, or most 30% damage life of them just away just by being there is already gonna be really big. This means that they are way easier to be killing, because once they're in low life, the small nodes leading up
I'm good, how are you?
gives us increased damage with hits against enemies that are in low life, and this is 35% increased
I'm
damage.
just watching some
That is a lot of
videos,
increase.
learning more
Normally
about
we have like 10% on
Path of
the
Exile too.
Those Ascendancy nodes with 35% increased damage. That's a big chunk of additional damage. If the second node does the same, that's 70% damage, increased damage once they're on half-life, if low life works like in PoE 1, which is another variable, but again, versatility and the potential to adapt is great. So we have the big chunk initially, then we have maybe No Mercy and Witchbane to chuck the enemies down to like, let's say 30-20% life, and then our Culling Strike gets interesting. Culling Strike in PoE 2 is no longer static. It's not going to be 10%, or if you have a Slayer on the Ascendancy, it's 20%. Nope. It's going to be adjustable based on what we are fighting. So a unique enemy will have a 5% culling, then rare's going to be at 10. Imagine
what about you?
Hands.
Do you play Path of Exile?
20, and white enemy is going to be at 30 life. 30%. So that normal maps, we have a very easy time culling our enemies by just having Decimating Strike, then hitting them for a bit, and then cull happens and they're gone. And uniques are going to be having a lower culling threshold, but we have nodes on the tree that increase the effectiveness. So if we increase the effectiveness just by 25%, or by 50%, we're gonna go from 5% cull to 7.5 cull. And with 25, it's gonna be what, 6 something. So we can increase the culling range, meaning that we can cull earlier, and by those big enemies, these big pinnacle enemies, the earlier we can cull, the better it's gonna be. So this is gonna be another great package for single target. And then we
You don't
have,
play
of
any
course, also
game at all?
coverage and survivability. And coverage gives us Zealous Inquisition. Zealous Inquisition gives us a chance to explode enemies for their whole life as fist damage. Now what this means is that in those big white packs that, let's assume, are like 10 to 20 enemies, based on what we've seen, we have Decimating Strike, chucking them to 70% life. Then we maybe hit them once, get them to 50, damage against lower life enemies takes an effect. We do another hit, they go down to 30, culling happens, and then explode happens, and the whole pack explodes. Because the explosion just needs to get them again to like the 30% life range, and then they die. And being 100% life as fist damage means
nice.
we can, if we scale fist damage or we convert fist damage, we can do that to that as well. So it just sounds very,
What are
very
you gonna
powerful
stream in
terms of
case
gear.
you want
Combining
to start
with
streaming?
Decimating Strike and Pitiless Killer, just a really amazing clear package. But we
Are you
also
gonna
have
do a gaming
survivability.
stream as well?
Instead of, let's say, picking up Zeus Inquisition or maybe some damage, we sacrifice a
No,
bit of
I
it,
don't
and
like
we
that.
instead get some
It's
survivability with Obsessive Rituals and
feels hot
Ceremonial Abuse.
in my head. So yeah.
Now, in PoE 2, Ascendancy granted skills can be supported by support gems, meaning the Sorcery Ward is a skill that we're going to be able to scale. So we have we do sacrifice half of our armored evasion rating, but based on what we've seen in current PoE 1, and I assume this applies to PoE 2 as well, getting armored evasion rating from equipment, because flasks are gonna be gone, auras are gonna be harder to get, we're gonna have a lot of armored evasion from gear. So I think we can still expect to get to like 20-30k evasion and maybe 10k armor very easily. And that is with halving, based on, again, what I've known in PoE 1, the numbers we can reach. And then we have Ceremonial Ablution. If this is not enough, with just having Sorcery Ward, we can double down on it, gain increased recovery, faster recovery, and increased effectiveness. Now, what does Sorcery Ward
Right
do?
now,
Sorcery
just
Ward gives us a
for
buff
fun,
that gives
because
every
as
10
you can see, I
seconds
don't
when
have a
it's
lot
50%
of
faster, it
viewers.
should be...
Yeah, I just started. Like
I don't know, my brain just...
I don't have a lot of
sounds like it should be 5 seconds.
streaming time because
But
I have
also
work.
Math says that 5 seconds should
So
be 200 speed.
maybe
and
in the future,
150
hopefully,
speed,
I can do
which
this
50% faster is,
for
should be
in
7.5
full
seconds.
time.
So I'm
So,
gonna stick with 7.5.
but right now,
So every
just
7.5
I'm just
seconds,
spending my free time
assuming that
streaming.
the moment we get it, it gets instantly depleted, we're gonna get a shield. Now this shield is gonna be taking all the elemental damage before it hits us from hits. AoE we want to dodge anyway. Those AoE attacks seem like they are always supposed to be massive damage, so there will be some attacks we always want to dodge regardless. But those hits like that we get during a map, or maybe small hits during a boss fight that could just be annoying, Sorcery Ward will get
Yeah,
those
if you're
covered.
planning to stream in the future,
Now it
you can
takes elemental
use
damage
your
up
free
to
time
30% of
streaming
our
now.
armor
So
evasion rating. So if we have, let's say,
by the time,
let's be on a small number, just 10k
like what I'm doing
evasion
right
rating,
now, it's like
and
you can
3k
gather more
armor
followers
will be a
while you spend
4k
your
elemental shield.
free time.
4k is quite a big number. So this will take a lot of the damage from hits. Now again, we can apply here maybe increased effectiveness support or cooldown rate support, so we have this more often. The best comparison we have to this, if we go back here, is Bastion of Elements giving us Primal Aegis. And this is 75% flat elemental damage per notable skills, and this one scales with Armored Evasion, which we want to scale anyway for survivability. So the potential of Sorcery Ward
Yeah. it doesn't have to be like you don't need like a good computer to do that. You can just, I don't know, play some like a game that doesn't require like, what do you call that, like low graphic games. Like what game do you play? Yeah, but I think Twitch, what uh Twitch audience really wants is like the interaction with the streamer. But yes, good graphics games like a plus. Yeah, those are good games. Yeah. Do you have like a main game, or do you play like various games? Uh, yeah, mine is Path of Exile. I spend a lot of time playing Path of Exile. I just love making new builds. Yeah. Just even planning new builds fun for me. All right. See you again. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for the follow, Amelia.
Wanted throughout Orient, you fled like a coward. Every life has a price. And your crossbow has kept your coin purse full for far too long.
Hey everybody, Ronray here, and getting close and personal with enemies is a very cool playstyle for RPG, and Path of Exile 2 in particular. I've decided to play melee mode, but Warrior always stays as a second option, just because right now melee looks very strong and promising. They also have a full Titan Ascendancy reveal now, which helps with planning a lot. Feel free to check out the timestamp for it. So in this video I want to talk more about both Warrior Ascendancies and dedicated Warrior skills, to tell you more about possible combinations and things that I expect to be just awesome. Giant Blood included. Check out timestamps for particular nodes, ascendancies or skills as usual, and let's go. So first off, let's start with the skills, and I think that many Warrior skills will be useful for other classes too. So let's start with a general overview. If you're just interested in ascendancies instead, go for the dedicated timestamp. First one is Earthquake, and it is basic but pretty promising still. That basic slam can create a jagged ground effect, which slows enemies and erupts after 3 seconds, dealing additional damage. The best course of action to make that strong and viable in the endgame is stacking multiple jagged ground effects together while you are spamming the skill. So to do so, you can combine it with Stampede, for example, which can be used to start the fight, and use Jagged Ground support together with any other skill, such as Totem, for example, or supportive damages skill, such as Armor Breaking. It will allow Warrior to erupt multiple Jagged Grounds at the same time, stacking them on top of each other and dealing additional damage, so it should be viable at the early game, and I think it should translate very good to the end game as well. So next skill is Bone Shatter, and it's not really looking that good anymore. It should be mostly used to heavy stun enemies that are primed to stun already. Together with Enduring Stun support, it can also provide endurance charges pretty consistently when you heavy stun your enemies. Impact Shockwave support can also help to use it for AoE clear in some particular situations. Thunder looks like a very strong slam, which has a great damage effectiveness of 237% and 100% increased critical damage bonus, which makes it just amazing for endgame. I'm sure that Thunder will be one of the most viable skills for slam gameplay due to just pure numbers. Going forward, we have an Armor Breaker, and it's a nice supportive skill, which could be used on bosses and raiders just to break armor and improve the damage of your main spammable skill, for example Thunder or Earthquake. However, Bone Shatter with Devastate support can also break all armor, so there's some competition between skills, but since we have a lot of slots, it can be a nice idea to just utilize both of those. Ancestral Warrior Totem and Shockwave Totem are totem options, and we again need to choose only one of them, because there's a totem limit of 1. It could be bypassed with Ancestral Bond Keystone, but even with that, it still will be about 2 or maybe 3 totems maximum, it seems. Shockwave Totem can stack well with Earthquake, interacting with Jagged Ground, when Ancestral Warrior Totem is mostly there to carry dedicated totem builds and look pretty strong, since it can use socketed mace skills. Some builds around it are certainly possible if you prefer the totem playstyle, and think it's going to be pretty strong early game, right after you will be able to take Ancestral Bond and get enough spirit to have at least 2 totems up. Next skill is the Resonating Shield, and that's purely defensive ability with some damage on top. It allows you to block all incoming hits while dealing a little damage, mostly based on armor of your shield. It looks like it's a very good defensive ability, and it could be played a little offensively when you're still dealing damage, when protecting yourself from boss blockable attacks, for example. It also can stack damage based on armor of the shield, leading us to some version of armor stacking in Path of Exile 2. It's hard to say how viable it will be and if Resonating Shield could be used as a main skill. Seismic Cry and Infernal Cry are both war cries, and since they both consume endurance charges, it seems like we would better choose at least one of them to use consistently. Infernal Cry provides fire damage, so should stack well with hybrid or ignite related builds, while Seismic Cry, on the other hand, is mostly physical oriented. Both war cries should work better with slower skills and stack especially good with very slow skills with high cooldown such as Hammer of the Gods for a huge DPS increase. And moving to cherry on top, it is Hammer of the Gods. It is probably the strongest skill that was showcased in the whole Path of Exile 2. It has crazy 1307% of attack damage, but a huge cooldown of 24 seconds as well. Right now, Hammer of the Gods looks completely amazing, and it's one of the best options to do huge boss damage, especially paired with damage over time effects such as Ignite, if it can apply Ignite without any downsides. Solving cooldown issue is an important part too, so Hammer stacks well with Chronomancer, which is kinda surprising. But generally, I think Hammer of the Gods is good enough to pretty much find place for at least one big hit in most of the melee builds, and I think it's going to be very popular. So let's start with the Titan, the ascendancy that smashes things. Most of his ascendancy nodes are simple but very effective, and we already have Titan fully revealed. First one is Earthbreaker. It gives 20% chance for skills that use yourself to cause aftershocks. It has simple but pretty strong passives that can improve slam damage and combine well with Thunder, Earthquake, or even Hammer of the Gods.
I'm Mike Begale, 3 Michelin chef, and I've been cooking for 25 years. This is the coolest innovation of our lifetime. The world's first.
So if you use non-totem slams, it's a pretty obvious pick. Next one is Crush and Impact. It just makes all your hits crushing blows. So again, if you're playing self-used slams or any other kind of physical attacks, it's a pretty straightforward and obvious choice. Surprising Strength can give you 40% more damage against heavy stunned enemies, and I think that's probably the most important passive out of all Titan kit. It looks absolutely amazing and very strong right now. It combines greatly with Bone Shatter, which can inflict heavy stuns, and could buff your damage tremendously. Obvious combo would be using Hammer of the Gods right after enemies heavily stunned for devastating damage. This passive node alone creates an opportunity for stun-oriented builds for Titan, and it looks like a must-have for most of the slams related attacks. Next one is Stone Skin. It doubles your armor from body armor. This one should help with defenses, but it is harder to say how big the effect of armor will be, considering we have different damage types. Next one is Ancestral Empowerment. It gives you an opportunity to improve your slam with Ancestral Boost every second. So every second one of your slams will be ancestrally boosted. It can be very good, especially if your slam skills will have a huge attack time, such as Thunder for example, so more of your slams will be empowered that way. We don't know what Ancestral Boost does exactly for now, but a lot will depend on the actual buff and the numbers behind it. The ability anyway looks pretty strong and will work great with self-casted slams that have higher attack time. Next one is Colossal Capacity. It adds 20% additional inventory slots, which looks kinda fun, but probably are not really worth the points. But if inventory management annoys you too much, it could be a viable choice for a personal preference. And the last passive here is Mysterious Lineage. It simply provides 20% of life, which is nice but nothing special and nothing to write home about. It still could be an improvement for general tankiness, especially combined together with a Stone Skin. Generally, Titan looks very straightforward, but has a few great defensive passives, together with huge DPS boost against stunned enemies, and a lot of slam bonuses on top of it. It seems like the best ascendancy for self-cast longer slams, with variety of possible picks. Now let's talk about the Warbringer ascendancy, and how you can yell enemies to death. Answered Call is the first passive here, and it will trigger Ancestral Spirit when you summon a totem. So you will go with Ancestral Bond and will use at least 2 totems and will resummon them pretty often. The uptime of that ability should be good enough. The spirits that will be summoned will attack enemies, but how much damage they will do is currently unknown. The concept itself looks kinda promising because it can improve totem damage and clear at the same time. Next ability is Jade Heritage. It will provide a Jade stack every second, so while you're not using the skill, it is building up. And you will lose stacks when you use it and get hit. You can hold the button at any time to stay as Jade statue and receive significantly less damage. The developers have mentioned that the idea behind the skill is a counterpart to a dodge roll, but instead of dodging, you will just stay as a statue and tank heavy hits. It's somewhat similar to Val Arctic Armor from Path of Exile 1 that provided near immunity, but Jade statue should be way more consistent and accessible. Overall, it's a very interesting passive that is forcing you to think when to use it, providing a temporary defensive boost. The next one is Warcaller Below. It explodes corpses of your enemies when you Warcry, dealing 25% of their life as physical damage. And this passive should be just amazing for clear, and improve the speed of farm significantly, because it's basically a free detonate dot that will be used automatically every time when you are Warcrying, so at least every 8 seconds approximately, and can perfectly combine with next passive, Grateful Hole, which will remove your Warcry's cooldown completely, so you will be able to blow up corpses at any moment when you like it. This is currently one of the strongest warrior nodes overall, and it looks like one of the main reasons to even play Warbringer, so I feel like it will be absolutely mandatory in almost all Warcry builds. And the next passive, and the last one here, is Great Wolf Howl. It removes your Warcry cooldown, which stacks pretty well with Warcaller Below, as I already mentioned. It can also make your Warcry bonuses more consistent, but the downside will be more buttons to push and piano-like gameplay. So if you're not really afraid of it, this combo will be a very good pick. Warbringer now looks like mostly Warcry's oriented ascendancy with a little part of totems on top, but Jade Heritage and Warcaller Below make it a very strong pick, and it will be perfectly viable, especially if you are alright with Warcry spam. Titan looks pretty tanky, but heavy hitting and opens a lot of possibilities for stun-oriented dedicated builds. It is also a great pick for slam-oriented builds as well, and it will be a very decent choice for almost all physical attacks in Path of Exile 2, mostly because of the bonuses such as crushing blows. Warbringer, on the other hand, is more like Warcry's oriented ascendancy that should be more sophisticated and harder to play, but could have a better clear, even if I think that single target damage will go to the Titan. But Warbringer will probably have more build variety and will have better possibilities to use Warcries for different combinations. Both of them look perfectly viable, and I think Warrior is going to be a very strong pick for Path of Exile 2 endgame. Thank you very much for watching, and that's been my Warrior overview. See you next time, Ronry out.
Can I sharpen this Wusthof chef's knife to be sharper than this straight razor?
You're gonna crush this interview.
Like these. Alright, so here's a video from Mr. Dreamcore. Big shout out to him, by the way. Solid content so far. Full PoE2 character sheet, breakdown, starting stats, base mana region, and ES recharge. So we're gonna look at this. This is a 10-minute-ish video, and again, videos linked in the YouTube chat and Twitch chat. So make sure you hit the like button, subscribe for more content to him, as well as leave a comment if you like the video. But let's dive into it.
You can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage.
That's a lot of damage.
And going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock.
No, hey guys, Dreamos here. Today I want to make a very quick video.
I love this editing with the intro.
We're just 6 days out from the launch of PoE2's early access on December 6th. In this video, I thought it would be interesting to take a look through the character sheet to show which stats will appear here, and how much of an improvement it is from PoE1's character sheet. But also, by going through my footage from the LA event, I've been able to collect information for all of the stats that I had from gear and from the passive skill tree, which means I've been able to essentially reverse engineer a bunch of base character stats, such as how much life and mana you start with, and how much is gained per level, but also stats such as the base mana regeneration percentage and base energy shield recharge rate. So here we are with some of my footage from LA. Let's go over the character sheet first to show layout and what information can be found here. Now immediately you can see how much of an improvement the character sheet is in PoE2 compared to PoE1. All of the stats are found on the same sheet without the need for additional tabs, And some of the basic stats that are going to be a bit more important for an average character, like life, mana, or basic defense types, are listed at the top in their own sections. You can mouse over each of these sections and you'll get a simple description of that stat. So we have Spirit, ongoing skills such as buffs or minions reserve Spirit. Here's mana, most skills cost mana to use, slowly regenerates over time. We'll get onto that in a moment in a bit more detail. Then there's Energy Shield, protects life by taking damage instead, rapidly recharges if you don't lose ES for a short time. Chaos damage removes twice as much ES, and damage from bleeding and poison bypasses ES to remove life directly. And there's life, if you drop to 0 life you die of course. And here's the description for armor. Now just like in PoE 1, we're getting an estimated physical reduction here, which I'm not a big fan of because it can be very misleading. But how this estimation works is that it takes your total armor and puts it against a basic physical hit of a normal monster at your character.
Sorry about that, my fiance came in. Armor reduces physical damage you take from both attack spells, but provides no benefit against other damage types. So this is what we have in... they should maybe have it spaced there. So this part here, exact damage reduction depends on the damage dealt, but cannot be higher than 90%. This is how it works in PoE 1. Essentially, you're mitigating up to 90% of damage taken. It's not very clear in this display, but what it does in PoE 1, which seems to be the same here, is that if you get hit by, say, 10,000 physical damage, and you have 1,000,000 armor, you're going to mitigate 90% of that hit. But the harder the hit becomes, the less effective your armor is to blocking or mitigating that damage. So kind of like the harder the enemy hits, the more armor you're gonna need to mitigate the damage. So that's why armor can be very useful in the early stage when you're playing at lower levels, and then as you get into harder and harder content, you're gonna have more armor. And I don't like there is a graph for this somewhere. I can find that later, where you can guarantee having 90% physical damage mitigation for like builds like armor stackers and whatnot. So the way this does is that the harder the enemy is hitting. Usually the hardest hitting abilities are well telegraphed that you're not supposed to tank them, you're supposed to dodge them, which emphasizes on this that you are not going to normally be able to stack enough armor to mitigate those big hits that you're supposed to be dodging. An example of this is like a Shaper Slam from PoE 1. So that's how that armor system actually works. But it doesn't actually say the details here, which would require a graph and everything. But that's what they mean with it depends on the damage dealt.
Character level to calculate how much mitigation you'd get against that hit. And this is the result of that calculation right here, 33% PDR. The issue...
So, I think Dreamco's going to mention this, but it also says 33% down here. I'm not sure if they're going to base that off the last monster you killed, which will be your mitigation against that damage numbers, or how that percent is actually going to be portrayed, because the percent here is not really that accurate, which I think Dreamco's going to mention, because of the fact that the harder the enemy hits, the less you're going to mitigate.
The issue with this type of estimation is that armor doesn't provide a fixed amount of mitigation, as it's stronger against smaller hits and much weaker against bigger hits. Moving on to evasion now, and we have essentially the same type of thing going on here with the estimated evade chance. It's putting your evasion rating against an average monster's accuracy rating at your character level to determine evade chance. It's also stated here that evasion grants a chance to avoid enemy strikes or projectiles. And then we have a block chance, which is listed a lot more prominently in the PoE 2 character sheet compared to PoE 1, which I'm a big fan of. Chance to block incoming projectiles and strikes, causing them to deal no damage. And it says here that some larger and more dangerous enemy attacks cannot be blocked. We know that those larger abilities will be telegraphed with a red flash, and they typically have long wind-ups too. And I think that this disclaimer here about the hits that can't be blocked should also be added to the evasion description, as we know that those same hits will be unavailable by default as well. Next up, there's the resistance tooltips. These all read the same except for their specific resistance type. You take this much less damage, negative values cause you to take more damage instead, and maximum resistance is capped at 75% by default and cannot be higher than 90%. So no changes there mechanically from PoE 1. The percentage on the left is your capped resistance, and the percentage in brackets is uncapped resistance. Now, scrolling down, there's a more detailed breakdown for each of the stats shown at the top, and some extra information here like regeneration. At the bottom of the character sheet here, there's some new sections which we don't have in PoE 1.
Oh,
Stun,
shit.
ailments, damage avoidance, damage taken, damage redirection, and reflected damage.
I will point out, I've played the PoE 2 multiple times, but none of us really went into this. I don't think we even had access to this window in some of the playtests, as it wasn't ready. I don't know if I had access to this in the last playtest. I don't think so.
I think both stun and ailments will list specific defenses that you have for those types, such as increased stun threshold or reduced duration of ignite on you, for example. Damage avoidance will list any specific modifiers that grant you a chance to avoid a damage type from hits. Damage taken will list all of the modifiers you have which impact the damage that you take, such as Fortify for less hit damage taken, or Shock for increased damage taken. Damage redirection will list modifiers for damage taken as, which makes you take the damage of one type as another type, such as the modifier on Cloak of Flame. Lastly, we have reflected damage, which should be listing any modifiers that you have to reduce reflected damage taken. Okay, so that's the character sheet in PoE 2, but what information can we decipher from this sheet? I went through all of my footage to collect information about all of the stats that I was gaining from gear and from the passive skill tree at the time of this character sheet screenshot. And with that information, I was able to calculate a bunch of stats. Let's look at attributes first. We know that in PoE 1, each class has their own allocation of starting attributes, and it looks like it's going to be the same in PoE 2. From both gear and the passive tree, I had no intelligence modifiers, but I had plus 15 to dexterity and plus 45 to strength. So the warrior's starting attributes therefore must be 15 strength, 7 dexterity and 7 intelligence. Next, let's look at life. On this screenshot I have 440 life on a level 20 character. I also have 60 strength, and we know that in PoE 2, each point of strength grants 2 maximum life. My gear had a total of plus 44 to maximum life, and I had no life modifiers on the passive skill tree. 60 strength is 120 maximum life.
There is very, very, very few nodes on the tree that gives increased life, by the way. There's a couple, but that's it. On the entire tree.
So by removing the added life from gear and strength, we end up with 276 life. Now, we know that in PoE 1, each character has the same amount of starting base life and mana, which is then added to any of those stats that they gain from their attributes, and they also gain an amount of flat life and mana per level up. So a level 20 character would have 19 instances of life gained from leveling up, and with that information, from 276 life, we can arrive at the base starting life of 48, with 12 life gained per level for every class, which would mean that with a warrior's 15 starting strength factored in, they'd start with 78 life in total. Okay, what about mana? I had 167 mana on a level 20 character. I also had 7 intelligence, and we know that each intelligence point grants 2 maximum mana. My gear had a total of plus 43 to maximum mana, and I had no mana modifiers on the passive skill tree. 7 intelligence is 14 maximum mana, so by removing the added mana from gear and intelligence, we end up with 110 mana. And from there we can arrive at a base starting mana of 34, with 4 mana gained per level for every class. Which would mean that with a warrior's 7 starting intelligence factored in, they'd start with 48 mana in total. Now, mana also has a base percentage of regeneration, which is 1.8% in PoE 1, but it appears to be significantly higher in PoE 2. With my 167 mana, I had 8.2 mana regenerated per second, and I only had one modifier to mana regeneration, which was this one on my amulet, 23% increased mana regeneration rate, which means that the base regeneration rate for mana in PoE 2 is 4%. I would guess that this is higher because modifiers that add to the base regeneration rate will be either extremely rare or possibly even non-existent. And it may be the case that modifiers that increase...
So I just want to point out with this video, like, I like this a lot. I know a lot of you guys watching here live on Twitch right now on YouTube like this because we all love spreadsheets in PoE. For anyone that's new to PoE coming in watching this that might not like this type of information, trust me, you're gonna learn. Okay, you're gonna learn to love this. PoE is a lot about numbers. Like, if you really want to deep dive and learn all the intricate mechanics and everything, Stuff like this is very, very, very interesting and fun to learn, because it also weaves into how you can design your character when it comes to min-maxing and optimizing your characters.
Increased mana regeneration rate, like the one on the amulet, are scarcer or generally have lower modifier values. Okay, lastly, we have Energy Shield, from which we can obtain the base Energy Shield recharge rate. I had 30 Energy Shield in total on my character, all coming from gear, and I had no modifiers anywhere on my gear or on the passive skill tree that interacts with Energy Shield recharge rate. I had 3.8 Energy Shield recharge per second, which would calculate to a base Energy Shield recharge rate of 12.5% per second. On this one, we're able to do a bit of a cross.
That is nothing. Yo, he said that in the bottom, you guys can't see it because of my overlay there. PoE 1 base recharge is 33.3%. Very interesting. Like, they're gutting that down.
Cross-check with the character sheet shown in Ziggy D's video. Now, I don't know if Ziggy D had any modifiers to Energy Shield recharge rate, but his shown recharge of 3.6 per second with 29 total ES would also come out at 12.5%. Ziggy D's footage is also more recent than mine, as his was from his playtime while he was at the GGG offices for the livestream reveal. Now, I will mention here at the end of this video that all of the stats shown here could change prior to the early access launch, or even during early access, as balance changes are likely to be made frequently. But hopefully this was useful for info on some of those base stats. I think the base mana regen rate and base ES recharge rate are the most interesting. Thanks for watching this video, and as always, stay tuned and stay safe.
Thanks so much, Dreamcore, for the video. Appreciate that very much. Let me link it in the Twitch and YouTube chat here real quick. Again, leave a comment to help boost the algorithm. Give him some love, boys. This information is so good. Like, really, really good to use when it comes to min-maxing and designing your characters. Like, the fact that the ES recharge is only 12.5%, like, it's 33.3 in PoE 1. That's a massive difference. So what the ES recharge does, for those of you unaware, is that if you have energy shield, let's say you have 1,000 energy shield, and you go down to 500 energy shield, and then you don't take damage, because you don't, unless you have regens or leech mechanic to it, you have to take 0 damage on your energy shield for the next 4 seconds. After that, your ES recharge begins. And the ES recharge is telling you how much per second you're going to get during that window, and it will be interrupted if you take any damage to it. So in the example of 1,000 energy shield, and you go down to 500, after 4 seconds, you're going to start recharging your energy shield, which in this case would be 125 energy shield per second. So it will take you, 3-4 seconds to get yourself max energy shield again. It's quite interesting to see this, because it's very different. In PoE 1, that would be, 1.5 seconds for that to bump right up real fast. So the ES recharge in PoE 1 is extremely fast, whereas in PoE 2, it's much, much slower. What else did I miss here to start? My fiance came in earlier here in the start, was it? It was the spirit part. This is for the buffs, auras, if you will, and minions, of course. And there are ways to increase your spirit through, like, Scepter. There's reservation stuffs, for example, for minions, Lord of the Necromancer, Lord of the Dark or something. Lord of Darkness. I think the note is called, on the skill tree, that will help mitigate how much reservation on the resource of spirit you're going to have when you're doing that, which is available on the skill tree. For example, you can get +2 maximum spirit, either from permanent buffs from killing certain bosses in the campaign, as well as in on your gear, like scepters, for example. I like this type of information because it gives us the baseline mechanics of how things work, so that we can utilize that information when we design builds, or if you want to min-max your character. So understanding these things is quite important for min-max purposes. However, if you are a newer player to the game, you don't have to know these things. If you're following a build guide, you go for it. You can just wing it and have fun. This is more of a thing that's kind of the kind of information we would like when it comes to min-maxing things and optimizing the build to go from, this is 80% min-max to I've done everything I possibly can to make sure this is as optimal as I can make it. Then that's the part where you would like to understand these mechanics. Again, a big shout out to Dreamcore for this video. It's solid. I haven't seen anyone else do this.
Hey there, consider this.
Hey guys, Gassy TV here with another Path of Exile 2 video, and today I'm going to tackle the Warrior and its 2 ascendancy choices coming in early access. Now, do keep in mind that the game will be receiving a ton of more content during early access, and once the game launches, each class will have 3 ascendancy choices. However, in the early access, when we start it, we're only going to have 2 choices. The Warrior brings us the Titan and the Warbringer, and they're very different. Now, based on the reveal footage and the playtest that I've done myself of the game, the Warrior class itself is designed to be a pretty chunky, slower hitting class, and it compensates the lower speed with significantly harder hitting abilities and defensive layers or choices. It's only fair to point out, though, that out of all of the classes in the game that I've spent time on with the playtests, the Warrior is the one I've spent the least time playing. However, I felt it would be unfair to tackle all the other ascendancy choices here on YouTube and then ignore the Warrior, so I'm going to give you guys my personal best take on the choices and experiences that I've gathered, or based of those rather. Whoa, 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 whoa. A lot of you guys watching this video are not even subscribed yet. As every YouTuber, hit those buttons, one being the Titan, focusing heavily on heavy stuns. Besides that, the emphasis on stunning enemies, then taking advantage of the targets being stunned, the revealed nodes also dive into slams and the crushed mechanic, which in PoE 1 makes enemies have a lower physical damage mitigation. I believe it's 15%. Let's check out the ascendancy nodes. Starting with the first comment of there's a lot of nodes here, and most of them, we have no idea what they're doing. There are 3 nodes revealed, similar to what we saw on the Ranger, for example. However, for the Titan, the first node is a 2-point connector on the left north side, and it's called the Earthbreaker. There's a 20% chance for any of your slam skills that you use yourself, not from a totem, to cause aftershocks, which is simply them echoing itself, doing more damage after the fact of it hitting. The other node is also a 2-point connector on the southern part of the ascendancy tree called Crushing Impact, and this makes all of your hits are crushing blows. Now, we don't know if this is going to change in PoE 2, but the crushed mechanics in PoE 1 is, like I mentioned earlier, lowering physical damage mitigation, and I believe that's 15% in PoE 1, but again, we don't know how this will be in PoE 2. Third node is a connecting node to the crushing blow called Surprising Strength. So 40% more damage against heavy stunned enemies. Like I mentioned earlier, again, it felt like a lot of the Titan is mostly about slam attacks, crushing them to lower their armor, and then just focus on stunning the enemies based of these nodes that we've seen. This might not be the only focus this ascendancy have, but as of now, that's what we're seeing. So stunning enemies is very important. You're able to build up that stun threshold, get the enemies locked down, and then smack them to smithereens. And that seems to be the general gameplay of the Titan itself. It's a little bit slower gameplay pacing with hard-hitting big abilities and then stun locking essentially your enemies as best you can. And that seems to be the focus for this class. The Warrior's second choice, though, is the Warbringer, which seemingly has a heavier focus on war cries for buffing or debuffing enemies, as well as ancestral powers, such as melee totems. Now, raw damage output, rather than the Titan's focus on stunning their targets, seems to be the focus for this type of ascendancy, allowing people that want to play the Warrior fantasy to choose between the more chunky, slower-paced, onga-bunga, big-hit, slamming Titan, and versus a more fighter-like, warcry, buffing, debuffing, systematic playstyle of the Warbringer. But let's dive into the ascendancy nodes. First up, we have Answered Call. This grants you the skill Ancestral Spirits, which in the revealed footage actually just showed you a monkey. And yeah, the problem with the monkey is that it literally got summoned. It went like this, and then it just ran off to a fucking tree and disappeared. This was on the list to fix before the reveal, according to Jonathan in the interview me and Darth Microtransaction did during our Tavern Talk podcast, where we invited Jonathan Rogers to talk about this. And one of the burning questions we had was, what the hell does the monkey actually do? And the answer was very vague. It's supposed to do something, not run away, though. So what it does, we have no idea. However, what this ascendancy node is doing is giving us ancestral spirits being triggered when you summon a totem. And that's the interesting part here, because what that means is that we're supposed to somehow have some sort of buff, debuff, or some combat efficiency from summoning a spirit, which they totally didn't steal from the Spiritborn class in D4. and then having that trigger every time you summon a totem. And this is why I feel like this class seems to have a more of an emphasis on the different type of melee totems, which looks fantastic, by the way. We saw a totem using Sunder at one point, which looked amazing. We're going to move on to the next node to not make this video too long. The next one is called Jade Heritage. This grants you the skill Encasing Jade. Gain a stack of Jade every second. So this one we talked about a little bit during the interview with Jonathan as well. So this is a single 2-point connecting node with no follow-up. And it basically allows you to, instead of dodge rolling away from an enemy attacks, you can actually encase yourself in Jade, becoming immobile for as long as you hold down this button and basically take no damage. And you can then utilize that instead of a dodge roll to dodge enemy attacks. However, this will also be able to help you sustain and mitigate AoE attacks, which the base version of the dodge roll does not make you avoid the damage of. Not a really big fan of spending 2 ascendancy points to allow you to have a panic button, but, you know, to each their own. I wasn't super excited about this, but I will say that I was more excited about the Warbringer than I am of the Titan. Third node, though, Warcaller's Bellow. Corpses in your presence explode when you Warcry. Not a % chance, not a chance to have 1 or 2 corpses exploding. No. All corpses in your presence will 100% explode when you Warcry, dealing 25% of their life as physical damage. This is one of those clear speed emphasizing or helping nodes or powers where you kill a bunch of enemies. There might be a rare still in the mix. You pop a Warcry, and these monsters that's laying dead around you will now explode to deal significant, massive amounts of damage. This can also be used versus bosses that spawns ads, for example, by killing the ads and then popping a Warcry when the boss is near the corpses. Actually, a rather interesting node, but due to the lack of information of how the endgame will feel when it comes to clear speed, of how we're actually going to be engaging with that, we don't really know if a Warcry on a corpse or utilizing corpses to help clear speed is going to be an effective route to play, but based on the nodes information and the information we have so far, it does look very interesting. Last but definitely not least, is called Great Wolf's Howl. This allows you to ignore Warcry cooldowns. And this is a very interesting node, especially because of the Warcaller's Bellow and how this Ascendancy class seemed to focus a bit more on generating debuffs or buffs through Warcries and then just smacking enemies to smithereens, as I mentioned before, but in a very different way compared to the Titan. It's going to be very cool to see what people come up with when it comes to builds for the Warbringer. Like I said before, I will be playing every class in the game, including the Warrior, but I will probably play the Warrior last. This is not really within my fantasy enjoyments, and the Warrior was the class I played the least, but I will say that the Warbringer definitely seems to be the more interesting one, according to me. If you agree with me or disagree, let me know in the comments below. And if you found yourself enjoying this type of content, I would very much appreciate it if you hit the like button, subscribe for more content. It helps the channel out tremendously. And again, leave that comment down below what you think, if you agree with me or not, that the Warbringer seems to be way more fun to play than the Titan. I might be wrong. There are people out there that might like the Onga Bonga Slam stuff.
A relic of the old world. Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one chance.
Welcome back, you filthy exiles. So I didn't get a video out yesterday because I needed time to put this one together. But anyway, as everyone might know, I like the warrior class. It's, as far as I'm concerned, the best class subjectively. And you know what? I like shield skills. Now, if you followed any of my content in the past, I used to play a lot of Shield Crush in Path of Exile 1. In fact, the last League I League started with that. And you know what? Shield Wall and Resonating Shield are ridiculously awesome looking skills, and we're going to start with that because why not? And if anyone didn't know, shield skills are incredibly unique because they scale based on a base damage stat and also armor on the shield. And there happens to be 2 nodes that I can see so far on the PO, or on the I've got to stop saying POB, on the new Atlas passive tree or passive tree, which actually buff up shield skills, so it's back in. Now, I don't have a POB or anything like that. It just doesn't exist yet. It's Path of Exile 2, right? Game hasn't dropped yet. This is a theory crafting session, a bit of a build idea, not a guide. This is just something to go by that you could potentially use to compile your ideas. I don't know what the final form of the build's going to be, but what are we going to talk about today? So we're going to talk about the mechanics that we need to consider for this build and the interactions. The second thing we're going to cover off on will be the sequencing of the actual skills. So I have had enough time to figure out the sequencing, but I don't know what the support gems are going to be just yet, because that's a by feel sort of thing. Next, we're going to talk about the ascendancy and some of the nuances with the ascendancy. In this case, it's going to be Titan, and we already know basically what all the points are going to be. By the way, probably not going to take the rucksack if I can avoid it, but it may be a travel point, so I'm not sure yet. And lastly, we're going to go through all the keystones or the notables on the passive tree that we should be aware of to basically get an idea of how to build this. Oh, and by the way, if you're not subbed to the channel, make sure you sub to the channel. The button's down below, and there's plenty more videos. I think I've got like 8 more videos to come out, so that's 1 video a day, I'm pretty sure. And I've mapped out the big league start, or not league start, sorry, but the big new player video for people coming from like Diablo or whatever other game you're coming from, or maybe you have never played an ARPG. It's going to step through all the things that you should be aware of that existed in the previous game and the form they'll take in the current game, and also break down some of the indexed language that we use in Path of Exile 2. So when you're watching videos, you've got a bit of an idea of what things like map juicing stands for. Anyway, like and sub to the channel. Let's get into the video.
Skunk really got her.
Yep.
You know your Chromebook Plus can give that a little zhuzh.
Okay, so the first thing that I obviously thought of is the direction we're probably going to take this build will be in a physical damage, pardon me, armor breaking mode, right? So mechanically, there are 5 things we need to consider with the build. Number 1 is armor breaking to increase physical damage. While we don't know the feel of this stat, basically the idea behind armor break is going to be you need a skill to be able to inflict damage onto the enemy, or start that process of, and you don't want to be sit there wailing on an enemy for 10 years because, you know, they've got armor up. So basically we need to focus on how we're going to get armor break into the build. The next thing we need to think about, and this is basically synergistic with the ascendancy being the Titan, is stun. So we need to focus on stun build up. So how do we get stun build up into this build? This is something, again, we're just going to have to play with, but we do need it to maximize damage. And when we talk about the notables, there are definitely notables that synergize with stun on the tree, and we'll talk about those very shortly. Accuracy. So for anyone who didn't know, things like Hammer of the Gods have 100% accuracy, right? When it says hits cannot be evaded. However, all other skills generally need to stack accuracy. At least that's my understanding. If the mechanic's consistent to Path of Exile 1, then basically, yeah, you'll need to stack accuracy. Now, if you don't stack maximum accuracy to 100%, it means that there's a probability that enemies can evade your hits, and that means that you're not going to do as much damage. And in some instances in the past, in PoE 1, for example, this could be millions of DPS, though we don't expect those numbers to be commensurate with Path of Exile 2. Accuracy is definitely something that you need to keep in mind. The next thing is maximizing armor, and there are a lot of nodes on the tree that synergize with armor stacking. In particular, one that comes to mind is Fortified Leech, which I really think is cool. This actually would mean you don't need to focus on Leech, you just need to trigger Leech, and then you get 40% increased armor, which is a nice little sweetener. Now, it makes sense to stack armor on this build because we need an extremely high armor shield to be able to basically synergize up and get our shield skills working. So armor is going to be pretty paramount, and on top of that, armor is also going to provide some fantastic levels of defense for your character as an overall. Lastly, maximizing block. Now, we have seen active block in this game, but normal, standard, like everyday Joe Blow block still exists, which caps out at 75%. What I don't know yet, and it doesn't really talk about it, is whether or not it's deemed to be spell block and attack block, or if it's compiled into just block, right? Now, nodes that synergize with this really well are things like Glancing Blows, though there's a downside with Glancing Blows, which is you take 50% of the block damage. Now, that could be good or bad. I always called it true block, was where you capped out 75% block without having to worry about Glancing Blows where you still take damage. And true block is basically the target at the end of the day, because it means that every 1 in 4 hits, you are totally blocking it on a probability standpoint. And with the ability to put up your shield and have an active blocking skill, which is raise shield, this is going to make your character incredibly tanky. So another thing to consider is also the use of glancing blows, as I was just saying. So there's actually a node on the tree called made to last, which basically allows you to defer damage inbound, or basically converts damage taken to regenerate back as life for your character. This is actually very similar to a skill that was on the Juggernaut Ascendancy in Path of Exile 1, or an Ascendancy point on the Jug Ascendancy, but now it's built into the tree, which is really good. That basically means that if you glance a blow and you mitigate physical damage, that physical damage would be recovered when you get hit on that glancing blow. If you're getting glanced by physical damage, that is not elemental. And what that basically means is when you get hit with glancing blow, you would regenerate your life back based on a percentage of that damage taken, or that should have been taken. So that could be a really useful mechanic to have automatic regeneration based on glancing blows. Alternatively, straight block might just be better, but we're going to have to test this to find out. Now, precursor knowledge here, glancing blows used to be 50% in Path of Exile 1, but they found it was too OP, and they raised it to 65%, which seems like a really arbitrary number. Now, the next stat that we want to keep in mind is also one that comes from the Earthquake skill called Jagged Ground. So basically, you hit the ground, it applies Jagged Ground, which gets unsteady for the enemies, and that allows you to inflict more damage onto the enemy. This could be a really good stat to be able to do additional damage, really good clear, or a single target damage ability. I don't know yet, so we're going to have to figure that out. The next thing is overcapping and or increased maximum resistance capping on the warrior class and the ascendancy for the Titan. So there are already keystones, or not keystones, sorry, notables on the passive tree that allow you to do this, to convert all your damage to fire damage, or a percentage of it, and then overcap your fire damage resistance by, you know, +2 for every 40% of your overcapped resistance is met for your fire resistance, right? This would mean if you had, you know, 75 is your resistance for fire, you tack 40% on top of that, and then your resistance total cap will go from 75 to 77, which means that's less fire damage you take as an overall, which means you can fully mitigate fire damage, or, you know, to a 1 in 10th chance if you can push that high enough to 90%. Now, there's probably going to be ways similar to Path of Exile 1 where you could spread that damage out over your other resistances and things like that, but these are things that we're going to have to figure out, and definitely a mechanic worth looking into. Life regeneration, we need to understand more about life regeneration. I believe there's nodes on the tree for this, but I'm still working through a lot of the sort of leaked POV stuff and things like that, or sorry, not POV stuff, but leaked passive tree stuff to figure that out. We also need unwavering stance on the build. The reason why we want to use unwavering stance is because when we're going through enemies, there's a chance that you get stunned. Unwavering stance is going to mitigate that to an acceptably low level, which means you're not going to get stopped in your tracks when you're like getting bogged down by a ton of enemies all around you in every direction. The other thing that I really want to look at using is Bulwark, which basically gives you increased flat damage reduction, but at the expense of losing dodge in your dodge roll, right? And the big advantage of that is you dodge roll in and you can face tank damage. Now, if we've got enough armor and enough stats that attribute to regeneration and armor in the combination with a shield with max, and the big advantage bogged down by a ton of enemies all around you in every direction. The other Now, if we've got enough armor and enough stats that attribute to regeneration and armor in the combination with a shield with max block, if we can get it there, then theoretically, this should be a fantastic way of mitigating damage off of big hits, right? Or hits that borderline could kill you. And you know what? We're going to be a much slower character anyway. So what's the point of dodging stuff when your face can just take the blow and walk away without, you know, too much damage at the end of the day? The other thing that I really want to use, and I mentioned already, is Fortified Blood. And this is Fortified Leech. So basically, we just need 1 point in any single small node for Leech to be able to trigger Leech, theoretically. So far, I've only managed to map out a sequence of 6 skills that make sense to me. The first being we would engage the enemy with Shield Charge, right? We have a 100% block chance when you go and you Shield Charge into an enemy, which is really useful as an engage skill. Secondly, you drop your War Cry. This is going to boon enemies. It's also going to knock them back after you Shield Charge into them, and it's going to also inflict some damage, and that'll start off the series of next attacks. Then we're going to land Earthquake. This is to try and apply Jagged Ground to the enemies as well, and shake them up a bit. We probably also want to include some sort of armor break or something to stagger and increase stun from this. Then we're going to hit shield wall. This is going to raise up our earth bent shield wall out of the ground. We need that to be able to do the next series of attack. Then we're going to slam them with resonating shield, break the shield wall and send the shrapnel at the enemy. And then we're going to finish off with Hammer of the Gods if we're versing a boss as the last sort of level in the sequence. I don't know yet if I want to play Giant's Blood and have like two-handed melee weapons on a weapon switch to be able to do this, which would also mean on the POB, or sorry, the pathing tree, we would need to have a weapon switch out of, for example, one-handed damage or two-handed damage into like dual-wield damage or something of that nature. So that's something that I might have to look at as well. But this is my basic understanding of the skills. Now, obviously, we don't have any aura skills in here or anything like that yet, or buff skills they're now called, but this is my idea. I don't know what support gems to use just yet. That's going to be something that I'm going to have to figure out based on feel alone at this stage. We haven't played the game and we haven't got it yet, so that's going to be we're going to have to wig it sort of thing.
Control and domination, that's the goal of all power systems.
Okay, and finally, there was a bunch of notable passives that I went through today that could be really useful for this build. I don't entirely know what they're going to take the form of yet or how they feel. We're going to have to figure that out. But anyway, these are ones to look out for in the warrior area of the tree. The first one being Bulwark. So obviously this is going to give us loss to dodge roll, but we get 30% less damage from hits while dodge rolling, right? So that's going to allow us to essentially like roll into the damage and just, you know, roll on, basically. A 1% block. This is really interesting. They make the comment it's block that is also going to hit very hard. If the cap is 75%,
What's up, exiles? Welcome to my video. Today I'm gonna talk about warrior, mainly Titan, my plans and thoughts and theory crafting, a bit of a Titan build for early access for the launch. And just to talk about some mechanics for this class. Now, as you can see on the screen, a rolling slam, this is the ability where you can basically direct the attack whichever you want, which is very amazing, very cool. Now, bear in mind, this information, nothing is really confirmed. It's just all from gameplay and whatnot. So some things could be different, what I'm about to talk about today. So bear that in mind. Another cool mechanic for a warrior here is if you create, it's called volcanic fissure, which you see on the screen right now. These flame waves, basically, once you trigger them and then use another slam ability, so you can just, basically they just activate again. I find it pretty cool. Now, as a showcase here, there is something called a seismic cry. This one will basically double your slam. So here's a stampede showcase and it just procs twice, which is insane amount of damage on the boss. As you can see in the right upper corner of the bar, HP bar, it shows you how much damage it does. So I find it's very, very cool. So I'm not gonna pick the stampede for my build though, but more about it later. Now there is also another thing now, which is a new thing for PoE 2. There's active blocking here. This applies to both like physical and spell attacks because they are the same right now and in PoE 2. But you gotta be careful about this bar though next to your HP, because once it fills all the way, once you block. For the starter, what I picked or what I would want to go, if there is no access to Sunder, is Earthquake, which creates a jagged ground, and this will be procced, I think, Earth Shatter first and then Earthquake, because Earth Shatter creates spikes that you can basically shatter with any other slam, which would be Earthquake in our case. So I think that could be pretty good interaction. There is also another, this could be good for AoE as well. There's another shatter called Bone Shatter, but I'm not really sure about that one. From the footage I've seen, I'm not really a big fan of this ability, but this one does not have a stun build-up. But if enemies are primed for a heavy stun, if enemies are primed for a stun, which is a little glow on the targets. I'm not sure if I have a footage here, but I cannot.
Get fast, effective relief of your cough, cold, and flu symptoms.
Hello Exiles, and today I'm going to be giving you a rundown of the new interview that has just happened with Zizaran and Jonathan Rogers, which I'm going to run through. There has been quite a lot discussed, so I will go through that in a second. Before we get there, this weekend I am going to be streaming all weekend on Twitch, so if you want to come and join me, there is my Twitch handle, my link. Thing that he wanted to discuss and was discussed was regards to tabs. Now he did ask what's going to happen to all of the tabs that we currently have that are related to League content that is not going to be in Path of Exile 2 on launch. And basically Jonathan stated that they will stay, they will not be moving over to Path of Exile 2. They will stay as their actual tab. So for example, if we just pick the Blight tab, for example, he did say that you will not get a tab for that specific tab, because he has plans in the future to be able to bring that content back. So that means that in essence, he did kind of confirm that Blight will be returning at some point in the future. As and when, we have no idea. They may also need to rework the reward system because the oil system has now been changed and it's now all based around the distilled emotions. So there is potentially a complete rework of Blight that potentially will be coming in the future. Next thing he discussed was target dummies. He did mention that he's not opposed to the idea. He said, but the main thing that he was concerned about it was, what do you do? Do you add armor to the dummy? Can you add resists to the dummy? That would then create an entire new UI that they would have to build. And at the end of the day, Zizaran said no, just a base dummy that literally has no resist, no armor, we would be happy with. Jonathan did go on to state that he would not be opposed to that and he would be more than happy to add that in, but just not at the moment. They then carried on to discuss about bosses, and he said that you are not able to portal out of a boss fight. You are literally banned from portaling out of a boss fight. He also said that you cannot swap gear in the middle of a boss fight. Now, most people may not have noticed this, but on some builds, people have been known to swap gear mid-fight. You are now not allowed to do that, so you cannot cheese the boss fight. However, he did then go on to say that if you do go into a boss fight, let's say you're in hardcore mode and it is a little bit difficult, then you are able to log out and go back to checkpoint and just not enter the boss arena. But he did say that if you do Alt F4, it will literally remove you, and then when you log back in again, it will put you back at the exact same position in the middle of the boss room. That is to ensure that nobody can basically cheese a fight. But if you are struggling to do the fight, you can literally just click log out and log out to restart at checkpoint. Now, one of the biggest takeaways and one of the massive things that he did say is that they have now added in what's called a instance pause, which is based on lag. He said that if your instance hits 100 milliseconds, the entire instance will automatically pause for you, which is massive for hardcore players, because if you lose internet, it's pretty much a death sentence. But it's also a good thing for softcore, because if you gain any form of lag, internet latency issues, then your game will pause and you shouldn't die, which is always going to be a good thing. He did then go on to talk about separate names and the fact that the naming system is very similar to how it is in PoE 1, and that you cannot have the same user having the same name. So basically, if you want to have a specific name, then you are going to have to be the first to get it. So be quick in typing those names in. Next thing was discussed was overriding runes. Now, he said currently there is no way to override runes, but again, he said he is not opposed to discussing it, and that he wanted to have a discussion with Rishi and Mark to see whether they would be happy to change it. And Zizaran brought up a very good point, mentioning that imagine you see the best item on the trade site, however, there is runes that are socketed in it, which are absolutely garbage. You basically just ruin the entire item, which is a very good point. So he stated that runes are very strong early campaign, When you get to late game, end game, runes are possibly not that strong, and that you are more going to be focused on trying to get soul cores, and as they are connected to a lot of player power. And he stated that there are also some very strong divine style rare soul cores which you will be looking for to try and get on your gear. The next thing he does discuss is mana leech. He does say that on mana leech there is only available for attacks, and that they have removed mana leech for spells. So if you are wanting to try and build a build for mana leech on spells, then unfortunately it is dead. Unlucky. They then go on to discuss crit, and he does say that is it more of a reliance within Path of Exile 2 to try and get to 100% crit, and Jonathan disagreed and said no, because the trade-off you are sacrificing to try and get to 100% crit, you are going to be sacrificing too much, and it's not necessarily needed. Which kind of makes me think that you are not going to need that much damage when it comes to PoE 2 to be able to do a substantial amount of damage, and you're not going to have to get to 100% crit, which then does make me think that if you do get to 100% crit, then you are going to be doing a lot of damage. But it's a bit of swings and roundabouts. You either go for 100% crit and you're going to be really, really squishy, or you go for medium amounts of crit and you could be quite tanky. That is entirely your decision. He very briefly touched on rare items, and tier 5 rare items he said are rarer than hen's teeth. I have never heard that term before, but I'm going to assume that they are very, very, very rare, and you may potentially need to add a bit of rarity maybe onto your gear to try and get that. That is going to be the chase items, is trying to get some tier 5 rare items, because they're the ones that have got the best rolls. He did also mention that there are some tier rolls that just won't roll on these items based on the actual tier of the item, which is really, really good, and it'll exclude an entire mod pool, which is pretty amazing. They very briefly touched on crit mechanics in terms of bosses, and he said that they are looking to potentially doing it so that crit boss mechanics are based on per projectile, or that's how it should work, but he was going to discuss it with Mark because he wasn't quite sure on how it works in terms of does each projectile roll the dice on whether it's going to be a crit or not. He just did not know. So with that element, basically, potentially there could be crit mechanics based on the bosses. We just won't know until we get into the game and until we get a bit more in-depth playtime in early access. The next one is they discussed support bots / aura bots, and he stated that their potentially aura bots are going to be dead in terms of Path of Exile 2. He said you will not have a character that will literally just be reserving all of their mana, running around doing nothing. You will either have them supporting you in some way by removing armor, debuffing the monsters, maybe freezing time like a chronomancer. You'll actually be having to actively do something to help the other player. So you're not going to literally just be running around buffing them all the time and doing nothing. He then went on to discuss map mods and stated that they do not affect the loot from the map. Similar to how an 8 mod map would influence the juice in PoE 1, he did state that in PoE 2, the modifiers don't affect the drops. He said, and he was quite certain on that, and he said that it's going to be quite fun to see what people roll on maps to try and get them, because there is 3 positive and 3 negative mods. It's a bit of a swings and roundabouts situation. You're going to have to see what mod you get, but it doesn't matter how many mods you get. He seemed to say that it doesn't affect the loot from the drops. They discussed ascendancy in terms of special skills. So I did a video recently where they stated that obviously your infernal skill for the infernal hound for the infernalist, and any skill that is based to an ascendancy you can then support. What they then queried was, does that necessarily join you on your skill screen as a 5-socketed item? And Jonathan basically states no. Skill will level up based on what level you are, and it will gain more sockets as you level up, and he believes that once you hit 80 and above you will then get 5 sockets, and it's more based on character level and progression. They went on to confirm that low life has now gone back to 35%, back to how it used to be. Basically there were some changes that made that it was at 50%, but now it's gone back to 35%, so that is obviously implemented for Path of Exile 2. He was asked whether we're going to see ascendancies shown before the launch, and he basically was unsure and said that he didn't seem opposed to it, but he would need to discuss it with the community. Zizaran literally did a poll while they were in the interview, and 77% wanted to see the ascendancies before early access launch. So let's just hope that we get to see that before early access. He then went on to discuss towers and stated that all of the towers, you can only use them once. So you can only use 1 tablet per tower, and that is basically it. So you want to try and make sure that you juice the tablet as much as possible, because once you've used it, that tower is then redundant. He then touched on servers, and he said that he is not confident in terms of the servers and whether they're going to survive, but he said that they have set out for 1 million server instance capacities because he feels that they are not going to exceed that. However, he does know that they have spoke to the cloud partners for servers, and if it does exceed 1 million, then there are obviously contingencies in place to be able to extend that, to make sure that they do have enough numbers to be able to play effectively without any issues. He was asked about ExileCon, and he stated that they did actually originally intend to have an ExileCon next year for 2025. However, with the fact that they're going to be focusing so much on trying to get 1.0 finished, and ExileCon is a hell of a lot of work with organizing the place, making sure that everything's ready, doing the whole keynote speech, making sure that they have all the technology and all of the information, and even all of the set design and everything that's required. He said it's just too much to try and organize.
Cliff Bar delivers protein.
We make Acolyte of Chayula looks insanely strong in terms of defense. Or to your energy shield, you are going to reserve the darkness that is responsible for increasing your chaos damage in the first place every time you're taking damage for 10 seconds. So the idea behind this has to be that all of your damage goes to or energy shield so that you can always profit off of a full darkness bar that is going to give you the most extra chaos damage.
Yo, and we have, you know, CI, like there's something really really interesting going on here. I know I said CI, and there's probably one or two people watching this video that have gotten here and like, what the heck is CI? Well, CI is a skill in Path of Exile. One or two people watching this video that have gotten here and like, what the heck is CI? Well, CI is a skill in Path of Exile, and it's another very interesting skill that ties really well into the high
at the same time as trying to do the 1.0 release. He did state that if they had infinite resources, then yes, he would have done it next year, and it would have been the perfect marketing opportunity to have an ExileCon right before the 1.0 release, but he said it's just too much work. They then go on to discuss the fact that the one death boss fights are implemented for the entire game. So basically, if you walk into the pinnacle boss at the end of the end game and he then hits you with one shot and you die, then you are going to have to then farm up those keys again to be able to get back to the pinnacle boss again. There is no 6 portals. It is a case that if you die, that is it. It is done. And that is across all of the pinnacle bosses across the game and pretty much all of the maps as well. And finally, the last point is that we asked about preload. Are we going to be able to have a preload for the 112 gig early access? And he stated that the only issues that he had with it was data mining. And that is the only reason why he's held off giving it away, because he knows that people are going to be data mining it. However, he said he needs to discuss it because he knows that people will need to download it and people's internet, and people don't usually have the best internet. So he is conscious of that, and he is going to discuss it with the team and decide what he wants to do for preloading. So to answer the question of preload, pre-download, we don't know. And that is basically it in terms of the 21. I'm now going to run through the 4 bonus points, which he did run through. So he did munch on to say that there is a new mode in the settings menu. So people usually use lockstep and predictive in game, which obviously helps with freeze and lag and all that type of stuff. He did say that there is a new mode called hybrid, which is in the middle of lockstep and predictive, but it still does freeze your game if there is any issue server side, but he said it is a hell of a lot better. He very briefly touched on the fact that there is no orb of regrets and everything is based on gold. I already knew this, but it was good to obviously have a confirmation of that. So there is no orb of regrets, and everything in terms of respecking your tree is based on gold. He also mentioned that player rarity is multiplicative with the map rarity. He said as it is in PoE 1, and finally guild tabs are not being ported over. So as we know, guilds are not obviously being transferred from PoE 1 to PoE 2. He did say that all of the tabs are in the same boat. So if you are currently in a guild and you have bought multiple guild tabs, then you will need to buy them again until they have transferred everything across from PoE 1. How long is that going to take? I have no idea. That is based on how long they have got to do and how much of a big of a job it is to transfer everything across. And that is basically it, guys. I've tried to do it as quickly as I can because there was a lot of information, and I've tried to condense it in as much detail as possible just so that you could understand what has been discussed. Other than that, guys, if you are still here, thank you for watching, and until the next video, keep an eye out over the next couple of days because I am going to be posting some more videos for juicing your waste.
More area, break 25% increased armor, more area. It's a lot of area. This is warrior start, big ol' armor nodes, attack speed with some dex randomly. That's kind of neat. Gonna be a new PoE 2. 100% there will be a. So these nodes, this is attack speed. This is just global damage with one-handed weapons. So it's all damage types. That's good. More armor nodes. That's a big amount of percent armor. I think armor, evasion, and ES are going to be very dogshit stats. Increased stun build makes it easier for you to apply stun to your targets. Damn.
Hello, this is One Mana Left, and we are like 5.5 days from the Path of Exile 2 early access launch, and we've been getting slowly trickled some information. People are starting to put together like borderline functional trees. We've got a skill planner site now. These are very crude tools. They're not, you know, complete. As much of the weird, like, you know, hit scaling that scales the hit but not the ailment. Archmage has some problems because it's a very pass-fail build on does it even work or not. And there are questions we need to have answered on how to solve certain problems that with the information we have, it'd be hard to go in planning for that. So I will probably do Archmage as my second build with more information. The other build centered around a skill called Hammer of the Gods. So there's been some changes mechanically in PoE 2 that I think make this playstyle very good with a really big ignite. It sounds simple, But if you go into Path of Exile 1, Ignite works roughly the same way. The bigger the hit, the bigger the Ignite. There's a couple changes in PoE 2 that make this more appealing toward a really big hit skill. The first is now it benefits from pretty much all damage that's fire, but it doesn't do as much of the weird, like, you know, hit scaling that scales the hit but not the ailment, or like crit multi doesn't work. There's all these weird calculation rules in PoE 1 that have really just neutered Ignite, and a lot of those rules are gone for PoE 2, and they tried to simplify it down to just like, how big was the hit? Okay, that's how big the Ignite was. It's 25% of the hit per second. So, in a sense, it's just more damage based off that hit. The other thing is, the chance to Ignite is based off of the size of the hit. Now, there's sources of Ignite chance all over the tree if you go into the fire areas. But basically how it works is it rolls how big was the fire damage hit, and what's this monster's ailment threshold. And based off the ratio of those two things, what was our Ignite chance? Take that chance multiplied by your percent increase chance, and then roll that. And I could go into the math, but it should, even on bosses, on a really big Hammer of the Gods, get 100% Ignite. But another thing that makes this really OP is the fact that in PoE 1, basically every single strong skill, every really hard-hitting single-hit skill, automatically gets slapped on a reduced ailment tag. So, like, I'll give a few examples of this. For example, if I go to Flame Blast, naturally a hard-hitting skill, right? Well, Flame Blast specifically says, let's just, like, max it out, 2120. Specifically says 165% more spell damage for each stage, but only 60% damage with ailments. So they deliberately scale them separately. It's an automatic nerf tied to the skill. What about, you know, other skills that hit really hard? Every hard-hitting PoE 1 skill has an example of this. Like, Vol Flicker Strike does 25 hits that are all hit as a single hit. Naturally, this would be an amazing hit for ailments. Well, no fun allowed. They slap on a 70% less damage with ailments tag. So this is pretty standard for PoE 1. The Ignite is based off the biggest hit, basically. And big hitting skills get penalized for Ignite deliberately. There is no such penalty on Hammer of the Gods. Maybe they'll swoop in at the last second and add this. If they don't, I think Hammer of the Gods Ignite will be doing insane damage. And I'll go over kind of how I'm going to scale some of this. I even did a little bit of math on this. This is a level 11 Hammer of the Gods, because that's what was shown in one of the playthrough videos. So this percent effectiveness would go higher, up to like gem level 20. And with very, very conservative estimates on how much Ignite effect we can get on the tree, like I think I calculated 100% Ignite effect, or maybe 1 or 200% Ignite effect, which I guarantee there's more than that. It made for an effective Ignite that was equal to 27,000% weapon damage. That's before factoring in support gems. So I have a setup right now. The gems are a little TBD. You actually have the ability to link these. So even though we don't have POB yet, I'll maybe link this in the description. But just kind of my placeholder is Hammer of the Gods, Eternal Flame, which is 100% increased Ignite duration because it's a long cooldown skill. The goal of this is to one-shot bosses. And then it's less Ignite chance, but the idea is the initial hit's going to be so hard, it's going to be like well over 100% Ignite, even on bosses. Because bosses in this game have lower ailment thresholds than their full HP pool, unlike rares and stuff. Because they want to be balancing bosses around, like, you know, ailment skills still. So it's actually easier to Ignite a boss than, like, a really tanky rare. But Searing Flame, the description doesn't show here, but Searing Flame is 25% less hit damage and 75% more Ignite damage. Which those should both affect, but it's basically 0.75 times 1.75, which is like 31% more. So 31% more Ignite there. Fist of War, we don't have a description for what the Ancestral boost is, but the way Fist of War works in PoE 1, this is the most no-brainer link ever. I'm guessing it's a little bit weaker in PoE 2, but I would say if it doesn't make sense to use Fist of War with Hammer of the Gods, it literally doesn't make sense to use Fist of War with any other skill in the game. So if this isn't good with Hammer, this is a useless support. So I'm assuming it's good. We'll see. Rage Forged, we'll get to my Rage generation later, but 35% more damage. Weapon Ellie's 25% more. There's other supports. There's Added Fire. There's Hourglass if you really want to one-shot a boss, but it's 50% more damage plus 8-second cooldown. They've changed supports now, so there's a rule that you cannot use the same support gem twice. So you have to be careful about your gem links to only use the same support gem twice. I'll go over that a little more in a little bit. But yeah, the idea is to target a playstyle. We're going into a game that you would think is going to be difficult. And we have endgame fights, endgame bosses, where you only get one death and you're out. So you have to win the first try. So I'm attempting to make a character that's fairly tanky. So I'm probably going to pick Titan, unless Warbringer has some really good nodes that we haven't seen yet. So the idea is just kind of make a thick Titan. And I'm going to use the Titan's Grip Keystone, which allows the use of a shield and a two-handed mace together. I'm probably going to be going into shield scaling, and I'm probably going to get armor and go for Aegis with a little bit of energy shield. I might do some hybrid bases and have like 1k energy shield just for the Aegis, just for, really easy recovery on trash monsters. Because I think just sprinkling in a little bit of energy shield on the life builds, if you have like something like that, just makes sense. But the idea then is a play style where basically rares and uniques don't exist. Because I've done a little preliminary math, and we saw a Zesht 0 fight, and the boss had about 6 million HP. We don't know how much they gain by leveling up to Zesht 4, but based off of a little bit of napkin math, I do believe that Zesht 0, 6 million HP, I do believe I can one-tap. I think I can kill that with one hammer. This is making some fairly conservative estimates on like a 300 average damage weapon. We'll see. But the idea is, how difficult can the game be if there are no rares or uniques? How hard is a Path of Exile game that's only white and magic monsters? Because the second I run into a rare in a map, and the second I run into a unique boss, something's going to happen.
Let's bring the hammer down.
That's going to happen. So, effectively, this playstyle will be there are no bosses and there are no uniques. They get hammered. And then you just need to have clear skills that take care of trash. And that's pretty easy. Like, trash, the disparity in health between a white monster and a unique is like over 100 times. In some cases, it's like 500 times. So, remember, though, we have the rule that you cannot double use support gems. So it's nice to actually pick a clear skill that uses different support gems than your main skill. And it's also really nice. Like in PoE 1, movement skills are really abundant, and you can just like leap slam all over the map, or like frost blink or flame dash, whatever. It's really easy to just get movement through movement skills. In PoE 2, there are very restricted few movement skills. Generally, you're going to be running and using attacks to clear. So I figured that having a clear skill that charges forward as part of the skill, like it's kind of like shield charge, it's movement baked into the skill, and then it does a 3.2 meter impact. I'm going to bake in, if we have Ignite Prolif, I'm going to do that. If we don't, this is out. AoE, but it uses a lot of support gems that you wouldn't use on Hammer, like Momentum. After moving at least 2 meters, you deal 40% more damage. So, since this is kind of like a shield charge skill where you run forward and then do a big AoE, Momentum works on this skill. Same with Stomping Ground. There's another support called Jagged Ground that I might use, otherwise I'll use Close Combat. I'm not sure yet. But the idea is I'm just going to clear with Stampede, and the whole purpose of this skill is to clear white and magic monsters. Anytime I see a big rare, we're bringing the hammer down. Anytime I see a unique boss, we're bringing the hammer down. So I just need to have a like nice quality of life clear skill. I'm also throwing in a supercharged slam here just for cases where hammer's down and I have something with high HP. Like maybe I just one-shot a rare with hammer and then 2 seconds later there's another juiced rare. Supercharged slam is kind of the medium skill here. It's going to be harder hitting than the Stampede, but not as hard hitting as the hammer. So it's just kind of there to like either finish off a boss that's on low HP or just to single target down a rare when hammer's on cooldown. But I'm going to go over some links that are just really broken. Like, I'll go over the most broken one last, but the Warcry setup is going to be really good because if it follows the same as PoE 1, uniques are counted as 20 energy, but there's an energy hierarchy system on rarity of the monsters. It's 20 for a unique, 10 for a rare, 5 for a magic, and 1 for a white. That is really easy to get 100 power on Infernal Cry. It literally just needs 1 unique monster, or 2 rares, 4 magic monsters, whatever. So I'm assuming it's going to be, maybe it's not the same, but I'm assuming with being in the Warcry area of the tree, it shouldn't be that hard to get max power Warcries. And having max power Warcry, Infernal Cry will give you 100% of damage as extra fire. I will most likely take Avatar Fire then, and try to basically full convert fire. But some of these Warcry supports are insane. Enraged Warcry makes the main attacks deal 30% more damage. So that's like a 7 link to your main skill. 20% more damage. There's your 8 link. Calling Strike. There's your like 8.5 link. Raging Cry to generate rage. It should be 16 at 20 power, but this doesn't specify a maximum. The main skills specify 20 max, but like in PoE 1, the max Warcry power is 150. So if you're surrounded by monsters, or there's like a boss and 2 rares that it summons or something, like if you get a 50 power Warcry, that's like instant max rage. But I don't even know what Daze does, but just to fill out a 6 link, we can daze enemies for 4 seconds. I don't know what this does, but it's a 110 multiplier, and I have a link open, so we'll see. But the most broken thing on the tree right now is Blasphemy. We've seen a lot of the reservation skills. Blasphemy is 30 spirit. You get 180 by default by being in the campaign. It is 30 spirit for Blasphemy, okay? Temp Chains, Enfeeble. Well, I'm going to pause here and just say that this might need to use 2 separate links. I might give Herald of Ash the boot if I have to do that. We'll see. But Blasphemy clearly states that it works with multiple curses because it's 30 per curse. So obviously it's intended to be used with multiple curses. We'll have to see how the gem structure is dictated by that. But the numbers on Temp Chains and Enfeeble are absolutely insane. Like a level 3 Enfeeble is 16% reduction on a unique. Level 3, okay? So based off of like context clues, it's most likely 15 at level 1. And then a 0.5% per level. So a 20 gem would be about a 25% reduction on a unique. And this is just an aura that's around you statically. And as far as we know, bosses in PoE 2 do not have curse suppression or curse reduction. Temp Chains, I don't know if I can scroll down and see it. It's like a 35% slow. It doesn't show here. Maybe it shows here. It shows on one of these. If I go to active skill gems and go to Temp Chains, level 11 is a 34% slow, okay? But wait, there's more. So if this scales up to like 40 at level 20, some wacky things can happen here. Because there's another support called Encumbrance that says, supported skills have 30% increase effect of slowing debuffs against enemies. I see not one example of why this wouldn't work with Temp Chains. So that was scaled at 40 up to like 52. And then there's Heightened Curse, which is a 150 reservation multiplier that doesn't show here. So that would make this whole thing only cost 90 spirit, only half your spirit. And that would take the effect of that 52 Temp Chains up to like 63. And that would take the effect of the Enfeeble up to like a 32% damage reduction. I do believe this will work, and this will 100% be nerfed. Like, there's no shot. They'll either lower the effect of the curses, or they'll increase the spirit cost to like 60. But this is definitely getting nerfed in like the first balance patch, but as far as I can tell, this does work. It just does. Whispers of Doom is 1 passive point. It's a keystone in like a spot that a lot of builds are going to be going. Like, there's some good ignite nodes up here. There's each one of these small nodes gives increased effective ignite. It's one of the new stats they've added. So it's just an entire other scaling vector for ignite. It's a straight multiplier. If you get 200% increased effective ignite, that's 3 times damage with ignite, which makes it go from, before any other scaling or gems or supports or anything, the main hammer of the gods, it would already be burning for baseline 75% per second before other ignite modifiers. Because there's others. There's like, they burn faster. There's Eternal Flame, gives them double duration. The other one is 31% more multiplier. So the math comes out to like whatever the hammer hits for, which will be a lot when you Warcry with a 6-link Warcry to empower it and make it like a 9-link. That hammer is going to hit really hard. The ignite is going to end up doing probably like 2 times the hammer initial hit per second for like 8 seconds. It's going to be like 17 hammers of damage with like some pretty conservative estimates for how much dot multi we can get. Or not dot multi, ignite effect. But like there's nodes all over the tree that give ignite effect. Like there's Immolation here is a notable 25% ignite effect. Like these are additive with each other, but that's just a straight multiplier on what's already based off the initial hit amount. So it's just another scaling vector that's directly multiplicative. Like I said, I'll link this. I have just Leap Slam, faster attacks, Inspiration, Holy Descent. This means when I Leap Slam, I get Consecrated Ground underneath me. And I don't imagine this will be faster than running like it is for PoE 1, but this is just to gap jump. Like, you know, you have a map, there's a gap, you jump it, simple, right? Or you have like a height change where you're down here and you want to get up here, so you Leap Slam. So this isn't going to be like replacing running at my current attack speed in like what we've seen in trailers for PoE 2. But this is just a gap jump. Herald of Ash, Defiance Banner with just more duration. I don't even know if this works, but as far as I can tell, shock support just gives a straight flat shock chance that is independent of lightning damage of the hit. You might think, no, that's just increased. No, that's what this gem does. This gem gives 100% increased shock chance. That is not what this says. This just says 20 flat shock chance, so I don't know. The Lightning Storm skill itself also specifies 25% chance to shock. That is worded as if it's a flat shock chance, so I don't know if this will work, but if it does, it's just something to drop on a boss for a 30% more damage, and then, you know, bring the hammer down. But yeah, I'll link this. Everything I've said is very subject to change. You know, nobody knows exactly what's going on right now. We're just making our best guesses based off information given to us. If you've watched my videos in the past, you know, I'll oftentimes before the league announce that this is going to be the strongest endgame build in the game. And I have a pretty good streak of being right on that. I would be insane to make such a claim right now because, like, there's so much unknown. I don't know if this will be strong. Like, okay, no, let me back that up. I am very confident this will be strong. I would be insane to say this will be the strongest thing because there's going to be some broken things out there probably. We'll see. But this is the most, like, straightforward scaling that I see that's going to make the early stages of the game just kind of, like, auto-win. The nice thing, too, is we've seen trailers of active block where you can raise your shield and block 100% of incoming hits from the front until you reach your stun threshold. Well, the whole warrior area has tons of stun threshold build and a lot of block nodes. So with Titan's Grip for two-hand mace and shield, the nice thing is you can't really deal damage with your active block up. But if I walk up to a boss and bring the hammer down, I'm just playing the waiting game at that point. Like, me hitting with Stampede or Supercharged Shock or Slam, whatever, that's not going to increase my damage. That boss is going to have like a 7,000% weapon damage per second ignite on him. Whatever I'm doing else won't make a difference on that. So, it'll be a really cheesy way to beat bosses, I imagine, to basically just drop the hammer and then raise your shield and just wait 3 or 4 seconds. Because at that point, you're only playing defense. The fight's already over. something something Ome Mao Wa Shindaru, whatever. So that's the plan. Obviously, more information can come out. I'll update this if there's more information that drastically changes this, but that's my plan for now. I'll see you guys next.
Hi, it's Lerald, and the PoE Early Access launch is less than a week away. In this video, I'm going to talk about how I've made my decision on what build, what class and build I want to play first in the PoE 2 beta, the tools I've used along the way, and kind of the thought process and so on that I've used in making that decision for myself so that hopefully it can help you as well. Alright, let's get into it, but first, like and subscribe. Okay, so I would say that there are two main resources, I guess technically three main resources that I've been using. One is PoE2 db.tw. This is just the successor to regular PoE DB, which is obviously a fantastic website, really, really valuable in PoE 1, and then now there is a separate website for PoE 2 as well. There's a lot of information on this website. There are incomplete lists of a lot of different things: skill gems, support gems, and spirit gems, auras for lack of a better word. There is also a semi-complete version of the skill tree that kind of, they're searchable. There's definitely, like, I could just type in leech, right? And I could find different things that affect leech, so on. So obviously this is incomplete. This is definitely not like anything close to POB, right? But it is a good way to just kind of get the creative juices flowing, kind of think about the general idea of a build. This combination of these three things coming from this website, along with the skill tree that they have linked there. And then also there's a written version of all the Ascendancy nodes that were talked about in the second resource that I found really useful, which is just simply the PoE2, the GGG live event in-game content reveal. That was also put up as a VOD on YouTube, and then there's all the Ascendancy classes, and I've just kind of watched that section a lot. I think it's been really illustrative of, along with all the rest of the footage from this video, of just like what they want each class to look like, what they want each Ascendancy to be like, and kind of how they differentiate each other, from the other. And then finally, there's the PoE2 wiki, again, just like the PoE2DB, just PoEwiki.net, now PoE2wiki.net. This is still obviously very much a work in progress. We're coming up to version 0.1, so very much a work in progress, but there is still like some valuable information in here. Like if you look up Poison, for example, Poison works quite a bit differently from how it does in PoE 1, where you can stack it infinitely. In PoE 2, it is, we don't exactly know what the percentage of the hit is, but it has a default stack limit of 1, and then you're going to increase it further. I'm kind of going to talk about that a little further on. Okay, so I kind of want to talk about the Elden Ring in the room as well. PoE 2 has drawn massive numbers of comparisons to Elden Ring and Dark Souls, and not only because games journalists can't help themselves when it comes to comparing things to Dark Souls. I went to the store on the day after Thanksgiving. It was the Dark Souls of shopping trips, but also because it has a lot of that Elden Ring DNA in the game. I mean, the developers have explicitly said that they spent a ton of time playing Elden Ring during development of this game in its early phases, and it has a lot of influence there, right? There's also a dodge roll, so yeah, it's Dark Souls 4, sure, why not? Now, with all that being said, I am a big Dark Souls fan. I technically have been playing them since Demon's Souls, not because I'm cool. I had a cool roommate in college who got me into them, and that comparison really made me want to play a similar style of build in PoE 2 as I normally do. The possibility of playing Pathfinder as my first character, and of course, you're able to swap back and forth. I mean, you're able to use other classes' skills as long as you have the right weapon equipped. A sorceress could use a witch skill, or, they could use, Leaf Slam from the warrior if they wanted. Now, there were a couple of things I noticed in looking through all of the skill gems and reading all of these, I noticed, and I put them in my spreadsheet here, were a lot of references to spears and to bear. I feel confident in saying that spear is huntress stuff, which is very interesting to me, and then bear is obviously druid. GGG has said that those will be the first two classes they add once they start doing patches midway through the early access, and so obviously those are just things that have been data mined that come from those two classes, right? kind of is what it is. I also kind of categorized a couple of other things. Skills that are cooldowns, you know, they said they didn't really want to use cooldowns all that much as a way to, like, I don't know, make big skills that are strong. They kind of want to have you comboing stuff together, but there are still some skills that I think understandably have cooldowns. You know, some stuff like roars, war cries, that kind of thing that makes sense to have cooldowns, but really not that many in the grand scheme of how many skills there are. There are also a lot of trigger conditions. These are kind of scattered all over the place. Like if I just type in trigger in the skill gems search area here, there's all kinds of stuff. Cast on melee kill, cast on melee stun, cast while channeling. But then there's also, I believe some either in spirit gems. Yeah, there are some spirit gems. Cast on freeze, cast on shock, cast on ignite, cast on minion death, cast on crit. And then I don't think there are really any of those sort of like triggerable setup things in the support gem section. Yeah, pretty much just skill gems or spirit gems that you can kind of use to then cast other things, which again, kind of considering that this is a class that's going to be using both dexterity and int, being able to hook up some actual spell casts and have those go out for free on top of some damage, even if you're just using them for utility, I think that's also very, very appealing. And then in terms of minions, you know, part of the reason why Witch has so many more skills than everything else, you know, 25 is 10 of those are minions, 3 of those are offerings, sort of buffs that they have. I think one's a totem, a lot of them are curses, you know, 4 of them are curses. And yeah, just a lot of curses available to witches, a lot of buffing and so on. All right, so let's get into kind of what I was looking at when I was thinking about would I want to play a ranger, would I want to try and put together the equivalent of Toxic Rain Pathfinder or Caustic Arrow Pathfinder or something in this game, and then just kind of look at the skills that I looked at, then kind of tried to see if this would kind of work. So I started by looking at like poison skills and stuff that's, you know, more tied to the ranger. I think gas arrow made sense, right? It throws down some poisonous gas, and then, you know, if you have a detonator, which we have a detonator somewhere in the kit as well. I believe it's actually flagged as a detonator. There we go, detonating arrow. So you kind of have a combo, gas arrow and detonating arrow, right? 1-2, pretty basic. Not really that toxic rainy of a feeling. But then there was some other stuff like toxic growth, which is sort of a toxic rain, not exactly, but it's a bunch of poison pustules, maybe closer to like toxic rain of spore burst or something. It's an interesting concept, but it didn't really feel, you know, it doesn't have anything where it like attaches vines or anything like that. It is very much a delay that then explodes and can do some poison damage. And then there's also poison burst arrow that fires an arrow and poisons enemies and kind of creates a burst of poison. Seemed a bit like caustic arrow of poison. The point being that there were a couple of like 1-2 combos where you could throw out this and then blow it up, or you could throw out these pods and then hit them with a poison. Couple of like little 1-2 combos, but nothing that really quite caught my interest in the same way. And then I found this skill, Vine Arrow, and I realized this is basically like a merger of Caustic Arrow and Toxic Rain, where it fires one arrow and then it causes one plant to spawn and latch like vines onto nearby enemies and do chaos damage over time and slow them. So this is interesting. This is, instead of like Toxic Rain, this is like one Toxic Rain pod. So I think if you really wanted to simulate Toxic Rain, you would hook this up to like multiple projectiles, and I think that could work. But then you're going to be losing damage. I, don't know if they're going to spread out in some way, and if you're going to have to then balance out area of effect to get multiple of them to latch on, or if that's not even possible. It's just too many unknowns, and then there's really not any sort of interaction other than that going on with this. It's all damage over time, and it's not poison, so it's pretty hard to actually get anything to synergize with that. Especially if we look at the passive tree, we look up like poison. There is a handful of stuff available in the passive tree for poison. There is stacking toxins. You can poison enemies a second time or an extra time, but it's slightly less effective. There's low tolerance, which is much weaker than it is in its current PoE 1 version, 60% instead of 30, but still, good to get damage kind of going. Just leeching toxins, basic toxin damage increase, poison damage notable, very creative name, but it is exactly what you would think. And then we have like escalating toxins, which I do actually think is quite interesting. 10% more or I should say increased poison duration for each poison you've inflicted recently up to a maximum of 100. So this isn't like per target, so you could very easily poison a pack of 10 guys or something, and now all of your poisons are going to be double duration. That's pretty good. And then you have building toxins for 25% reduced poison duration, but a second, or again, additional poison. So you're able to get to 3 poisons just by taking stacking toxins and building toxins, and that's pretty good. If we type in Pathfinder in the Ascendancy section here, we do have a
Control and domination. That's the goal of all power systems. They
couple of poison interacting notables here. We have overwhelming toxicity, double the number of poisons you can inflict on enemies, 35% less poison duration. So that's a pretty big increase in the number of poisons. You can go from 3 to 6, but you're getting reduced effect, and you're getting reduced duration, 25% reduced duration, and then also 35% less duration. So that's a pretty substantial drop in the amount of uptime on your poisons. And because poisons are capped, the way that you really want to use them is you kind of want to treat it the same way you would bleed or ignite in PoE 1, where you want to hit real big. And I don't really know how big any of these poison hits are going to be, so it just feels like a lot of downsides to really kind of gamble on that initial hit actually being big enough to compensate for all those downsides. At the same time, Contagious Contamination, the most damaging poison on enemies you kill, spreads to other enemies within 1.5 meters. That sounds okay, but if I look up, I believe it's in the support gems. Oh, here it is, Herald of Plague. It's a spirit gem. It's an aura, 30 spirit aura. Herald of Plague spreads the most damaging poison on enemies you kill in a 1.6 meter radius, so, you know, technically larger than the Pathfinder version. And then you also even get the added benefit of a chance to hinder enemies when you spread poison. So you are effectively spending an entire ascendancy point just to get like a 30 spirit aura. This isn't really all that great to me. Now, maybe they stack with each other. That would be okay. You get 2 poisons to spread instead of 1. Not the worst thing in the world, but again, a lot of downside happening between these 2 poison nodes here. And there's just a lot of like redundancy in what the Pathfinder does, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, especially if you're able to take multiple of them, but nothing really kind of wowed me. Another one here is Running Assault. This idea that Running Assault and Relentless Pursuit, you're immune to slows, you are less slowed when moving. That's a big thing in PoE 2, that you're able to move and use bows at the same time. But the problem with either of these, really, with Relentless Pursuit or Running Assault, is that the summon row amount exists and is available to, I mean, technically any class, although really it's only going to be that valuable for Pathfinders, but that's another reservation aura, 50 spirit aura, that gives you, I believe it's either like 50% less movement speed penalty or maybe no movement speed penalty when using skills while moving, and they've showed it off. They showed it off at some point in the in-game content reveal as well, this idea that you can like run around on a Roa as a ranger while shooting your bow and be very fast, or you could spend in a higher ascendancy point on it. Not really all that thrilled about it. Now, Enduring Elixirs, the life flasks lasting and being going over cap, that is still in, and it doesn't have the 50% healing penalty that it does in PoE 1, which is really great. But as you can see here, there is no ascendancy that just gives you flat charge generation over time. That seems to be dead. Instead, Connected Chemistry makes it so that your flash charges gained are doubled, which seems a lot worse because it means you are actually required to kill enemies. So in bossing, you know, 2 times 0 is still going to be 0. It's not nearly as impressive. So this is all the kind of stuff that I was grappling with when I was questioning, you know, is Pathfinder bad? I don't think so. I think Traveler's Wisdom, the 5 extra passive skill points, is pretty amazing as an ascendancy node. I definitely think of Pathfinder as being like a generalist that has some really good potential for poisons, but at least for the way I kind of want to play it, I think until there's like more poison skills in, basically once they put the shadow into the game, that I think is when I'm really interested in playing Pathfinder, and until that point, not so much. All right, now I've heard a lot of noise around the Acolyte of Chayula Monk. I think Embrace the Darkness was something that really stood out to people as being pretty interesting. I'm going to bust out my calculator here for a little bit of like very basic math. So what this does is it removes all your spirit, which does mean it takes away, I think it means it takes away your ability to reserve any auras. You know, you do need spirit to reserve them, and you can't do that. And instead it gives you kind of a third health bar called Darkness, that for each life or energy shield point you lose, you reserve one instead. So at its base, it's 100 flat extra quote-unquote life. That seems terrible, but you get 5 per level. So I think if we're assuming maybe a little higher than the average ascendancy, first ascendancy in PoE 1, maybe you're like level 35. 35 times 5 is 175 plus 100. That's an extra 275 life at the time that you're doing your first ascendancy. That might be good, it might not be. Now what's notable is there is no increased maximum life. If we look up maximum life in the passive tree, they had said that there was going to be absolutely none. It turns out there actually is, I think, one, maybe 2 nodes in here. Here we go. Unbending, 3% increased max life, 30% increased stun threshold. So that's 1. But then there's like max life as armor. That's not anything. There's a reduced maximum life node. I think there might be another one in here somewhere else. Yeah, heavy buffer, 40% max energy shield and 10% max reduced max life. So there's more reduced max life than there is increased max life. So maybe getting an extra 275 to 300 flat life, maybe that's good. What I don't know about the way that this works, and I'll want to know before I like really can recommend this, is the way that it works is when you take damage, you reserve that darkness pool, right? But what we don't know is it lasts for 10 seconds. If you take one hit, let's say you have like 500 darkness, you take a 100 point hit, and then 5 seconds later, you take a 1,000 point hit and you consume all the rest of it. Will it be 5 seconds until you unreserve that first 100, or do you have to wait the full 10 of not taking any damage in order for it to all unreserve? I assume that it works the former way, the way that is better, the way that sucks less, but you never know. It could be really, really punishing and not that great. The second node here, the kind of dependency on having Embrace the Darkness, is Grasp of the Void. Grain 1% of damage as extra chaos per 20% 20 unreserved darkness. So if you have like 500 darkness, 500 divided by 20, you know, that's like 25% more damage. That's potentially very good. You're probably not going to have, what would you need to be at 500 darkness? 400 divided by 5, that's like level 80. I think that's pretty attainable. The problem is, of course, that you need to not take damage. So I kind of like that gameplay loop of avoiding taking damage so that it increases your damage. I do like having reasons not to face tank things. This could be really good in conjunction with like an evasive playstyle, and actually wearing evasion could be good. However, if you're just taking a lot of hits and there's not really anything you can do about it, then this might wind up being kind of a stinker of a point. And Embrace the Darkness similarly might not really wind up being a lot of damage reduction. So this could be 2 points wasted. Not really all that great. What is pretty great is Ravenous Doubts. Getting all your mana leech to be instant on its own is okay. It definitely helps with not really having to, do this. If I think that's being picked up on my mic, but like just the spamming your mana flask all the time is pretty annoying. And then being able to combine that with consuming questions. You can't recharge energy shield, but your mana leech affects your also recover energy shield, and then it's also instant because of Ravenous Doubts. That is very appealing, and there's some really good stuff if we look up energy shield and then also leech in the tree. There's some really good stuff that I think really synergizes nicely with this, and I think also just works really well with the potential for a Chaos Inoculation build. I like Chaos Inoculation, not even having to worry about Chaos damage is always a good thing. And then there's just really, really good energy shield stuff throughout the tree, like right here at Enhanced Barrier, 25 max energy shield, 1 max all res, pretty good. Heavy Buffer, 40% max energy shield, 10% max life. Doesn't really matter if you're taking Chaos Inoculation. That'll work. Interfaith, another one. 20% max evasion and energy shield and 25% reduced effective curses. Incredibly good. Melding, another talent that seems like really good. 40% max energy shield, 10% reduced max mana. Incredible. So there's lots and lots of stuff in here that I think synergizes really, really beautifully with running an energy shield. Spectral Ward kind of taking that Trickster notable from PoE 1, giving you energy shield based on the evasion rating on your body armor. Pretty sweet. At the same time, you can also take Mind Over Matter so that your damage will be taken from mana before life. And as you can see, it says all damage. It's not like 30 or 40% like it's been in PoE 1. It is 100%. So it reduces your mana recovery rate, which doesn't matter if you are insta-leeching all your mana. And then similarly, you can take Eternal Youth, which makes it so that your energy shield recharge applies to life. But if you don't have any life and you can't recharge energy shield, that downside doesn't matter. And then your life recovery from flasks will still apply to energy shield. So you are able to still run a life flask while playing like Eternal Youth and Chaos Inoculation and Mind Over Matter. Now, I can see that this is quite a lot of stretching around the tree to start over here on this corner and kind of come up to Eternal Youth and make our way around here over into the like Templar-ish area. It's possible this could wind up being good, but you know, stretching over to Mind Over Matter might not be worth it. But I do see this as the potential to have multiple refilling health pools. You're leeching into your mana, which is a second health pool. You're leeching into your energy shield, which is a main health pool, I suppose, and then you actually have a life flask that applies to your energy shield. You know, I think there's a lot of potential here for this to be really strong. I'm also curious to just see what the other passives are that are available to this Acolyte of Chayula, and maybe play around with like Waking Dream as well. These Into the Breach skills, they didn't really say what they are, but they look kind of cool. They just seem to spawn some portals that you'd run into and like get some buffs. Might be useless as a Chaos Inoculation build, might be great, never know. Alright, I know this video's been going on a little bit, but I just kind of wanted to talk about just not even really a sample rotation, just kind of a couple of interesting skills I think that are available to Monk, and another really good synergy here, and that would be Hand of Chayula, which you can link up to curses or marks, and you can apply this to several different things. Freezing Mark kind of made the most sense to me. You could maybe hook it up to, like, you know, whatever the cold curse is, Frostbite, if that actually exists in the game, or Despair if you're playing with that Acolyte of Chayula setup and you're actually getting some bonus chaos damage maybe. And then you can also take Whispers of Doom. Now, curses in PoE 2 seem to have like kind of a delay, like they'll go off in a very small area, but they have kind of a delay to them, and Whispers of Doom doubles that delay. But if you are just automatically applying them with Hand of Chayula, you dash, you hit the enemy with your hand, and it automatically applies those curses, and they're even stronger. That can really circumvent a lot of the like downside of using curses, and it also, like, you know, helps with kind of comboing. You Hand of Chayula in, you follow up with, I don't know, let's say Ice Strike, and then you hit him with a Killing Palm to finish him off, and suck up a power charge and use that later to hit him with the what is it, Flicker Strike? Yeah, Flicker Strike. Like, that can work really well. Now, at least as it's currently designed, Hand of Chayula seems like it's a single target skill, but I think that you could hook it up to Hex Bloom and make it so that you can curse that one guy, burn him down, and then have the curses go out to other enemies as well. Not sure that that would work, but it's definitely a possibility. Some of these other things like Heightened Curse maybe could link in there and be interesting, you know. We don't really know, but that was definitely something that's like kind of on my mind to test out first chance that I get. All right, I got into the edit and I realized there were a couple of things that I kind of glossed over that I wanted to actually stop and really emphasize, and then the first of those would be Leech in the passive tree. For Monk specifically, this is just really, really good. I mean, this is going to be good for anybody who is leeching, right? Slayers or whatever, you know, duelists, eventually when they come in, they'll probably want some of this stuff too, but like Siphon makes it so that you get 25% increased mana leeched. Let's see here, Immortal Thirst is another 25%. Manifold Method is 50%, and then weirdly 30% increased chance to inflict ailments against rares and uniques, so like more freezes, more shocks. Pretty great stuff. There's some other really good stuff over here as well, like Voracious giving you 20% of leech being instant, and Bloodthirsty, 25% increased amount of leech, and then you leech life faster. Not relevant for the Monk build, but still good. And then Volpact now exists as instant leech, totally instant, but no life flask. Potentially a very, very good thing. So I thought all of that leech stuff was really interesting. And then I did want to just kind of emphasize that on the poison front, I do think poison can be really good. I don't know that it's necessarily good right now, but there is like a support gem that gives you an extra poison, but less poison duration. And then there's also this Bursting Plague support that I just think is really, really dope. It gives you like an extra bonus when you poison enemies. You also build up Plague on them, and then Plague, when they die, Plague will trigger and do like an explosion. I think that's really, really cool. And then finally, Plague Bearer, the sort of buff from PoE 1, is now like a spirit reservation thing, but it seems like instead of just sort of being like a toggle on and off, it's either storing up Plague or slowly dispensing it to nearby enemies. It's a thing that you like store up and then you press the button again and it does like an instant big Plague Nova. And I think, again, that's pretty cool as well. So I do think poison builds could be pretty dope. I'm just not totally thrilled with the skill options at this point for poisons. Okay, so let's wrap things up. I think that there is basically limitless potential in terms of builds that can be really strong even with a single class. I feel like you can have dozens or hundreds of different ways of constructing the same ascendancy that all work. I really love that. I think the single support gems being unique is such a smart limitation that just makes it so that like we could build the exact same ascendancy, exact same skill, and still have characters that feel very different. Having multiple correct answers to the same question of how do you kill these bosses is really exciting. Obviously, you can tell I'm very excited. I'm definitely going to spend the next, decade of my life answering that question. So with that being said, I think Monk is the first answer I have, and while I am still slightly undecided between Invoker and Acolyte of Chayula, I think I'm leaning Acolyte of Chayula. I think that'll become more clear to me once I'm staring down the barrel of the Ascendancy trials and kind of able to look at every single one of their Ascendancy notes just to be sure, but it does seem like Acolyte of Chayula is probably the direction I'm leaning right now. That leech stuff seems real fascinating. Alright, that's it. Thanks for watching, and get hyped about PoE 2. Bye.
To shout Rupert meow.
Let's go. Really? This is what we're doing?
Hi everyone, it's Thrax. Boy, do I have a doozy of a video for you today. I have been spending the entire last week studying Path of Exile 2. And for those of you that have been following me from the Diablo games, you know that I have a Diablo sheet where I calculate essentially everything and I make spreadsheets on how to power up and how to level as fast as possible. Well, I thought I would expand this sheet, of course, to Path of Exile 2 because this is probably going to ruin my life. I've already said goodbye to my friends and family. So what I've been doing for the last week is trying to be a student of the game, and I've made tons and tons of notes here of a bunch of things about the game, where whether you have played Path of Exile before or not, I think this avalanche of information may help you decide if you would like to play it or not, and if it's worth buying the early access and how do you even get it. So, I mean, this is enough talking. I'll link this sheet to you down below. Honestly, if you want to close the video and just read the sheet, you can. But I will update this sheet always. The more that I know all the way into the launch of the game, whatever I know about the game, the best leveling strategies. I don't know if we're ever going to have enough information to actually make a tier list, but if we ever do, I'll make that. And I'm also going to make this tab called the PoE 2 definitions. I believe they're going to have definitions within the game, but I'm going to make my own here if you'd like to read it in plain English. And I'm still working on this. It's not perfect. But anyway, so what I thought I'd do, instead of just sitting here with a stupid spreadsheet, we'll play Path of Exile gameplay in the background while I cover all the basics of the game. Real quick, tomorrow we're doing another drawing for a PC from the Crimson Market. If you're subscribed here, you can get a God tier PC every month. You see this thing that's spinning in this Spiritborn PC that they've custom built? That's a real diamond with a sheet, official gameplay. And let me tell you everything that I've found out about Path of Exile 2. Okay, so first of all, I guess let me start with something that isn't in the spreadsheet. A lot of people are wondering what Path of Exile 2 is going to feel like. Some people play PoE 1 and love it. Some people played PoE 1, hated it. Some people have never played PoE. Well, the base difficulty of the game in terms of playing the game, moving around, killing monsters, and winning is going to be more difficult. The monsters are going to vehemently try to kill you. Grinding gear games is going to pose challenges that I don't think anybody in the world is going to be able to just one-shot them all freely. You are going to be challenged, and you are going to have to solve your resistances, your defense, your damage, probably all of it multiple times in order to get through the entire game. Now, one issue that Path of Exile 1 was plagued by is the barrier to entry was way too high. The game is very complicated. The game is very bloated if you're starting very late. There's so many league mechanics that if you start late and you see these gigantic tree after gigantic tree after gigantic tree, you don't even want to play. So Path of Exile 2 has simplified a lot of these systems tremendously, which we will go over here in a moment. So playing the game and understanding what to do and how to craft and how to build your character, all of that almost universally is going to be easier. So it's going to be much more of a challenge in gameplay than it is in building your character. And of course, there's going to be a million excellent content creators. Maxroll, as one of the strongest PoE2 teams I've ever seen. Go to Maxroll and check out the team page. We have a bunch of godly people there. We will have you covered. So think of it almost like a Souls ARPG. It's all about gameplay here. Okay, so how do we play this? When does it start? How much does it cost? Let's get into some basic info. Path of Exile 2, the early access starts on December 6th. And in order to play the early access, you have to pay money in one form or another. By the way, I have a ton of free codes that I'm going to be giving away on my stream in the next few days. So if you want to, stop by and you might win one. I have at least 10 codes, maybe 20 codes to give away. But there are two ways, I believe, to enter the early access. The first is if you have a lifetime spend of, I believe it's $480 in Path of Exile 1, you're in, as a thank you for your support over the years. The other way is to buy a supporter pack on pathofexile.com, and the cheapest one is $30. Now, if you decide to not buy these packs, the game will come out essentially sometime in 2025. Jonathan Rogers said he estimates it's between 6 to 12 months after the early access when the game will actually launch. So that would be halfway through 2025 to the end of it. So if you just want to wait, you absolutely can. I think it's a reasonable assumption on the first day that the servers will be on fire. There will be bugs. There will be problems. They said in the post launch or the post cinematic interview that there's going to be problems. So it's not a terrible idea to wait until launch, because then there's going to be many months of testing and polishing and you get a better product. But at the same time, we ain't got no time for that. We can't wait. We need to play Path of Exile right now. So those supporter packs, they also have coins that can give you cosmetics and microtransactions and stash tabs, which will help you in the game. So it's not like you get nothing for the $30. You actually can get cool stuff along with it. I bought the most expensive pack just to support Path of Exile. I didn't even need to. I already had a key, but if they're going to keep making games like this, then I'm just going to keep supporting them. It's that simple. So anyway, Path of Exile on the early access, Path of Exile 2 is going to have 3 acts. There's going to be 6 on launch. There's going to be 6 base classes. There will be 12 on launch. And there's going to be 12 available ascendancies. There's going to be 36 on launch. So what the hell is an ascendancy? In Path of Exile, when you start as your character, as you get into the end game, you choose to ascend into a super version of your character. So for example, if you start as the mercenary, which is kind of like the FPS character, you can ascend into the Gemling or Gemling Legionnaire, which is going to focus on skill gems and resistances and attributes. Or you can be the Witch Hunter, which is going to be about like elemental shields and disrupting enemy attacks. And this ascension thing is a big deal. It's a huge, huge part of the game, and it will dictate how your gameplay goes. And one thing to understand about the ascendancies is I believe currently there is no way to change it. So it is a big decision that you are committing to on this character. At least that's what I've heard. By the way, I should have said this in the beginning. Anything and everything that I say in this video could be completely wrong. In fact, if anybody knows for sure that anything that I say in this video is wrong, just post it. I'll give it a heart. I'll pin it to the top. I'm giving you the info that I know on an early access game that I've never played before. So I did the best research that I could, but I'm not always going to be right. But anyway, I as far as I know, I do not think you can change your ascendancy currently in the game. So it's a huge, huge decision, and it matters a lot. We'll get more into that later. So a couple of more things about buying these supporter packs. Anything that you have bought, the cosmetics and the stash tabs from PoE 1, they're going to transfer over, and it should work cross-platform, except with PlayStation. Everyone's real mad at PlayStation. PlayStation wants their cut. Anything dealing with PlayStation, I believe the stash tabs will move, but the cosmetics won't. That's how I understand it. People are real mad about them because everything else is working cross-platform. But if you want to switch from PlayStation to PC and you really want your microtransactions, looks like you're going to have to buy it twice. Maybe if enough people complain about it, maybe we can get this reversed, but probably not. A couple of hints. Path of Exile often has sales on the stash tabs. I think they happen like once a month. You should buy all your stuff then. It's cheaper. Another hint that someone gave me is if you wish list cosmetics that you like on the site, you'll get an email when they're on sale. Okay, you can get them cheaper. The final hint is never buy individual points, always buy supporter packs. They give you the same amount of coins and you just get free extra cosmetics. So if you've never bought stuff from Grinding Gear Games, if you're wondering if you should buy the early access, that's what you should do. Buy a supporter pack. Beware of PlayStation not playing nice with anything else. And in the sheet, I'll have all the links that you can click on very easily where you can buy them and an early access FAQ and all that stuff. Okay, now let's talk about some general improvements to Path of Exile 2 that's different from Path of Exile 1. The first thing is they've added WASD movement. So maybe a lot of people, I played WASD on WoW for 10 million years. So that kind of movement scheme is beloved by a lot of players. And I think it's going to really help with classes like the Mercenary, that first person shooter. I think it's going to give you a ton of control. That's huge. Another thing that they've added for all of the people in PoE 1 that could never figure things out is they've added a recommended like support gem feature within the game. And I can't tell you how much that's going to help people, especially because it looks like Grinding Gear Games, from the things that I've seen, have picked pretty intelligently. The fact that they're going to give you a recommendation and there's so many support gems and they're going to hide all the other stuff. If you just want to build, if you just want to get in there and play something and take what they're advising you to do, that's going to help a lot of the more casual gamers that don't want to spend their lives researching the game get involved in Path of Exile 2 and really enjoy it. I love this feature for those kinds of players. They added a dodge roll, and here's what I understand about the dodge roll so far. You can use the dodge roll to animation cancel. So Path of Exile, again, they're going to challenge you, right? So if you start up a big attack and you're going to die if you finish the attack, you can dodge roll out of it and animation cancel it. And it does look like it can provide you some kind of immunity, some kind of iframes for projectiles and strikes, but you cannot do it outside of AoE attacks. So AoE attacks are going to hit you. That's how I've understood it in talking to different people and how I think it's going to launch for early access. But Path of Exile has stated that all of this is kind of up for debate. They're going to have to see how it feels for everybody to decide if they're going to change it. Like, is it going to be like Elden Ring, where if you dodge perfectly, you can actually dodge every attack? Probably not, but we'll see how that goes. Another significant change, as you can see in a lot of this footage, is the graphics are just infinitely better. Like the PoE's graphics are like from the 1800s, from the Stone Age, and this graphical engine is, I mean, probably best in the ARPG space. So dramatic improvement there. One thing you'll notice here on the bottom left, actually you won't notice it because my webcam is blocking it. There's only two flasks, life and mana. And that's it, other than maybe certain uniques like change them. But in general, one button for healing, one button for mana. It's that simple. In Path of Exile, you had 5 flasks and you were constantly playing piano tiles with it. And a lot of the flasks actually became utility. They actually became things that had nothing to do with life and mana. They were run faster or cure your curses or cure freezing. You can choose 3 of these. I believe they're called charms. And those are going to solve your ailments for you automatically based on how you choose them and how you craft them up. Maybe you'll switch them out for certain bosses. This is incredible. I don't think anybody likes playing 5 buttons for utility stuff. And the fact that they're automating a lot of it is just going to bring so many more players to it and such a huge quality of life. I love that they did that. More quality of life. The links and the gems, as we just saw there, on the window, are simplified. They're now part of the gem itself rather than a part of the gear. If you have ever played Path of Exile 1, and even if you're a great Path of Exile 1 player, I'm sure hundreds of times you finally get the links that you want and you put in all your gems, and then you get another upgrade and you want to move the gems over. Oh, but you can't because then this other link doesn't exactly work with your setup and you're sitting there trying to figure it out. Or you accidentally leveled a gem too high, and now that you swapped out a pair of gloves, you lost 10 strength, and now you can't equip it anymore, and you don't know the proper way to D-rank your gem. You can't remember where to buy the gem, and when you do buy the gem, it's level 1. You can't remember what vendor has it leveled up. And then you're like, okay, how do I solve this in my passive tree? I'm not exactly near a 30 strength note. It's just a nightmare. It's just a nightmare. So now that everything is attached to the gem itself, it makes it so much easier to actually build out your skills and also to switch them around. One design change that I have not tried, but as I think about it, I think will be excellent for the game is that only one type of support gem can be used in your entire build. So, for example, one thing that it seems to be godly on almost every single gem is faster attacks. Oh, I put faster attacks on my main skill. I put faster attacks on my shield charge. I put faster attacks on my leap slam. I just put faster attacks on everything. That actually takes away from the game, right? Especially since you get faster attacks right at the beginning of the game. That takes away from actually making really cool builds. So faster attacks might be godly, but you have to choose where it goes. I actually think it's going to be a great thing for the game. I honestly think a lot of the things that grinding gear games decided to do seem to make a lot of sense to me. One thing to understand is gems can be tied to certain weapon types. So if you're playing a warrior and you want to do like the big, slow, slammy skill, that might be tied to a mace. Or it might require you to have a certain number of attributes before you can use the really powerful skills. So hopefully we can avoid like kind of the booby trap that we had in Path of Exile 1 that I just described with the attributes. But in general, it should be way easier to interact with and build out your characters. They added another resource called Spirit, which is used for your summons, your minions, your auras, anything like that's persistent on your character, any of the meta gems. So it's nice because what you were constantly playing with was reserving your mana or even reserving your life in order to use your skills. And it was actually a cool problem to solve. I actually think Path of Exile 1 does a nice job of it. It's risk versus reward, especially when you're playing hardcore. Then it gets even more interesting. But the fact that they just make a separate resource for it, I think will feel good as quality of life. And again, will be so nice for new players getting into the game. Gold is going to be the main currency of the game. For the longest time in Path of Exile 1, I believe gold wasn't even in the game. and the currency was mostly based upon the orbs that people would trade. And that's actually really cool. You know, it's cool to kind of like in Diablo 2, you're trading how many ist runes for this. Do you have a high rune? And even the high runes had some variance in how much they were worth. But no, we're going straight to gold. Everybody understands gold. Very interesting thing about Path of Exile. As far as I know, or Path of Exile, when I say Path of Exile, I mean Path of Exile 2. Everything in the game, everything is tradable. Final, Uber, Pinnacle, Boss, Ultimate, God Sword, tradable. But the only thing that you cannot trade is gold. And gold is kind of like the life force of your account. You know, it lets you, for example, respec your character, among other things. So gold is super valuable for playing, and yet you can't trade it. This seems like a super excellent dynamic. Seems like it'll be really good. The $1 million question, this plagues Diablo 4. I'm guessing it's going to plague Path of Exile 2. I'm not a historian here. I don't know how this has really gone for grinding gear games. But the problem that Diablo 4 constantly faces is RMT, real money transaction. People just buying the best shit. You know, if you're a really good player and you race to world first and you find the greatest sword ever off the pinnacle boss that nobody can even kill, I mean, you know, it's tempting to go on the black market out there and to sell it for $1,000 if you can. I've heard that Grinding Gear Games is really good at banning for that stuff, and that's all we can hope for, I guess. In the game, there will be a guide that I guess is just going to teach you the game. The best example I can give you is Last Epoch. If you played that, their in-game guide is absolutely godly. One of the best in the industry. So very happy for that. Your weapons. So you may not know this, but you have two weapon slots that you can interchange between during battle, and those can have different passive tree paths. So, for example, you could use one weapon to clear out the map, just murder all the small little monsters, and then switch to a big-ass mace for the boss with a different actual tree, and then, you know, give him the business and he's dead. They have overhauled the crafting system. I mean, that's going to take another million-year video to explain, but it's simplified. And you can craft way more often. And it's also harder to fully brick your items. So you're going to be crafting, you should be crafting multiple times in the first act. If you aren't, then the game is going to be too difficult for you and you're going to get shit on. So it's not going in with the currency is so rare and should I craft on this or not? You should. It's okay. You can get more currency later. It's supposed to drop very often. They have said in their interviews that from the play testing, they have only increased it. They want you to engage with the systems. And as you do it more, you're going to be more comfortable with it. It's going to get easier and easier. The skill tree itself, which you just saw for 2 seconds, has been simplified. And the way that they have done it is they've removed the life nodes, and all the damage nodes should make sense as you venture in your part of the tree. So that means 2 things. First of all, it's way easier to interact with the passive tree when all of the damage nodes are designed to be pretty good for you. So even if you path whatever completely suboptimally, everything that you would have taken will still be great for you. So it's not going to penalize you as much. In Path of Exile 1, if you path the wrong way, you could literally lose massive multipliers of damage and just feel like a complete noob. The other thing is they took the life nodes out, but what does that actually mean? Well, in Path of Exile 1, even on a softcore character, almost every build has to decide how much of your skill tree do you allocate to life and defense. And it's probably more than you might think, even in softcore, because Path of Exile is a hard game. They're going to shit on you if you don't allocate defense. So there will, I believe there will still be defense in the tree, but the life nodes are gone. So you're going to get your life nodes, I guess, mostly from gear and your ascendancies and things, which again should make the game easier to engage with. So, one very interesting topic is death in Path of Exile. So, if you die, the bosses reset completely. This is not what happens in PoE 1. You can die and die and die and whittle them down, and then the boss eventually dies. Nope. You die, you got to try again. You die in hardcore, character's gone. Sayonara. In the end game, if you haven't played it before, when you're doing your maps, you go through a big like atlas. Now it's like an infinitely scaling world as you jump from map to map to map, which is like a really quick dungeon, for example. You have 6 portals to enter and come out through, like if you need to sell your loot. If you die in a map, nope, you lose it. It's gone. You're dead. You lost the map. You can't go back in. The pathing within the end game of walking to wherever you want to go, cut off. You got to go. You got to find a way around. Or if you die on all the nodes going to the main thing that you want to reach, you lose. And if you finally reach the thing that you want, you go in there and you fight the boss and you die, lost. It's gone. So they are really, really penalizing you for dying. So you're going to want to fight in the tier that you want, really build up your character. And high level, what does this mean? There are so many ARPGs where all you do is mindlessly stack up as much damage as you possibly can. And then you just put in a little sprinkle of defense, just enough to not get one-shotted. And you're going to take some deaths here and there, but it's kind of whatever. And then you play the game. Honestly, it's stupid as hell. I like the fact that it's so brutal to die in the end game because it's going to force us to really actually think about your defense. And the nice thing is because we will be thinking like that, we probably will die a lot less often because we're so afraid of dying. Now, one thing that they are undecided on, it's still in the game right now, is will they carry over the XP penalty on death in Path of Exile 2? Because they're already penalizing you pretty severely for dying in the endgame. And I believe they said currently they have it in the game. And the reason why they have it in the game is mostly for the highest levels, like 90 to 100. The simple explanation they gave is someone who gets to 100 dying 50 times, have they achieved the same thing as someone who gets to 100 and only dies twice? And the person that only died twice is obviously going to get there faster. It makes like racing, for example, a little bit more interesting and puts an emphasis on defense. They haven't decided. That's what they explicitly said. It's in the game right now. They're undecided if it will stay, but you don't want to be dying in Path of Exile, at least in the end game. So we're going to have to, when we make our build guides, we're going to have to put a focus on defense. Logout macros are like an essential part of PoE 1. In PoE 2, all they do is pause the game. Log back in, you're where you were. So I love this change. I mean, I think everybody universally agrees logout macros are stupid. I'm glad that they're essentially dead. There's a new mechanic blocking, but it's actually blocking. So when you have a shield and someone's throwing a projectile at you, not every attack is blockable, but you actually put your shield down, put your shield up as an action and block it. It's an active thing. So that's cool. They changed some things with accuracy. Accuracy is based on your distance to the target. So being far away, your accuracy goes down. Being really close, your accuracy is very good. So melee should have an advantage here. It's about time. Melee always gets screwed on everything. And that's why you see in some of the ascendancies for the range classes, I think one of the ascendancies was you can't miss, which is going to be a huge boost. Okay, so that was a lot. God, there's so much more to cover. Okay, I'm going to try to speed up here a little bit. This video's getting too long. Let's talk about the end game. We already said ascendancies are hard locked. I'm looking at my sheet here. When you ascend, there are 4 trials that you have to do, and Ziggy D has a great video on this, by the way. I watched it this morning if you want to watch the full video, but I can explain it to you in 2 seconds. So There are 3 different kinds of trials. There is the Sanctum, which is like kind of like a cerebral room to room risk versus reward way to ascend. And then there is Ultimatum, which is kind of like locked into a gladiator arena and you just fight and you pick like buffs and banes. It's like a roguelike kind of experience. And then there will be a third way that we are not familiar with yet. Grinding Gear Games will release it later. So there's 3 different options: Sanctum, Ultimatum, and whatever the third option is. And then for all 3 of them, there are 4 tiers of difficulty. Tier 1, 2, 3, 4. What you need to do is you need to clear any of the 3 at each tier. So, for example, let's say you love Sanctum. Okay, you do Sanctum Tier 1, and then Sanctum Tier 2, and Sanctum Tier 3, and Sanctum Tier 4. Every time you clear one of those tiers, you will get 2 points in your Ascendancy, and then you'll get to put 8 points in your tree, and you'll be a million times stronger. You're looking at an Ascension tree, I believe, right here, right? But let's say you want to mix and match it. You want to do Sanctum on the first tier, and then you want to do Ultimatum on the second tier, and then you want to go back to Sanctum for the third tier, and then you want to do the new thing on the fourth tier. As long as you do one of the 3 at each tier, you're going to get your 8 points. And Ziggy D's advice in his video, which I think was very, very good, is first time playing through Path of Exile, just do them all at all tiers. Just have fun with the game, man. Just play them all. You're only going to get the you're only going to get the Ascendancy points for the first clear at each tier, but at least you'll have some fun. I mean, why not? So then in the endgame system, you're going to have this infinitely scaling mapping system. So that might sound intimidating. It's going to be fine. Just get in there, start clearing some maps. You're going to see points of interest. You're going to see surprises. And it's got tons and tons of things for you to do. Now, it wouldn't be Path of Exile if they didn't have a million trees for you to fill in. You know, that's super intimidating. That makes you want to Alt F4. But they did something that I think is going to make things a lot easier for people. What they have right now for the endgame tree is a gigantic tree with like 1,000 nodes that you just walk through, and you have to figure out how to select and navigate through that giant tree to pick all the endgame activities that you would like to do. Think of it like, I bet a lot of my audience are Diablo 4 players. Think about if Diablo 4 had an endgame tree that you could put points into that would allow you to buff up Helltide or Uber Lilith or Duriel or Nightmare Dungeons or the Pit or the Infernal Hordes. It's like that. Path of Exile will let you buff the different things that you like to do in the endgame with these trees. And instead of PoE 1 having it all one gigantic tree, they separated it. So now if you want to buff up Expedition, for example, you just go and you put your points into the Expedition tree. You don't have to navigate a massive tree and go find all the pathing to the Expedition nodes in order to play Expedition. So as far as I understand, the endgame trees go like this. First of all, there's just a general endgame tree, which just buffs the endgame generally anything that you would do. Then we have the Expedition tree. You don't know what Expedition is? You lay bombs everywhere. You blow stuff up and monsters come out, and then you kick the shit out of the monsters. And then you can sometimes get log books. And they open these huge maps, these huge mining missions, and you just lay bombs everywhere and blow it up. And sometimes you blow up craters and you go into like boss rooms down there. I love Expedition. It's a lot of fun. Then we have Ritual. I believe Ritual is where you activate this little shrine, and then all these monsters come up. They rise from the dead, and you're locked in, and you got to kill them. and then you can keep doing the rituals and keep killing the monsters, and then you get currency for that, and then you can spend that and get a lot of rewards. Then there's Delirium. I call this Gray Peacock. They say it's a mirror. It's a Gray Peacock. I mean, just look at it. I don't know why they call it a mirror. This summons enemies all over the map as you play it. Gives you really good rewards. There's Breach. You open up a breach. It expands out, and you got to kill as many enemies as you can as fast as possible. Then, of course, there has to be a bossing tree. And they said some of these pinnacle encounters are some of the most difficult ones they've ever designed. And they already have like Uber Maven and Uber Cirrus in PoE 1, which a lot of people find extremely challenging. The way they were talking about it, they're saying these pinnacle encounters are even more difficult. And remember, you can't die. If you die, you lose your chance. So it's going to be very interesting to see what's coming out. And they said there will be many, many more endgame mechanics besides this. But remember, going into the endgame, it probably will be a really good idea to put points into the general tree. And then it's simple. You just pick whatever you like to do. What do you want to do? You want to lay bombs everywhere? Pump the expedition tree. You want to do Gray Peacock, Delirium? Do that. Play your own way. That's the way Path of Exile goes. Now, the trials here, this is the ultimatum trial that we're seeing that I talked about earlier about ascending with the different tiers. This right here in the end game, they will have an end game version of the trials that I assume are going to have great rewards, but there's no tree for it. Finally, something that we don't have to fill in a tree for. Talked about needing to find the correct pathing. We talked about dying in a map closes it forever. Someone asked the question, what if you die so much that you literally lock yourself in the map and you can't expand? I believe there is an option to reset it. If you completely brick it, you can reset it and start over wherever you start. And so that's good that they thought of that. And another general question is you can, of course, juice the maps. You can pump them up and make them extremely hard for better rewards. One cool thing that they announced that DM asked them was, are the pinnacle bosses static? So they have 4 tiers to them, 1, 2, 3, and 4, but sorcerer, the other one was the monk. They said that they've seen some of the best combinations actually combining the elements, and there's really cool stuff, like you lay the firewall and then you shoot the frostbolt through it, turns it into
Light of Chiula. This ascendancy transforms the monk into a follower of the. Hey everybody, and let's go.
Hi, I'm Fearless Dumbo, and I am a bossing enthusiast very excited about a crossbow-wielding mercenary. It looks like an incredibly fun mashup of clear and bossing capability, which is a rare combination in Path of Exile. It also looks like one of the most flexible archetypes where you could really lean into map blasting clear with Zealous Inquisition and high APS ranged ammunition, or go for DPS and combo something like Permafrost with big booms from Explosive Grenade, which has some of the highest effective attack damage of any of the skills we've seen so far. As a longtime Path of Exile player, seeing the mercenary rip up packs of mobs immediately sold me on the crossbow. Jonathan mentions that there are 22 active skills for crossbows, which leaves huge room for varied gameplay, and true to the nature of a shooter, you aren't waiting long for projectiles to hit like you might with a caster class. The first ascendancy for mercenary is the Witch Hunter. It has one of the most promising ascendancy nodes in Judge,
Hey guys, Gassy TV here with another Path of Exile 2 video, and in this one we're going to talk about the Monk and its 2 ascendancy choices that we'll have access to in early access coming December 6th. Very excited for this class. Actually has some really cool choices that we're going to deep dive a little bit with the nodes that has been revealed. Now do keep in mind, since we don't have all the information, it is impossible to say how good this class will actually be or its ascendancy choices, and we have no idea what kind of builds we can make until we actually play it. So we're just going to go through what has been revealed. I'll give you guys some of my takes on it and move from there. But before we dive into this video, I want to point out that we are this close to 100,000 subscribers, at which point YouTube will send me a play button. So I would very much appreciate if you hit the like button, subscribe for more content, and leave a comment down below what you guys think about the Monk class and its ascendancy choices. But let's not waste your time, let's crack into the video. Before we dive into the ascendancies themselves, it's important to point out that the information that we have on the class, as well as the playtesting that a lot of us content creators have done in the past year with the class, gives us a pretty good insight for what to expect. Now, the Monk class itself has been portrayed as a very fast-paced, agile martial arts combatant, and is also said to not be a very tanky class to play. Relying on its high mobile playstyle is the way to stay alive, essentially. And that said, the ascendancy nodes revealed has shown some pretty interesting mechanics that we could play with, and some even referencing to some theoretically super tanky approaches, which kind of counteracts the idea that Jonathan Rogers said in our interview that it was supposed to be a little squishier. Most people had a lot of deaths on that class compared to the others. But let's start with the Monk Ascendancy Invoker. In here, we have quite a few options, starting with Faith is a Choice, which grants you the skill Meditate. Now again, skills granted by Ascendancy choices are going to be skills that we can 6-link in our skills section. What this does is a channeling ability that doubles your energy shield, which is quite interesting, but I'm not sure how well that would work. And that is the Acolyte of Chayula. Now, the Acolyte Chayula is very interesting and seemingly, at first glance, a very overpowered ascendancy if you come into this game having the perspective of things working like they do in Path of Exile 1. Very important to point out that things will be different in PoE 2. Therefore, at first glance, this looks insanely overpowered, but it might not be, but we'll have to see as we get to play this. The first node is a 2-point connector called Chayula's Gifts. It gives you plus 10% to maximum chaos resistance and doubles your chaos resistance as well, which is an extremely valuable stat to have in Path of Exile 1. The other node shown is a connecting point to 2 different ascendancy nodes, starting with Ravenous Doubts, which makes it so that mana leeching that you get is instant, which is also an incredibly strong modifier for Path of Exile 1. The topic of leech has been on blast, really, in PoE 2 from a lot of different angles, because we don't know how effective this will be, because leeching in PoE 1 is incredibly strong, whereas leeching in PoE 2 might not actually result in it being as overpowered as it is with this type of modifier in PoE 2. Time will tell. This node then connects to a third one called Consuming Questions. Consuming Questions makes it so that you cannot recharge Energy Shield. And what recharging Energy Shield means is that if you haven't taken damage for X amount of seconds, in PoE 1 that is referring to 4 seconds, your Energy Shield will then very quickly ramp up back to maximum Energy Shield. This node will prevent that mechanic entirely from happening, but what it does is that the mana leech that you do also affects recovering Energy Shield. This means that the Ravenous Doubts and Consuming Questions will allow you to insta-leech mana and also insta-leech Energy Shield. Therefore, if you're playing something like a full Energy Shield focused character, you don't have to worry about Life Leech because these things will apply to this as long as you have a source of Mana Leech. Another node is a 2-point connected to the south corner of the Ascendancy node. We don't know the connecting node after this, but this is this Ascendancy is called Waking Dream, and it grants you the skill Into the Breach, furthering the idea of you diving into this Chayula fanboying, if you will. It's just an acolyte of Chayula, just doubling down on this approach. I believe the Into the Breach was when you kill enemies, you spawn shards and whatnot that gave you resources back. It is actually very cool to see, but we don't know what the following node is doing. So without that information, it didn't seem like that much of an attractive ascendancy node. On the southern part, on the right-hand side of the ascendancy, however, we have Embrace the Darkness. Now, there was a question mark in this because it wasn't very clear whether or not this is going to be on any of the other slots as seen on the ascendancy node, or if this is actually accurately placed according to this image. What it does, it removes all your spirit. Now, your spirit is the resource you use to reserve auras and also reserve for your minions and or buffs. So this will remove all of that and then give you darkness instead. Again, doubling down on this Chayula praying acolyte approach. So your base maximum darkness is 100, and obviously there will be sources to increase this. And for each life or energy shield lost to damage, you will start reserving darkness instead if possible. Now, darkness reservation will last for 10 seconds. So instead of taking damage, you're going to reserve darkness, and then will last for 10 seconds. And you will get +5 to maximum darkness per character level. And then we'll have a node connecting to this on the southern side called Grasp of the Void. And what this one is doing is giving you 1% of any source of damage that you have as extra chaos damage when you're attacking per 20 unreserved darkness. And this is how these nodes connect well together, where you don't have any spirit anymore. Maybe you're able to reserve darkness for auras. We don't know that yet, but we'll see. And then for every 20 unreserved darkness, you're going to do a ton of extra chaos damage. So very, very interesting. But one of the cool things about this ascendancy, as I mentioned earlier in this video, was how the class has been portrayed to be a squishy, fast-acting, agile martial arts combatant, but again, not very tanky. It's going to be...
We need stories. We need stories to understand ourselves. We are the only...
Be a bit squishy is what we've been told. But what this ascendancy is showing us is the possibility of things like Chaos Inoculation Keystone, which is giving you the modifier of dragging your maximum life down to 1, but you become entirely immune to chaos damage. And what this is doing is allowing you to focus on having a full energy shield build, whilst being immune to chaos damage. This can also be combined with things like Eldritch Battery, which makes it so that your mana cost is completely voided, and instead of spending mana for your abilities, you'll be spending Energy Shield if you have Energy Shield. And now your Energy Shield will also protect your mana pool, or darkness in this case, instead of your life pool. Now, but that's not going to be good, right? Because now you have 1 HP and no Energy Shield covering it, but in comes the super giga buffed Mind Over Matter in PoE 2 version compared to the lesser version from PoE 1. And that is Mind Over Matter, making it so that every single point of damage that you take will be taken from your mana before life, and having a less mana recovery rate. So this specific mechanic, assuming everything works as we are expecting it to, is that you will move your energy shield over to your mana pool, turn your mana pool into darkness, and then have 1 HP and become immune to chaos damage. And now, all of the damage you take will be hitting your mana pool that doesn't exist because there's an energy shield covering it and it's darkness instead. So you should be taking the damage to your energy shield pool, which you are using to cast or pay for the sources of your actual abilities, and then you're also instantly leeching that at the same time, potentially creating a very tanky and effective combat playstyle. Now, this is obviously a very theoretical approach to this type of playstyle or this ascendancy, and we don't know if the Eldritch Battery will work when you convert your mana pool into another source, which in this case is darkness. We will again have to wait and see. Needless to say, the Monk has a very promising approach for the early access with plenty of diversity, including a recently shown gameplay snippet using the fan favorite Flicker Strike, which looked absolutely incredible. It was so cool to see, since the game has been forcing us down with this idea that it's going to be much slower, and then they show us the snippet of Flicker Strike just bouncing all over the screen. It looked amazing. I hope you guys will like it as well. Now, to avoid wasting your time, I'll end this video by saying thanks for watching. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe for more content, and drop a comment down below what you think.
Chiyula first, since I'm pretty excited to play it. And first passive option is Chiyula's Gift. It can double our chaos resistance and add +10 of maximum chaos resistance as well. It has 3 layers of defense: energy shield, after it mana, and only after it life. Keep in mind that consuming questions is not stacking well with Eldritch Battery, because it removes your energy shield completely. For most hybrid builds with energy shields, that passive looks like a must-have, because it will be significantly easier to boost only Mana Leech instead of trying to get Sword Stance for both. Making it instant is also a very strong bonus and another reason to take it. And next passive is Embrace the Darkness. It removes all the spirits, so you can't use reservation skills anymore, which is a big downside, and provides up to 600 darkness, which could protect your life and energy shield against damage, becoming an additional layer of defense. This passive works very well with Mind Over Matter too, since it protects your life and energy shield and would combine greatly with the Ravenous Doubt that I already commented about. It does not sound good initially, since the downside is very big, but it stacks pretty well with the next passives in line. And next one goes Grasp the Void. It gives 1% of damage as extra chaos for 20 unresolved darkness. So when nothing is hitting you and no darkness is reserved, it will give you up to 30% of additional damage as chaos as the maximum. It can add chaos damage to any other type of damage, including chaos itself, so conversion there is pretty simple. There's also one more passive connected to Embrace the Darkness, and for now it is completely unknown, but I would expect it to interact with Darkness mechanic in some fashion too. Generally, both Embrace the Darkness and Grasp the Void looks pretty average, to be honest. 30% bonus damage and some defensive layer is better in PoE 2 than in PoE 1, but losing Spirit completely and spending 4 Ascendancy points for it looks like a heavy gamble. We will need to see other passives to decide if those two are worth it, or we will have better options elsewhere. But I hope we will have better ones, and I will try to avoid those two myself. Waking Dream is the last passive in the list that gives Acolyte into the Breach skill. It gives us the chance to drop Flames of Chiula, which can grant life, mana and damage. Unfortunately, we don't have enough information about amounts those flames can provide, and it needs to be confirmed if we can even spawn those flames on bosses. But the skill itself looks pretty alright, and can help with recovery and damage at the same time. It also leads to unidentified passive, which is yet to be revealed, but I have a pretty high hopes for that one for some reason. Generally, Acolyte of Chill looks good because it solves many issues, together with easier way to leech energy shield, and have some additional defenses layer too, making your monk less squishy. Even if other passives will not be amazing, 30% of additional chaos damage can be fit in for some particular builds for bigger benefits. I will work on a few build ideas for Acolyte, so stay tuned and subscribe to the channel to not miss those videos. And now let's talk about Invoker. Faith is a choice, provides Monk with Meditate skill, which we can channel to double energy shield. Initially it looks pretty strong, but the channeling part needs to be clarified. Will the energy shield be doubled for some time after channeling, or only while it is channeled? Answer to this question will determine how good the node will be. It can also stack with cast while channeling skill gem, which can trigger any particular skill, for example defensive one, while you are channeling Meditate to avoid some big hits and protect yourself. So it will be useful even if a little clunky. I'm the Blizzard and I'm the Thunder gives us 10% of damage as cold or as lightning respectively, which is nice but nothing special. Those passives also give you a chance to create Shocking Ground for Thunder with 25% chance or Guaranteed Shield Ground for Blizzard. Both those passives works as only path to the next one, so I will take only one of them. And Endless Thunder looks better overall, because Shocking Ground provides better benefits in my opinion, so I would stick with it. Both of them leads to And I Shall Reach, which gives Unbound Avatar ability. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy like Chill or Shock, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough of it, expected number to be around 100 base. Works very well with Mind Over Matter too, since it protects your life and energy shield and would combine greatly with the Ravenous Doubt that I already commented about. It does not sound good initially, and no darkness is reserved. It will give you up damage to any other type of damage, including passive connected to Embrace the Darkness, and for now it is completely unknown, but I would expect it to interact with Darkness mechanic in some fashion too. Generally, both Embrace Darkness and Grasp the Void looks pretty average, to be honest. 30% bonus damage and some defensive layer is better in PoE 2 than in PoE 1, but losing Spirit completely and spending 4 Ascendancy points for it looks like a heavy gamble. We will need to see other passives to decide if those two are worth it, or we will have better options elsewhere. But I hope we will have better ones, and I will try to avoid those two myself. Waking Dream is the last passive in the list that gives Acolyte Into the Breach skill. It gives us the chance to drop Flames of Chiyula, which can grant life, mana and damage. Unfortunately, we don't have enough information about amounts those flames can provide, and it needs to be confirmed if we can even spawn those flames on bosses. But the skill itself looks pretty alright, and can help with recovery and damage at the same time. It also leads to unidentified passive, which is yet to be revealed, but I have a pretty high hopes for that one for some reason. Generally, Acolyte of Chiyula looks good because it solves many issues, together with easier way to leech Energy Shield and get some additional defenses layer 2, making your monk less squishy. Even if other passives will not be amazing, 30% of additional chaos damage can be fit in for some particular builds for bigger benefits. I will work on a few build ideas for Acolyte, so stay tuned and subscribe to the channel to not miss those videos. And now let's talk about Invoker. Faith is a choice, provides Monk with Meditate skill, which we can channel to double Energy Shield. Initially it looks pretty strong, but the channeling part needs to be clarified. Will the Energy Shield be doubled for some time after channeling, or only while it is channeled? Answer to this question will determine how good the node will be. It can also stack with cast while channeling skill gem, which can trigger any particular skill, for example defensive one, while you are channeling Meditate to avoid some big hits and protect yourself. So it will be useful even if a little clunky. I'm the Blizzard and I'm the Thunder gives us 10% of damage as cold or as lightning respectively, which is nice but nothing special. Those passives also give you a chance to create Shocking Ground for Thunder with 25% chance or Guaranteed Shield Ground for Blizzard. Both those passives works as only path to the next one, so I will take only one of them. And Anders Thunder looks better overall because Shocking Ground provides better benefits in my opinion, so I would stick with it. Both of them leads to And I Shall Rage, which gives Unbound Avatar ability. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy like Chill or Shock, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough of it, expected number to be around 100 based on PoE 1, you can use the skill to transform into the avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more ailments. This passive is strong but not really consistent, and should work the best with hybrid builds that will utilize a few elements to shock, chill and ignite at the same time. Otherwise, it will take too long to stack it, as we've seen in some footage already. And the last passive is Unscatter Them Through the Wind, which provides Elemental Expression skill, which triggers every time when you do melee critical strike. Elemental Expression will create waves of elemental power to damage enemies around and could be built in cast on critical, which is very strong. For now, this passive looks like the strongest option in all of Invoker kit, because it has no cooldown and triggers on each critical strike, which is better than cast on critical itself, because it triggers only when your energy for that skill is full. However, we will need to see the damage numbers to confirm how strong it's going to be. Keep in mind that to reach and scatter them to the wind, we will need to pass through unrevealed passive, so it will require 4 points and not 2 to reach it. Generally, Invoker looks like a very strong choice for cast on critical builds, but lacks some defensive capabilities and quality of life nodes, so it's more damage oriented ascendancy choice right now. But since in PoE 2 you can break mobs while dying, you will need to at least get some defenses elsewhere to pretty much enjoy playing it. Comparing Acolyte against Invoker, I feel like both Monk options will work pretty good with Archmage and mana stacking in general, and would also work out as good hybrid builds with energy shield, mana and life layer of defense. I feel like cast on critical is also could be a very good option for a monk in general, especially for some part of elemental skill, and poison could work for chaos as well. Monk still looks absolutely amazing with all those bonuses, fast dashes and huge AoE skills, and I can't wait to play it on December 6th. I will also work on a few more builds.
Hi, I'm Joe Delaney. Today we're going.
Hey everybody, Ronnery here, and during the past few days we received so many new information and news in general about Path of Exile 2. So in this video I wanted to cover the most interesting stuff. Let's go! So first off, earlier today Fextralife channel posted a video which heavily indicated that their team had some access to Path of Exile 2 and played the campaign already for longer compared to the creators who played it only on events. Many creators, including me, were completely confused by it and asked GGG to clarify. The video that Fextralife posted got taken down pretty fast, and GGG also responded with this message, stating that there was some miscommunication between them and it's not a Fextralife fault that the video got posted. However, as far as I understand now, Fextralife still got some access and probably prepare more content based on that access. Well, stuff happens. We got a quick response and the situation is currently resolved. At least it is cool that there will be no spoilers and no spoiling videos for most of us, and we will be able to enjoy the game without staining the first impression. Tell me in the comments guys, do you think that traditional media, such as Fextralife, should have early access to games for promotion or not? Because in my opinion that topic is kinda controversial, and as a player I would just want that nobody would have an access more than a little time on the events that we all seen creators play just for promotional measure. There was also a Korean interview with lead PoE 2 developer Jonathan Rogers, which brings a lot of additional information and I want to break it down in that video. The most important change that been talked during that interview is Mirror of Calendar, which is pretty much coming back, and we will have it in Path of Exile 2. It's going to be a very rare drop, however, since there's a chance that it's going to drop, I think there's a big chance that some divination cards for Mirror Shards and Mirror itself are coming back as well, but it still needs to be confirmed. But Mirror itself is definitely going to be in the game, and I think it's going to be some part of meta crafting too, because you still will be able to just mirror the best items. Is it good change or not? It's a questionable manner, and we will need to see how well Mirror will fit into Path of Exile 2 crafting system. And second part, Jonathan believes that melee characters will have easier boss fights compared to ranged characters, because bosses will use different abilities when characters are staying on the distance, and melee right now, based on what Jonathan is thinking, is in a very good position in PoE 2. Since I'm starting the Monk and I'm probably going to play melee, I'm pretty happy about it, and I hope all melee enjoyers out there can rejoice together with me. Next point is GGG is investing heavily into servers and will try to make sure that servers are going to hold when the game is going into early access. That's one of my biggest concerns currently, because I think we could have server issues in the same fashion like last Epic had them, and it could hurt the game. But I still hope that issues are not going to be that big and we will be able to play maybe after a day at least. Next point is controller support. And that's been one of the points that GGG been making through the years. Controller support by itself should be significantly better on Path of Exile 2 compared to Path of Exile 1. They had a lot of developers working on that, and many people already think that playing Path of Exile 2 on controller is better than playing Path of Exile 2 on the keyboard. It still needs to be confirmed, however, if you enjoy controllers, you definitely need to try to use them, because most of the people who tried it enjoyed the process. Next step is uniques, and especially uniques from Pinnacle and game content, and Pinnacle bosses by themselves. Right now Jonathan says that most of those uniques should be chase items, such as Headhunter or Mageblood for example, and they pretty much want us to farm those pinnacle bosses, which is a very cool idea, I think, and it should work pretty nicely with the endgame system that PathXL 2 already showcased. I'm really looking forward to go for those chase uniques, and I hope they will have some particular price in currency as well. Another news is there are going to be no campaign skip, because GGG is not really planning to do that. So we will need to finish the campaign every time when we are restarting our characters. It's questionable as well, because when you're creating a lot of additional characters, running through the campaign could be a chore. But GGG is currently promising that PoE 2 will have significantly better campaign and better lore too, so maybe it will be more enjoyable. It will be especially cool if we will have like different roads, and maybe some additional bonuses such as optional quests or optional bosses will transfer between the characters. But right now it's not confirmed, and based on what Jonathan said, we literally will need to do everything from the start. Tell me in the comments again if you think it's working good for your playstyle. For me, it's kinda alright because I've been playing PathXL 1 for a very long time. There's also going to be no in-game path of building or any other way to pretty much calculate the damage of our skill. And no item simulation as well, so we will need to pretty much use additional tools and websites for it like we did before. That part is kinda questionable, but I think builders been pretty up and community used it very often in almost all RPGs, and I don't think it's a big issue. However, there's other cool bonuses for newer players. In the skill tree, you will be able to see what effect nodes they'll have before you will choose them. I think that's a very cool addition, and that way we will be able to work with the tree in significantly better manner. It will be much easier to understand without going to Path of Building or any builder on the website, if you want to pick that node or not. We're also expecting some balanced updates right after early access, and Jonathan pretty much talking about balance updates that are going to change some skills, maybe buff some stuff. However, right now the whole logic behind balancing in PathXL 2 will be that underused skills will be buffed and overperformance skills not going to be nerfed. I think there's still going to be some changes because some skills could be bugged and stuff like that, but it's a pretty nice logic to pretty much go forward. Jonathan also confirmed that there's no content for guilds in any kind, because they don't really want you to feel pressure to join the guild. So I think guilds will just stay a funny little thing that most of the players are not really using. You can use it just to chat with friends or be in the guild with people who share some challenges, for example. Another information about the guilds, that unfortunately our guilds from PathXL 1 will not be transferred to PathXL 2. So you will need to create your guilds again, and you also need to rejoin your guilds. It's pretty much up to a technical limitation, and GGG just can't do anything about it. And the next point is crafting system, and Jonathan talked a lot about it. So crafting system in PathXL 2 is going to improve over time. So it's starting off being kinda simple and understandable for all new players. However, like in PathXL 1 happened with Harvest, it's going to improve over time, and the system is going to be significantly more complex after release of the game. Right now the game is pretty much significantly more beginner friendly, and easier crafting system is a part of those changes. I think in general it's very good, because we are going to receive significantly more casual players and more players overall. So if the game will be accessible, more people will be interested in it, and I think it's a great part too. Also, skills right now will have added videos to it, so when you will pretty much hover over particular skills, you will be able to see a short video guide showcasing what the skill is doing, how it's looking and stuff like that. It should help you to understand what kind of skill you're investing in, and it will be easier to build for people who never played it or never watched like promotional materials before. Another great news is pretty much all PathXL 1 cosmetics and MTXs are going to move to Path of Exile 2 and will work on launch. However, not all of them will work on early access, and we will need to wait for some of them to be completely implemented into the game. However, I think GGG is very generous right here, because they're pretty much moving all the cosmetics from Path of Exile 1, so you will keep all the stuff that you already bought. And I'm looking forward to see what kind of cosmetics they will come up with for Path of Exile 2 specifically, because they have updated engine and the game itself is brand new, it's looking significantly better in terms of graphics, and I hope those cosmetics are going to be even better. So that was a set of news that we received from the Korean interview, and I hope you enjoyed that. Thank you very much for watching, and see you next time. Ronray out.
And build creators to watch in PoE 2. I'm going to go down the list. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what they specialize in, because most PoE creators have a certain type of style of build they like to play / upload guides on. And these 10 are not in order and who I think are the best. They're not who I even think are the 10 best. These, I just thought of the number 10 for a video, and I just listed the first 10 build creators that came into my mind. That's it. If your favorite creator's not here, it doesn't mean I think they suck, although I might. But, you know, that's not the point of this video. Alright, so I said 10 creators, but it's gonna be 11 because I made the video and I was like, wait, I'm not in it. I should probably be in it. It's my channel. Just for an introduction, what I do. I don't really make many of my own builds. I occasionally do if the thing I want to do isn't made already, but 9 times out of 10, the thing I want to do is already made by somebody in a very, very powerful build. So I usually take their builds, I might edit it to my needs a little bit, and then I will present it to you guys in a digestible format. A lot of PoE videos have a lot of rambling. I try and keep it to a minimum, particularly on my guides. On a video like this, I might ramble a little, like right now. Basically no BS build guides that I will just show you the info. Here you go, play the build. The build feels good from the start. It's not like a super fine-tuned build. It's something you can play right away and it just feels good the whole time. Mathel. Well, it's okay, it's not a ranking. I was gonna say number 1, but this is not a ranking list. So. The first one, Mathel. He is an all-rounder. He makes builds of all types. He pretty much goes with the flow and makes just whatever he thinks will be fun. Usually utilizing underused skills often and still making them do a ton of damage. Mathel builds were known for a while for having low defense and mainly relying on the player having good mechanics and not getting hit. But I feel like in recent years, he's actually been making more well-rounded builds as well. So I wouldn't really be scared about that or anything. If you've heard that, plenty of his builds have more than enough defense for most stuff in the game. Zizarin. He makes good build guides for new players, usually has in-depth notes and POBs, and takes time to explain a lot of concepts other players might not talk about since they assume the viewer will already know it. He also does collabs with other streamers and will get their input on a build that he thinks they've played a lot of, like me with DD. If he ever has any questions on it or whatever, wants to clarify, he'll just ask me, or, you know, whatever build, or whoever, Karn with Bone Shatter, stuff like that. He has a ton of collab videos like that. He also has a lot of good video series for new players going over everything step by step, like his Everything Explained series, PoE University, and he's very patient with new players on stream. Jungron. He's definitely not new player friendly, but if you're serious about learning the game, you should pay attention to this guy. He usually finds some really OP slash bugged builds, maybe interesting use of game mechanics, as some will say, by stealing the builds from Chinese players on Bilibili. He will often take builds from scratch, from level 1 on the beach, and showcase entire runs, usually 2-stone runs, which, if you don't know what that is, it's basically 6 to 8 hour run for very, very experienced players. Yeah, that'll get to the 2 first major endgame bosses in PoE 1. There's probably no equivalent of that yet that we really know in PoE 2, but he'll show like a full run of the build, show you what to expect from them. He also commonly tries to find very good builds on a budget. His builds are usually pretty tightly tuned, and I'm not sure if I can think of a great way to describe that, but what I guess I mean by that is like, if the build's like a puzzle and all the pieces aren't perfectly in place, it'll feel like shit. Garotha. A lot of my favorite builds in the game have come from Garotha. He's definitely one of the best build makers in PoE 1. He finds wacky builds to play in hardcore, which is extremely difficult to do. And they always work without putting in a ton of effort into getting the build to function, which is my favorite kind of build. I really hate it. Spending 1,000 hours crafting the gear, setting everything up all at once, just for the character to function at a baseline level. Alkaiser X. Alk is a melee lord. You'll pretty much always take the best melee skill and just hyper optimize it until it really can't be improved anymore, and then he'll just play it for the next 8 leagues until it's unplayable after they've nerfed it enough or whatever. If you want to play the best melee builds in the game, he's your go-to. Definitely hardcore focused with the focus on defense, but still makes it do a lot of damage. Rue 2. Rue himself doesn't make build guides, but he is definitely one of the best build creators in the game. I wouldn't really say as a typical build style he sticks to. His builds are just really damn good and optimized. Definitely not new player friendly, if I didn't say that. Ben. If you want the absolute best competitive build of the game at any given time, you should probably find Ben's character. Now, at the start of early access for PoE 2, I doubt there's going to be competitive races or anything. I'm praying nobody tries to host some weird community race that gives you like an Olive Garden gift card for winning or something. But in the future when there is, he's from Garotha. He's definitely one of the best build makers in PoE 1. The best competitive build of the game at any given time, you should probably find Ben's character. Now, at the start of early access for PoE 2, I doubt there's going to be competitive races or anything. I'm praying nobody tries to host some weird community race that gives you like an Olive Garden gift card for winning or something. But in the future when there is, he is where you look if you're interested in what the absolute pinnacle looks like. He'll take the best meta build and then get the best possible gear in the shortest amount of time. The man is a machine for efficiency. Uber Dan. You want builds that are just so absolutely insane that when you see the gear, you'll know immediately that Dan made it. And on top of them, he makes them in HC with a drastically limited economy. Like less than 1% of a softcore economy. And you'll usually have 1 or 2 main builds that you kind of think like, how did he even do this with nobody playing hardcore? Where did he get this stuff? You'll usually have 1 to 2 main builds per league that have a particularly interesting mechanic that he just scales the hell out of. He doesn't make build guides, but he'll often upload to his YouTube channel. Well, not often. He will occasionally upload to his YouTube channel, and then I often steal his builds and make guides for, along with having cheaper gear options, because usually, like, they're really high end. And I'm not a huge fan of going super high end, so I take it and I make it shittier. But shittier equals more people can play it. Waggle. Just an HC player that makes really solid builds and pushes them to a high level. Another guy I copy a lot of builds from. Snap How. If you're a group player this is just absolutely who you're going to want to check out. He is one of the big softcore juicers, grouping with Imperium for league starts. He always just makes videos on the top party strats in juicing. He has some pretty good insights. He also does it for other games too. Just pretty much every ARPG, if there's a grouping thing you can do, he's doing it.
Ladies, gentlemen, and exiles of all ages, we are only a few days away from the official release of the early access for Path of Exile 2. This game is looking absolutely fantastic, even in its early access state, and with this it is of course generating a ton of attention and interest too, including a large majority of this from people who haven't even played the first Path of Exile, the original, at least not towards the actual endgame. With all these new people funneling into the game then in just a few days, I thought it would be a good idea to go over a very basic level sort of guide to what classes are and how they function within the game. Essentially, what does your class govern, what can you do with it, how do skills function in a more basic sense, the skill tree, uniques, things like that. Essentially, if you are new to PoE and are feeling overwhelmed by either the amount or just the sheer depth of mechanics there are, or maybe both, then this will hopefully be a good sort of jumping off point for a number of these systems. At the start of early access, there will be 6 classes available to us, but the concept of a base class is actually different to what you may be anticipating if you come from playing other ARPGs, because technically any class can wield any weapon and use the majority of the skills that exist. As a result, all you have to do is reach the actual stats. The main exception to this is your ascendancies. These are essentially a subclass or specialization that you'll gain access to within Act 2 of the main story campaign. These unlock the ability to choose between 2 ascendancies for each main class at early access launch, with this plan to increase to 3 ascendancies for each class by full release. The nodes in each ascendancy skill tree can only be taken by characters who have made that ascendancy choice, and even then you are limited to 8 total points to spend within them, so in that way they really are truly the only class unique part of getting yourself set up in the game to begin with, and they are pretty much entirely what you want to base your original class decisions on to begin with, as ascendancy options depend on the base class you choose. A good example of this is the Witch class, which is heavily focused around minions as a base concept. One of the ascendancies is Infernalist. This gives you access to a unique skill called Demon Form, which literally can turn you into a demon to increase your cast speed and damage while also draining a slowly increasing amount of health from you, creating a fun risk-reward type of playstyle. And this ascendancy also replaces mana as a concept for you as well if you take that node, and instead of spending from a high resource pool until it empties, like how mana works, you instead build up what is essentially an overheat gauge, where the quicker you cast spells, the faster the number goes up, and when it hits maximum, you take all of your health and shields as a damage number, so it becomes about not overfilling instead of not emptying, completely changing the gameplay feel of that class. And so I recommend, before you fully commit to any class choice in the game, especially when heading into the game itself, have at least a brief look at the ascendancies and see what sounds fun to you. That said, back to the base skill tree itself, each class will start in a different location, but every class shares the same tree. There is a starting location for more dexterity focused classes, and the dexterity side tends to build towards ranged weapon damage and evasion, the intelligence focus section tends to build more towards spells and energy shield, and the strength focus section tends to build more towards melee weapons and armor gain. And with the tree being a connecting web, there are of course some overlapping bits too, where strength and intelligence ride the same sort of line as an example, strength and dexterity, all the different sort of combos, and some of the classes do start in between these. You can branch out eventually to any corner of the skill tree that you would like to, but obviously your starting position makes your first few points a little bit forced. An important note is that as opposed to the first Path of Exile game, in PoE 2, you can now reset skill points simply with gold as the only cost, which is an extremely easy and common resource to gain with within the game. This means that you can actually experiment a little bit in the skill tree and just sort of wing it early game without regretting it too hard later on, like you absolutely could do in the first game. Within the skill tree then, there are minor passive nodes, which are just smaller stat upgrades, essentially the rungs on the ladder that you are forced to climb to get the important stuff. Some of the more basic ones in Path of Exile 2 specifically actually let you choose the stat that you gain. They are attribute nodes, letting you decide if you want more strength, dexterity, or intelligence at that stage. There are notable passives, and these are usually a bit larger of a circle. They usually require you to take a number of minor passives to even reach them and activate them, and they have either a more unique or more powerful effect than the minor nodes. They usually also allow access to more important increases such as keystone nodes. These are the properly unique special nodes that can often completely decide how your build will work. These can do important things like give you massive lifesteal. A different one can boost energy shields while lowering your maximum life to incentivize building around energy shields. These are basically the really important gameplay defining passives that you'll have in the tree. An important note as well is that in the game we will have 2 weapon sets that you can swap between whenever you want to from the character screen, and you can either use it to just swap from 2 different sets of stats if you want to of the same weapon types, or you can just fully equip different weapons. For a warrior, this could look like using a one-hander and a shield as one weapon set, and then a two-handed weapon in the other weapon set. Or you can get much more creative and fancy with it, because as long as you meet the stat requirements, you can equip any weapon type as any class. And this means that you can also then use the skills that require those weapon types to activate too. Essentially, this lets you sort of multi-class if you want to get really crazy with it. That said, along with this system are weapon set specific skill points. These are skill points that you can specifically say, I only want these to work when I'm using weapon set 1, and if instead I'm using weapon set 2, I want these skill points to actually be over here. These are a limited resource that you can unlock more of. They're a thing that you actually have to work towards, but they add a lot of potential creativity for builds and a lot more potential for the weapon swapping system. Past passives are of course your actual active skills as well, and outside of the ones that are unlocked in Ascendancies, all skills are created with skill gems. These, for the most part, early game at least, you will receive from quest objectives, or occasionally from random drops from enemies too. Skill gems each have a level, and that level defines which skills you can unlock with it. You can also apply it to an already unlocked skill to increase the level of said skill to the maximum amount that gem provides, which boosts its damage and often any other effects as well, such as armor piercing rounds for the mercenary, which shreds armor with every hit. The amount of armor shredded per hit increases with levels of the skill as well, not just the damage. As I mentioned earlier, you can have multiple weapon sets, and so as an elementalist, you could decide that you want to shred armor for whatever reason, just to pick something really wild and out there. So you could have a crossbow as your secondary weapon set, and then use armor piercing rounds. Of course, outside of rare, nichely perfect combinations, you are generally better off sticking to the spells that match your base stats and stat growth anyways, but it's good to be aware of this system regardless. Aside from these active skills that you get from the skill gems, there are also support gems. Each active skill can hold up to 5 support gems, and these alter the ways that your skills work. If you come from a Diablo background, think skill runes in Diablo 3, except with far more freedom, honestly. There is one massive pool of support gems that exists within the game. As with skill gems, a lot are gated with either stat or level requirements, and in Path of Exile 2, when you use a support gem to pick a support option to add to a skill, you will be given recommended options that the developers think are a good pairing with the base skill. This system is still a work in progress, but it is quite good from what I was able to see from the early events that I've been to, and it's usually a pretty good place to start, especially for beginners who don't already have an idea of what they want to build towards with their support gems. That said, you can ignore this and make any possible support gem that you would like, at least that fits the level of the gem, and through this you can do things like create triple projectiles instead of one, you can change damage types of skills, you can add damage over time effects, you can add crowd control. One of my favorite early combos in an early event that I was at for the game was Galvanic Shard's skill for the mercenary. This fires bolts that release chain lightning effects when they hit an enemy, and then sticking piercing shot support gem in that skill. What this did was essentially make it so that the initial bolt can hit multiple enemies, thus it would launch off multiple sets of chain lightning instead of just the one per shot. And this is a very simple example of how this system works and how you can really just sort of break things in very fun ways. Of course, it's also important to note that you can only have one of each support gem equipped at a time, so if you put piercing shots on Galvanic Shards, you can't put it on a different ability as well. There is one more type of skill and one more type of gem related to it too, which are spirit gems. These unlock what are essentially persistent permanent buff skills. What this is will change up depending on the class that the skill originates from, like Monk being able to deal cold damage when hit, or Sorceress gaining secondary flaming skull projectiles when you cast a fire spell. These aren't generally things that you'll need to think about too much after putting them in, but they can also have a pretty large effect on your general gameplay, and for a witch, for example, this is your main source of permanent minions as well. Your skills can create temporary minions, but it's spirit gems and spirit skills in your general spirit pool that will define your permanent friends for that class and the minion archetype. The last thing that I want to talk about then is uniques. These are your big build changing and altering powerful items you can find in the game, and where they most differ from other games in this genre is, generally speaking, you don't want to just put a unique on in Path of Exile 2 the moment that you find it. Not every unique will be good for you to use. Most of them will ask you to build a specific way to get the most out of them, and from the ground up, the design philosophy from the developers is to never let a unique item be just like a stat stick. Never give them enough good raw stats they would use it over a perfectly crafted rare item without actually caring about what the effect on it is. A few examples of this in action, so you know what these will actually provide as options, are the Couture of Crimson Guild investments, which increase armor and energy shield, reduce maximum life, reduce bleed duration against you, but then the big effect is that your life leech effect can overflow maximum life. This means that you can actually overheal from your attacks and gain bonus maximum life from this healing. Or there's the Innsmouth Shabby Hood. This cuts maximum mana in half but doubles mana regeneration. Or the Quill Range Shortbow, which doubles attack speed, gives dexterity, a ton of bonus arrow speed in general, but then lowers the damage of each of your attacks. And so that of course leans heavily into an on-hit damage style build. The point being that uniques in Path of Exile 2 are not just auto-equip when you find a type of items. Consider how it affects you, whether you can work with it and lean into it, whether it's actually better than what you already have equipped, and if it benefits you to begin with. But a good rare item that you can create yourself through crafting will actually outdo a lot of the more random uniques that you find if you aren't going to actually build around them. That just about does it for today, and everyone. Essentially,
like any of this freaking Deadeye Frenzy shit, when they see people firing off 30,000 weapon damage and the boss gets one shot, that's gonna get nerfed, right? But I don't... Guys, stop linking stupid ass cats, dude! Did you hear about the Archmage combo earlier when I was explaining it? I think it's fucking kind of insane. Dies of cringe? You guys are haters. Bro, like, if it works, like, so many casters are gonna play this build, it's gonna be insane. It's probably gonna be like the #1 build of the league, dude. I'm telling you, if it works. Explain it again? Okay, I'll explain it again. Wait, should we explain it again? What if it gets nerfed? Anyways. Okay. Let's explain the Archmage build. Okay, ready? So there's a lot of effing buts. No. Okay, we can explain with this. PoE2skills.com. Boom. PoE2skills.com. Okay. So Ember. Okay, first. Archmage. All right. So Archmage. Think about it. We're Archmage. So let's say we have 3,000 mana. We take Mom, and now we have 50% mana reduction, right? So if we cast spells, we kill ourselves. Okay. So first thing we gotta figure out is if Ember is Raging Spirit, right? So we have Raging Spirits here, right? And Raging Spirits is gonna be like Essence Harvest, right? And Essence Harvest says recovers 50 mana when a minion from supported skill dies, right? So we have to figure out what the definition of dies is. Do they die when we replace? Right? If we summon more than 10, will they die? Because in PoE 1, if you summon more than 10, they die and they heal your minions for 5% of the life, right? So replacement counts as death in PoE 1. But we don't know what it does in PoE 2. And if they don't die if they get replaced, do they die if you do limit support and you do less duration? Because that would make their duration from 4 seconds to like 1.3. So as long as your cast rate is less for 5 hits is longer than 1.3 seconds, which is like 2 seconds when we're using Ember Fusillade, then they're just gonna die off by themselves, or they're gonna expire. Does expire count as death? Or do replacement count as death? And if they do, then this build works. You can do it either way, right? If you want to do replacement, you would use increased duration. If you would do the other way, it would count as you would do less duration, right? Either way. But we have to find out what death means, right? And then we have to understand what Ember Fusillade does, right? And Ember Fusillade says conjures a blazing ember that hovers around you, right? After a short duration, the ember launches at a target. So we need to figure out if I use LMP with this, will it generate 3 embers? Because if it does, then one cast with Spell Echo would generate 6, or just MP. It's not LMP anymore, it's just MP. Then one cast with Spell Echo would generate 6 embers, and 6 embers would hit the target, right? Giving it max Archmage damage, and then it would summon 5 Raging Spirits, and then you would do it again, and it would summon 5 more, pushing it past the limit and giving you 250 mana back over and over again. There's no limit on Ember Fusillade. It's not a limit skill. I already thought about that. It says I can accumulate 10 embers. It's not limit 10 embers. If it was limit 10 embers, it would be even more broken. Yeah. What do you think? What do you think? I think it might work. And if it does work, it's like an infinite Archmage. That means like you can mom your Archmage and just have the flat mana from freaking like Essence Harvest at 130 spirit, and you can just pop off. No, POP off, POP off, POP off! This is like a 10 out of 10 combo, bro. This is gonna make every single caster fucking insane if this works. Well, it's gonna make Ember Fusillade Archmage insane. And then after that, you can just fucking Firestorm. Oh my god. And if replacement works, you can limit the Firestorm. Oh my god. Because this would just be like volley or something, right? And then this would be like echo. And then 3 support gems. And if you can limit this if replacement works. Oh my god, that's fucking insane. Yeah, I know minions expiring in PoE count as death. Replacement in PoE 1 also count as death. But I don't know how it's coded in PoE 2. I'm not an idiot. Do you think I'm an idiot? What do you mean, Cat Yep? Guys, what do you mean, Cat Yep? If this works, this is like the #1 caster build in the game. Guaranteed. Nothing's gonna beat this. Like, how do you beat like a 4,000 mana mom build that doesn't care about regen? You have more life than any life build, and you do tons of damage. No other Archmage builds can sustain mana with mom. So you're just basically better than you do the same damage as every other Archmage build, and you have infinite mana sustain. Yeah, I made a doc. There's a PoE 2 build thing on Discord, and then I'm putting in all my ideas and frameworks in there to see how builds will turn out. I think once we get the skill tree, then I'll put the actual leveling things in there if I can, because I think a lot of people are going to struggle with leveling too. Right. I'll see you guys tomorrow I think for the everyday PoE player, Act 1 and 2 is basically going to do this. Imagine if this is your butthole. Let's go over the new Ascendancy leaks, yeah? And we'll talk about why they're good and why they're not good. Okay, let's see. Deadeye Ascendancy modifiers, 30% chance if you gain frenzy charges, you would gain up to the maximum number. Okay, isn't there a notable for power charges that does the same fucking thing? Are frenzy charges so valuable in this game that they made it an ascendancy node instead of a node? I'm pretty sure there's an endurance charge node that does the same thing. Do you think there's actually a frenzy node that stacks with this, so it's going to be 50% chance to get frenzy charges to max? Because that would be kind of insane. If a frenzy charge node exists, this freaking ascendancy skill is actually really good. Called shots, you can apply an additional mark. So I just found this out recently. The PoE 2 curse limit, marks and hexes are separate. So you get 1 mark and 1 hex at the start of the game. So it makes skills like Chiula, the Chiula thing that applies hexes and marks very, very good. So now I get to put the extra like the shocking mark on my Chiula when I freaking curse everything. And I think it's very good. Anyways, kind of okay. I'm not sure about this yet. I know frenzy charges are very, very valuable, and a 30% chance to gain, if you have 7 frenzy charges and you're doing a 7 frenzy charge rain of arrow, would give you a lot higher chance to proc sniper's mark to give you the frenzy charge back. And with that many hits, maybe cast on crit is okay, because you would just crit that many times anyways. So you have a manual sniper's mark and a crit sniper's mark, and you can just constantly gain frenzy charges with rain of arrows. Maybe that's okay, but yeah. I mean, with that many arrows, you're due to crit, right? Even with 15%, 20% crit chance. I think it's okay. And a 7 frenzy rain of arrows is a crazy amount of freaking damage too, or a crazy amount of freaking arrows, or a 7 frenzy barrage for whichever big bow skill that you're gonna do is kind of nuts too. You have no accuracy. This is old. We don't exactly know what this does. What we think is that you need a certain amount of accuracy for melee skills, and then you need more at ranged, and this makes you not miss at range. So you only need the same amount of accuracy as melee characters, and you'll just never miss once you get that accuracy. And I think that accuracy thing for melee characters is not super high. That's what I'm guessing. Additional proj, obviously, very good. Like, probably one of the best nodes in the game still. Get Tailwind on use. We don't know how many Tailwind stacks. 4-shot. Okay, so this is, we thought it was maybe like Chain or Pierce, but it's not. It's Far Shot and Point Blank. 4-shot projectile scale damage the further they travel, up to 20% to hits the target. Okay, so we don't know what the distance is. I'm guessing it's gonna be really close to the PoE 1 numbers, which is like 60 for max damage, and the 20% for point blank is going to be the same as PoE numbers within 2 meters, which is still, like, both of these are really good for grenades. They're actually better than what you can expect. So now you get the additional proj, which is probably is without MP is 50% more damage, right?
So
and then you get another 20% more damage node as a prerequisite. That's a lot of damage for grenades. It's absolute insanity. Benefits from consuming frenzy charges for your skills to have a 50% chance to be doubled. Wow. 14 frenzy barrage? Okay. Hear me out. So Sniper's Mark gains a frenzy on crit, right? And the other one, Feeding Frenzy? Where's Feeding Frenzy? Oh, that's a spirit gem. Feeding Frenzy. Or Combat Frenzy. Not Feeding Frenzy. Gains a frenzy charge when you freeze, electrocute, or pin an enemy. Okay. And Barrage has a 5-second duration that can be increased with more duration. If you get max frenzies, let's say it's 7, and you pin an enemy not using a bow skill within the 7 seconds, and you proc max frenzies, and then you double that when you fire rain of arrows, isn't that gonna one-shot like every boss in the game? You're firing like 15,000 arrows into a boss. Yeah, it's shotguns. A 14 arrow barrage, like that means it's 15 barrages with rain of arrows if both of them proc. So 53 arrows. So it's 100% more frenzies are consumed times 14 frenzy charges. So 50 times 14. That's 7,115 arrows times, say 20% of the arrows hit times 163 attack damage. Yeah, that's death for anything in the game. I don't care. You're one-shotting a Uber boss. It's like your Marauder fucking doing Earthquake like 1,000 times. And I'm pretty sure if you hit any boss 1,000 times with Earthquake, it's gonna fucking die. This is also really good if you're doing Barrage with Pustules for poison. Ascendancy node instead of a node. I'm pretty sure there's an endurance charge node that does the same thing. Do you think there's actually a frenzy node that stacks with this, so it's going to be 50% chance to get frenzy charges to max? Because that would be kind of insane. If a frenzy charge node exists, this freaking ascendancy skill is actually really good. Called shots, you can apply an additional mark. So I just found this out recently. The PoE 2 curse limit, marks and hexes are separate. This is your butthole. If you gain frenzy charges, you would... Why they're not good. Okay, let's see. Deadeye Ascendancy modifiers, 30% chance. If you gain frenzy charges, you would gain up to the maximum number. Like, okay. Isn't there a notable for power charges that does the same fucking thing? Are frenzy charges so valuable in this game that they made it an ascendancy node instead of a node? I'm pretty sure there's an endurance charge node that does the same thing. Do you think there's actually a frenzy node that stacks with this, so it's going to be 50% chance to get frenzy charges to max? Because that would be kind of insane. If a frenzy charge node exists, this freaking ascendancy skill is actually really good. Called shots, you can apply an additional mark. So I just found this out recently. The PoE 2 curse limit, marks and hexes are separate. So you get one mark and one hex at the start of the game. So it makes skills like Chiula, like the Chiula thing that applies hexes and marks very good. So now I get to put the extra like the Chiula thing that applies hexes and marks very good. So now I get to put the extra like the shocking mark on my Chilo when I freaking curse everything, and I think it's very good. Anyways, kind of okay. I'm not sure about this yet. I know frenzy charges are very, very valuable, and a 30% chance to gain, like, if you have 7 frenzy charges and you're doing a 7 frenzy charge rain of arrow, would give you a lot higher chance to proc Sniper's Mark to give you the frenzy charge back. And with that many hits, like, maybe cast on crit is like okay, because you would just crit that many times anyways, so you have a manual Sniper's Mark and a crit Sniper's Mark, and you can just constantly gain frenzy charges with rain of arrows. Maybe that's okay, but yeah. I mean, with that many arrows, you're due to crit, right? Even with like 15%, 20% crit chance. I think it's okay. And like a 7 frenzy like rain of arrows is like a crazy amount of freaking damage too, or a crazy amount of freaking arrows, or like a 7 frenzy barrage for whichever big bow skill that you're gonna do is kind of nuts too. You have no this is old. We don't exactly know what this does. What we think is that you need a certain amount of accuracy for melee skills, and then you need more at ranged, and this makes you not miss at range. So you only need the same amount of accuracy as melee characters, and you'll just never miss once you get that accuracy. And I think that accuracy thing for melee characters is not super, super high. That's what I'm guessing. Additional proj, obviously, very, very good. Like, probably one of the best nodes in the game still. Get Tailwind on use. We don't know how many Tailwind stacks. 4 shot. Okay, so this is, we thought it was maybe like Chain or Pierce, but it's not. It's Far Shot and Point Blank. Far Shot projectiles deal damage the further they travel, up to 20% to hits the target. Okay, so we don't know what the distance is. I'm guessing it's gonna be really close to PoE 1 numbers, which is like 60 for max damage, and the 20% for Point Blank is going to be the same as PoE numbers within 2 meters, which is still, like, both of these are really good for grenades. They're actually better than what you can expect. So now you get the additional proj, which is probably is without MP is 50% more damage, right?
So
and then you get another 20% more damage node as a prerequisite. That's a lot of damage for grenades. It's absolute insanity. Benefits from consuming frenzy charges for your skills to have a 50% chance to be doubled. Wow. Wow. 14 frenzy barrage? Okay. Okay. Hear me out. 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 So Sniper's Mark gains a frenzy on crit, right? And the other one, Feeding Frenzy? Where's Feeding Frenzy? Oh, that's a spirit gem. Feeding Frenzy, feeding. Or Combat Frenzy, not Feeding Frenzy. Gains a frenzy charge when you freeze, electrocute, or pin an enemy. Okay. And Barrage has a 5-second duration that can be increased with more duration. If Barrage has a 5-second duration that can be increased with more duration. If you get max frenzies, let's say it's 7, and you pin an enemy not using a bow skill within the 7 seconds, and you proc max frenzies, and then you double that when you fire rain of arrows, isn't that gonna one-shot like every boss in the game? You're firing like 15,000 arrows into a boss. Yeah, it's shotguns. A 14 arrow barrage, like that means it's 15 barrages with rain of arrows if both of them proc. So 53 arrows. So it's 100% more frenzies are consumed times 14 frenzy charges. So 50 times 14. That's 7,115 arrows times, say 20% of the arrows hit times 163 attack damage. Yeah. That's death for anything in the game. I don't care. You're one-shotting a Uber boss. It's like your Marauder fucking doing Earthquake like 1,000 times. And I'm pretty sure if you hit any boss 1,000 times with Earthquake, it's gonna fucking die. This is also really, really good if you're doing Barrage with Pustules for poison. These nodes are crazy. These nodes are really good. I like them. Just don't get hit. This makes Deadeye tankier than most melee builds. You understand that, right? You understand that, right? Let's say there's 10 Tailwind stacks, which I think it's gonna be 10 Tailwind stacks, or 8, right? Let's just say it's 10. And you get 2% movement speed per Tailwind stack, and you get 3% less damage per Tailwind. When you play crossbows, you have stuff like Rapid Shot that has 550 attack speed of base. That means you hold this thing down for 1 second, you have maximum stacks on crossbows. So if you're just holding down this button and the boss is hitting you slower than once a second, you're getting 30% damage reduction on every hit. Deadeye's looking kind of strong, boys. I think Deadeye crossbows is an extremely good build. Merc is definitely better. Yeah, if you fail to graduate high school, Merc is definitely better. Wait, we didn't, wait, PoE DB went out. We didn't even cover Pathfinder. TLDR for Pathfinder. Okay, so Contagious Contamination. Most damaging poison on your enemy spread to an enemy within 1.5 meters. I don't think this is like really that great because number one, it's only your most damaging poison. So it's only one. And when you're playing Pathfinder, like poison, you're trying to get multiple poisons on things, right? With really fast hits. So if you're playing a build like Pustules or something or Toxic Growth or something, it's a bunch of like smaller poisons instead of like singular big poison. So and if you're using a big poison hit, you have that support that stores the poison on target and makes them explode. I'm sure this is like okay, but I don't think it's like really that great. This is definitely something you can build around. Double number of poisons you can inflict, 35% less poison duration. You definitely need like poison duration like all the way across the board when you do this because all the stuff that gives you extra poison stacks, they all have like reduced duration or reduced effect or something. Poison's only 2 seconds at start, so that really depends on the passive tree to see if it has enough solutions for increased poison duration for you to use this. 30% less movement penalty while using a skill while moving. This is pretty much a support gem, except for you get it on all your skills. It looks okay for an ascendancy point. We don't know what any of the concoctions do. So it shows you that you can pick one of the concoctions that you can throw. The bleed, poison, shock, cold, and fire, right? Immune to slows. Holy man, this ascendancy looks so bad compared to Deadeye. Your speed is unaffected by slows? Immune... Oh, okay, it's the same node. They just typed it in twice. I was like, what is this? Okay, flash charges gain are doubled? I guess that might be okay if you're playing like concoctions. But I don't even know how much freaking charges you can gain on your tree for bosses. Life flash effects are not removed when unreserved life is filled. Life flasks do not queue. So this is overleach for flasks, like how it was in PoE 1. It looks okay. Like this node is strong in PoE 1, so I'm pretty sure it's strong in PoE 2. 5 passive points. It's like, okay. I definitely don't think this ascendancy is on the level. Like, this ascendancy is kind of crazy, dude. This is like an insane ascendancy, and this is like fucking Witch Hunter Jr., I would say. I think Deadeye is the best ascendancy in the game. It's gonna do this to you. The one thing in Path of Exile that a lot of players do is they'll use skills they'll talk about today in both builds. I think I made a build for like the everyday Path of Exile player, and then I made a build for me. And I don't mind failing because my build's too complicated. But I want to try something that I feel like I want to play at League Start. So I'll explain both later. But there's like a lot of synergies. Like it's pretty complicated. Let's go over.
And the Grammy Award for Best Music goes to Xiao Rupert Meow.
Let's
China
go over
Cat.
one of the builds that I feel like will be good for the upcoming league. From what I know in the game so far, flat is really, really hard to come by. What's harder to come by from flat is physical flat, right? And I feel like a lot of grenade skills are really good in the game. At least from the numbers wise, right? So you have like cluster grenade, which I don't think you're gonna get until like way later. I don't know what level you get this at, but I'm gonna assume it's gonna be in like the 40s or the 50s. It's gonna be like way later. It's like an endgame skill. Before that, you have like explosive grenade for a lot of your leveling, which is probably gonna be your bread and butter for damage, right? And you're gonna be like, oh, why is Fizz good? I have not seen a single source of elemental attack leech in the game. The only thing that I've seen is physical attack leech. And that makes Fizz extremely good because Fizz is now tied directly to your recovery, right? Okay, so like the number one thing is how we're gonna get through the campaign with Mercenary, right? Can we all agree that if you understand and you read cluster or grenade skills, this is probably gonna be your main damaging skill throughout the campaign. Do we agree on that, chat? Anybody who studied Mercenary? Because you're not gonna have this for a while.
Rue, you're so popular.
And this doesn't really do that much damage. And I don't know what all the other stuff does, like explosive shot, but it doesn't look like any of these things really do that much damage. And if you're gonna play cluster grenades, you want to spec into grenades, right? So you want to like start playing them early, and you don't want to like go into other things because you want to spec into like AoE damage and stuff like this is not AoE, right? So you want to be going into like cooldowns for grenades. So I think grenades and all the other shots have like different stats, and that's what you kind of need to focus on. Really? This is what we're doing? The one thing in Path of Exile that a lot of players do is they'll use skills, they'll mix skills that do not have scaling with the other skills they use. Let's say if you're playing grenades and you spec into a bunch of AoE nodes, right? And you spec into a bunch of CDR nodes, that's not gonna affect this, right? You have nothing here to affect any of that damage. So you're gonna have like 100% increased damage on grenades, and then you're gonna have, I don't know, the 30% increased damage that you have on projectiles that actually affect this, and now you're doing a lot less damage with this than you would be doing with this. The thing is, how do we start doing damage with this skill and start annihilating bosses with this skill? Right? And I found something really, really good while I was talking to Ventura about minions for grenades. And it is the whole basis of the build at the start, fucking Bone Storm. Because minions are so overpowered and they gave minions such great skills, it is actually the best skill for grenades. Think about it. While your grenades are cooling down, you're channeling Bone Storm. Okay, keep in mind, Bone Storm has channeling, projectile, physical, AoE. Grenades, AoE, projectile, duration. AoE, projectile, duration. You see the matchup of the tags that you can scale together? So if anytime you scale projectile damage, this is a spell. That is an attack. But you are still scaling projectile, and you're still scaling AoE damage. Okay, so you're gonna be like, why Bone Storm? Well, Bone Storm deals 16 to 25 damage at level 14. All right, that's scalable by these mods every single time you channel. It has a cast time of 0.7 seconds. With faster casting, you're pretty much going like closer to half a second per stack. So let's say you want to shoot 3 explosive grenades to do damage, right? An explosive grenade is 3-second cooldown. So let's say you get this number down to about like 2 seconds with grenade CDR and CDR on tree at the start, right? And you're every 6 seconds you're shooting 3 grenades. Well, every 6 seconds you can be proccing 12 stack of Bone Storm. because it's twice a second, right? And as long as I understand the skill from what I've seen in videos, there is no maximum stack of Bone Storm you can stack. It just lasts a duration. So what you want to do is you want to channel Bone Storm for like, I don't know, 4 or 5 seconds, release it, and then dump all your cluster grenade into the thing. And you're going to be like, why is that good? Debuffed enemies take 16 to 25 additional physical damage from attacks. That means for every Bone Storm you channel, every attack that you hit with it is going to take 16 to 25 additional damage. They're not calculating that you're channeling multiple. It's just telling you that the next hit that you do will deal that much damage. I'm pretty sure every grenade that's going to hit it is going to get a damage buff of 16 to 25 physical damage. Like every single one. This is your crossbow. 10 to 15. Your level 8 crossbow is 17 to 25. This is like double the damage of your like crossbow that you'll have at this time. This is Bone Storm. You channel your Bone Storm, allowed, and then grenade, 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 right? That's all you do. And then you're just gonna like destroy shit. Look, it's channeling the Bone Storm, and then your minions are just fucking like hitting it, right? For the additional damage. That's all it is. Except you're gonna be channeling the Bone Storm, and then you're just gonna be grenading. Your hit, minions hit, it doesn't matter. As long as that boss is getting hit, it's removing a stack. You can generate like 9 Bone Storm stacks like really, really quickly, right? You can see this guy generates 11 like without even trying. Like, look at this. Like he's channeling 1, 2, 3. He adds, that's 3 seconds, less than 3 seconds, and he has 11 stacks already. Like it channels pretty decently fast, right? So like that's enough for all your grenades already. And the rest of the time you could just be running around like a moron. Here's the good part. It also works later with Cluster Grenade, which is even more broken, because while you're working with the cooldown of Cluster Grenade, you can be spamming Bone Storm while shooting your Explosive Grenade and then using it with Cluster Grenade. Guys, imagine this minion skill at max level, how much flat fizz you're gonna get. When at level 14, you get as much flat fizz as your fucking crossbow. This is at least 50 to 70% more damage at least start, dude. This combination. Plus the skill also does damage. I don't know what the tree is exactly gonna look like, but I'm pretty sure Bone Storm is gonna deal damage, and Bone Storm has insane supports. Like, because you don't care about the AoE because you're using it on bosses, like, it has like Conk, it has Brutality, it has like a bunch of supports for damage. I don't know what any of these nodes are, like what is like projectile damage, if you get like straight projectile damage, area damage, or if they're just area damage for attacks, or like whatever. But if you can scale both together, I think it's kind of good. Okay, I made a thing of like what we wanted to do, and basically you want to go Cluster Grenade, or at the start you're probably not going to have Cluster Grenade, you're going to be like Explosive Grenade, and you're going to have these on like Explosive Grenade, right? It's pretty much going to be like reduced cooldown and like multiple projectiles and whatever like supports that you want, and then Bone Storm, faster casting, Inspiration. The Splinter is to reduce armor, and then you have Brutality and like mobility for whatever, or multiple projectiles for, or I guess this would be volley, right? Like there would be volley on one and multiple projectiles on the other one. What do you mean? And then like, then you have your Explosive Grenade for even like other things, then Flash Grenade. And then this is like what I was planning to do with the build. And then it would just be Fizz Crossbow, Res, Leech on Gear. You want to scale cooldown reduction, increase damage, projectile area, generic. You want area of effect, obviously, because area of effect I think is very going to be good for your clear and whatever, but this is like later. And then after that, it's just leech, stun, res, defense, whatever you can find on your tree that's like in that area, right? I think 6 skills shit is so bait. Have fun not playing with fucking 6 skills in the fucking game. I think it's very good. I think Fizz is really, really hard to get in the game, and getting more Fizz means more leech, more Fizz leech, more mana leech, more recovery, and just straight up just more damage. Anyways, I think it's gonna be big damage. I think as soon as you've Bone Stormed and you're gonna be like dum dum dum, and you just chunk them with like, you fire 3 grenades on the first boss you do with the combo, I think the boss is gonna go to like 40, like it's gonna take 40% damage, and you're gonna be like, lol, PoE too hard. That's exactly what you're gonna say, because it's literally gonna like double the damage of your grenades, and it's gonna like pop off, right? It's gonna pop off. The other thing is like I know you can generate heat to give flat to your grenades, but I think Bone Storm does a lot more damage. Heat you can't use the way you want to use with those grenades because like your heat dissipates, right? So when you build up heat, you have to fire the grenade and you have to build up the heat again and then fire the grenade, right? So this is grenade cooldown +1. This is kind of like not that great at the start. This is really, really good, right? Grenades fire an additional projectile, and it looks like it's very, it looks like it's just right here. So like as a mercenary, you want to just be like, boom, like straight down to like this node. I think this is the first node that you take no matter what. Yeah, and like this is obviously like really, really good, right? I'm pretty sure there's cooldown reduction here too. So yeah. Anyways, grenade's probably good. Probably good. I would say that's like probably in my eyes like the safest bet. I think once you get cluster grenade, your clear will be pretty okay. But before then, I don't know, man. That's the one thing I'm a little worried about with playing the mercenary build is like, will the clear be good enough or at the point where I don't want to pull out my hair? Well, I already planned out my Acolyte Achille build anyway, so maybe I just go over it right now. I hope this doesn't get nerfed because I think it's pretty good. Don't snitch. None of you guys snitch, please. None of you guys snitch, please. Anyways, there's a seal gem called Orb of Storms. Orb of Storms creates an electricity that fires chain lightning and bolts at nearby enemies. The base damage on Orb of Storms is really low, but it chains 3 times. And this is what we're doing. Fires a bolt every 3 seconds or when you use a lightning skill near the orb. And you're like, well, if you're gonna use a lightning skill near the orb to proc this, to keep chaining it, because this is technically this times 14, right? Making it like really, really high in terms of like damage, actually, because no skill in the game actually gives you 15 times 14 at level fucking 14, I'm pretty sure. Right. Well, guys, first we're gonna Orb of Storms, limit support, making the 2 Orb of Storms, giving me 28 bolts, right? Then we're gonna go Spell Echo support. When I cast the Orb of Storms, 2 of them will appear because it's an AoE skill. It should support it. It doesn't say it needs to be AoE damaging skill. It just said it needs to be AoE skill. I cast Orb of Storms, Spell Echo, 2 of them come out. And then we use Tempest Flurry. I know it doesn't have a lightning tag in PoE DB, but it should be a lightning skill. It converts 60% to lightning, and it has a powerful shocking blow. Yeah, read limit support, guys. Read limit support. It should. I'm hoping it does. If it doesn't, then I'm gonna have to use a different skill, and that's fine. I'm a monk. I use quarterstaff. Okay. So what that does is I'm gonna have a 4-meter strike range. Remember Frostblade to Catabasis? Well, Frostblade to Catabasis is back in Tempest Flurry form. It's a melee skill that hits half a screen away. Just like my Orb of Storms. +4 to melee strike range is +4 meters to melee strike range. Okay, so Tempest Flurry should be a lightning skill. I'm hoping it is. If it's not, then we're gonna have to use one of the other lightning attacks, which is a little bit worse because this one has really fast attack speed because it has 1.4 base, where I could just go boom, 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 and proc my double Orb of Storms, right? With enough attack speed on your monk, you should be able to generate over 3 attacks a second, which means you will be able to use every single bolt from your Orb of Storms within the 5-second time that you have when you use limit support. Okay. Because I am now Chiula Monk, and I only use my mana once every 5 seconds because that's my only fucking spell that I have in my whole entire build, right? And I'm not blowing my mana. I now can use Mom with my 5,000 mana. And on top of that, since this skill only does 60% Fizz as extra to lightning damage, I still have Fizz to leech instant mana, which also instantly leeches ES, making me huge. On top of that, my Orb of Storms will clear the whole entire screen because it chains. On top of that, because I'm using a quarterstaff when I'm not using to have to feel focused on single target damage, I have Monk Leap Slam to move across the map. So Leap Slam, Orb of Storms, attack once, boom. You don't have to hit with the quarterstaff skill to proc the Orb of Storms. You only have to hit to leech. And basically you can play Archmage without any of the drawbacks of playing Archmage and use the mana for exactly what you want to do. That's my league starter. This sounds like it'll get nerfed. Welcome to every other build I've ever made. I don't think I need to use Bell, but I'm pretty sure you can use that too. I don't know. Most of my damage is gonna be spell damage anyways. This is kind of like what I'm settled on. I'm looking at an endgame build that only uses about 500 mana every 5 seconds, and we're spamming this like 9 mana cost spell with like, I'm just doing that with my little monk, and I'm just doing all of that damage. What's really cool is when we get to like the end game bosses, I think we can actually use a real staff and just weapon swap, put the Orbis Storms on the weapon swap. So like when we cast the Orbis Storms, it'll swap to like a big weapon with like a +5 weapon. So I'm pretty sure that's my plan for the game. I'm not really worried about the single target. I have like plenty of ways to get single target, right? But I'm worried about like all of this stuff put together. Does this sound like a good build, chat? It sounds like a good build, right? Oh, I forgot a part of my build. Since we are monk, guys, since we are monk, I forgot. We have on bosses, we're gonna use Hand of Chula. We're gonna hit the boss. It's gonna put Enfeeble, and it's gonna put Temp Chains with 23% increased effect with 25% more effect, 50% low with 25% less damage taken. And because I already thought all this out, anybody have the passive tree? Anybody have the passive tree link? I think it's here. Oh, it's right here. Da-da-da-da! Increased lightning damage for intelligence? Whispers of Doom, boys. Oh, yeah. So we're going to hit them with the Chila. They're going to be slow as fuck. They're going to do no damage. We're just going to leech all our life back. We're going to get tons of damage with this because we're stacking in for mana. We're going to get tons of freaking damage for spell damage for whatever, like, per maximum mana. And we don't have to pay the cost of it because we're using attacks to proc Orbis Storms and not a spell. And we can take nodes like this where it says 18% maximum mana, 10% increased mana cost. We don't really give a shit because our attacks cost almost nothing. We won the game. We beat the game. All right, anyways, that is going to be my league starter, I think. Unless if I come up with something better in the next few days. We're probably going to have to start like in the monk area, and we're probably going to have to like go down, right? Like this is attack and cast speed down here to take like some quarterstaff nodes in the beginning and try to maybe like take the power charge node so we can actually do enough damage before we can make it to mom. And then once we have enough points to come over here and take all of this increased damage for Archmage and get enough mana stuff, then we like respect those points and come over here. So it's a little complicated to start, I think. But I won't need that node until I get the instant mana leech. So from Acolyte of Chula, and I don't think with all the mana nodes, it's gonna be like a big like quarterstaff to mana respec at a certain point. But I think mana respecs or respecs at level 40 will be cheap and we'll be fine. If not, then I'm just gonna break my build. Mom is here. But I have to travel this way too, because all the mana, like this is like, I need to come here, right? This is the mana node. I need to eventually come up here. So like traveling through this area is like where I want to be. And I'm eventually going to take the ES nodes too. I'm thinking about coming up here and splitting off right here. Like coming here after this area and then taking all the like the mana nodes that I need from this side, and then coming straight up and then going this and then splitting off over here to take like all the like lightning damage nodes and the freaking things and the spell damage per nodes. That's my plan. I'm thinking it's a level 45 respec. That's what I think it is. So I'm gonna have to play like a staff attack build until I come 45. Anyways, those are my plans for my 2 builds that I'm thinking about starting in Path of Exile 2. I think both builds have good mechanics that do really, really good damage, and one is a lot more complicated than the other. Anyways, any other good PoE 2 information that's coming out? Guys, I'm not gonna freaking watch Quantric die with Seismic Trap for the 150th time. All right, guys, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Love you guys. Mwah. Bye.
All right. If anybody is telling you what the best builds are right now or any kind of concrete information that they'd say is basically fact, ignore them. It's ridiculous. We don't know anything. Do you understand that? Get that in your head. Stop looking at builds. You can look at ideas, but if anybody's presenting things as the best or whatever, they're clowns and you should ignore them. Dream build. You can finally do Chaos, Inoculation, Eldritch Battery, and you have 1 HP, and it's fine, because Mind Over Matter in PoE 2 makes all damage taken from mana before life. And now, you get this less mana recovery, but then you also get Mana Leech's instant here from Chayula Monkman. Along with this one, which Mana Leech effects also recover Energy Shield, which seems really OP. You just dump everything on mana. It's huge, right? Problem is, Leech, I'm not feeling good about Leech. Leech is probably gonna be not great. It just seems way too powerful. There's no way Leech is as good as it seems. Like, looking at it from a PoE 1 perspective, it looks insane, but I don't know. There's gotta be something, some kind of bait with Leech here. And then here is the build I'm actually probably gonna go, that I think has more of a chance of working, is Cluster Grenade Witch Hunter. Now, it's not only going to use Cluster Grenade, it's also going to use like other crossbow skills, but Cluster Grenade, the main one for damage, mechanically wise, it looks really insane. You know, anything that like splits off and explodes a million times in a little AoE is usually pretty insane. So I think it'll be good. I mean, like I said, I have no idea, but predicting it'll be good. I'm not going to give you any substantial information, concrete things. It's just an idea. So Witch Hunter Ascendancy looks very strong. It has a lot of damage stuff. It has some explodey. Got this first hit chunks enemy, and it makes it so you do 1 to 30% of the enemy's HP on your first hit against them. Has some other stuff too, but those are the main two I'm looking at right now. Don't really know yet. $900 in my room. Okay. And then got some projectile stuff here. As I said, it's an AoE tag and a proj tag. So these will work with it, and it'll split it off and make more explosions. They've shown this in a teaser. But the real question is, will this... Okay, so they have less projectile damage on them, right? But what I'm wondering is do the smaller grenades that explode scale off of projectile damage? Because if they don't, this is definitely be really good then. There's no way it's not good. If that doesn't work, if the proj damage doesn't scale it, because then you're not getting this negative damage. But it probably does. But there's stuff in PoE 1 like Lightning Strike, which does a melee hit and then projectile. And the projectile damage doesn't scale the melee hit like on Lightning Strike. So if that works, it should be, I think it'll be insane. Obviously don't know, but predicting. Then use like Conk Effect on bosses and stuff. It might also have the effect with AoE, where if you can scale AoE to be smaller, it'll hit more in the same area. Then I just got some passive skills around the tree that looks pretty good. Like grenade stuff. I mean, it's pretty obvious stuff. Some cooldown reduction in AoE. You know, this life leaf stuff is pending on if Leech is actually good or not. If it like I said, if it's bad, probably not going to take too much of that. But yeah, got some max life as armor. You know, get some defense because Witch Hunter has pretty much no defense on the Ascendancy. But damage wise, it looks very good. And then I think there's like a crossbow base type you can get that gives you like an extra grenade or something. So you'd probably use that. And beyond this, I know no details. Yeah, that's what I'm planning to do.
This is the coolest innovation of our lifetime. The world's first titanium nonstick pan. It's gonna blow your hair.
In Path of Exile 2, you're going to need a mixture of damage and survivability to have a good build. But I remember when I first started playing Path of Exile 1, every single guide just said, follow a build, don't learn the game, and I think that there's a few tips that I can give you so that you can make a good build day one. There are very obvious choices and ways to go through this crazy skill tree without getting overwhelmed. Matho made a really good video about how he makes his own builds, and I want to help you make your own builds. I'm going to give you a couple tips so that when you jump into Path of Exile 2, even if you're a rookie, you're going to come out with a pretty solid build. Eventually, people smarter than myself will come up with the absolute optimal build. But here's a quick way that you can get started and still be doing hundreds of thousands of damage and feeling good about things and clearing into the end game. Let's get started. Now, it's very easy to look at a skill tree like this and start to panic. But depending on the build you're doing, 3/4 of this might not even apply to your build. It would be terrible to take them anyways. If you're building for electric fingers, you're shooting out abilities, you don't care about bow damage and some of these other things. So let's go over a few key things that you need to consider, and I'm going to give you a few rules that are going to make it so your build won't suck on day one. So there is a little bit of nuance here because in Path of Exile 2, you can use 2 different weapons and put different skills and cast different spells with those weapons. That's something we'll focus on a little bit later. But for right now, the basics are choose a skill or ability that feels good. Do you want to send out an electric orb? Do you want to shoot out electricity? Do you want to do a Kamehameha? What do you want to do, and what feels good to play? There's multiple ways to cast a lightning ability. I've got multiple ways that I can damage them with this, but what feels good to you to play? So I'm going to walk you through building out a skill tree really quickly and show you a couple tips on how to do it so you actually have a good build day one. So the first thing you need to know is, depending on the class you choose, you're going to start on a different spot here. And if you're a ranger, there's most likely not going to be a bunch of spell casting stuff near you. If you're a warrior, there's most likely not going to be a bunch of bow things beside you, right? And so depending on the class, it's going to be very obvious, and it's nice because when you choose your class, your first few different skill points, you can't go wrong. You're going to want them anyways, because some of these early ones are really good decisions. But for the most part, you can't make a mistake in the early game. So let's say we were starting out here. We're a Hierophant. These are our abilities. We can start, deciding. We want some increased damage and mana? Sure, we're casting a bunch of spells. And we can start working our way through to our notable passives. Now, not every notable right near you is going to be great. All right, some of these passives are good, but not great. This one here is giving me increased damage. We like that. But it's also got minion damage, which we might not even use. That's okay. We want to look at the big picture here, and we have to think about where we're going next. And I'm going to show you a really easy way to do that. So let's click on this here. And we have kind of started our tree now, and now we have so many different directions to go. Do we want to go up? Do we want to go down? Here's how you're going to do this. So we're a spellcaster. We're going to just go like this, and we're going to type in spell damage. And it'll give you an idea of all the locations, they're going to flash here, that have some sort of spell damage. And you're going to notice that in the corner here, there's a few things, but it's not as concentrated. So we know that this section over here has stuff to do with spells. And we also were doing lightning damage. So we're going to go lightning. And we might notice, okay, there seems to be quite a few lightning things up this way as well, to the north. There's nothing really down here. So we know that there's spell damage. We know that there's lightning damage somewhere in this region. And we can also go, do you know what? I want to live. I want to get some life. And we might start noticing, okay, there seems to be a few passives along the way here. There's some life down here. There's some life over here. This might be a good way to get myself a little bit more HP. And this is how you're going to start making your build. We want to look for the ability that we're doing, the element that we're doing, and how are we doing it? Are we shooting a bow? Are we casting a spell? How are we doing this damage? And just start searching for a few of these things and start looking for clusters where you're going to see some overlap. And that's how you're going to make your build from day one. Because everyone here can read, I hope. I pray, or else we're going to have some problems. But as long as you can read, you can make a good build. And I want to just show you this here. Okay? In the very beginning, a lot of these choices that you're making are just obviously either good or bad. So if I start going this way, increase life, sure, that'll keep me alive. There's some more life and increased life, that sounds great. And if I go down here, this is increased attack damage and melee critical strike chance. That does not sound like anything that I would want to do in my build at all. Not even close. Not even a little bit. However, if we start looking, down here, increase maximum mana, reduce cost of your skills, increase mana. Oh, and there's some more mana down there. I want to cast a bunch of spells. That's going to work for me. If we go back to that HP note from before and we just go a couple over, there's elemental resistances, elemental damage, chances to apply some of the different debuffs to the enemies. This stuff is starting to sound good. And for the most part, there's going to be multiple choices in the very close proximity that are going to be solid. I can very safely take some of these things because they're juiced up passives that are going to be better than many choices even down the road. So if I'm starting this build, I can easily go like this, and I can grab some of these juicy ones, There's some life there, some armor and some life regeneration to keep me alive. I can go down here, get some mana. And now my build is already going to be starting to cook a little bit. And then we need to apply that kind of rule from before. So I'm doing lightning damage. I'm going to go, I want to do lightning damage. It seems that I need to go up this way. I want to get some life on the way. Okay, there seems to be some stuff here. This route seems like it would be a good way to get up there. Okay, I don't really want to go this way. I don't know if I want to go this way and around. I want to just go directly up here and see if I can get this damage. So we're going to do that. And I want to show you kind of along the way how easy it is. So we're going to make our way down here. There's going to be a different little highway for everyone, but we're going to go down here. And I'm noticing this is flashing here. Oh, this is increase maximum life and mana generation. This sounds great. And we can do a little segue here. Boom. We're going to take that. We're happy. Now, I'm noticing here, there's some other things flashing. And what we're going to do is we're going to just check them on the way. So we've got some flask mastery thing. This thing is flashing, but it has to do with flasks. I don't know if I want this. I look over here. 40% of your damage is taken from mana before your life. That sounds awesome. But if I don't have enough mana,
This holiday season, you choose the...
Let's check out every single minion the witch can summon, and also possible support gem combinations because there are tons. The goal of this video is to give you some inspiration for your witch starting point, so you're not completely lost as you take your first steps into Path of Exile 2. First would be the Skeletal Arsonist. Summons bomb-throwing, reviving Skeletal Arsonists. The reviving means that they come back after they die. You don't have to manually revive them. And these Arsonists can detonate other minions on command. Every minion comes with a special ability. Bind Spectre, self-explaining, you can capture the spirit of a defeated monster, allowing you to summon it as a minion. And they set pretty much any monster. Frost Mages have elemental resistance, and they can freeze themselves on command to slow nearby enemies. You could probably use them as some kind of taunter. We'll look at the support gems there. Skeletal Cleric also has base elemental resistance, and they can heal other minions and revive them faster, because they will be cooldown as soon as one minion dies until that one comes back, and they'll just get them up out of the ground. The standard race zombie consumes a corpse or power charge to create a zombie. Zombies created from power charges are empowered for a longer duration. Limited 10 race zombies, base empowered duration is 30 seconds, empowered zombies deal 100% more damage, have more life, and empowered zombies have more movement speed. There will be a Skeletal Brood, a hard-hitting, reviving Skeletal Brood that can stun primed enemies. Pulled up by Reavers that will be able to enrage on command. Enrage is most likely going to have them deal more damage. My favorite are the Skeletal Snipers because they can actually drop a poison bomb from the top that is also armor breaking. This has turned out extremely useful.
A Cliff Bar ran a 10K once.
Hey guys, what's going on? Oxford here. In today's video, you'll have your gems, you'll have acts, and then you'll have mechanisms, highlight notables, there's a search, and I'll drop links again in the top pinned comment. But if you click this online version, it's going to take you here anyway. Same website. You get what I'm saying? So if you want to just use the DB website and come here, cool. Or if you want to bookmark the separate one, this one, by all means, go for it. All right, so that's that one there. And then we're going to come back up to character class. That's the path here. You can see what they have at the very top. It says system, constantly uploading great bookmark it and find out what they've been adding here as we're waiting for the early
in the early gameplay I've done. Lastly, Skeletal Storm Mages. They can call down lightning storms on dead skeletons on command. Ergo, use your Arsonist to send a Brood or a Reaver forward. Explode them, and then with a Skeletal Mage, you can have lightning bolts strike exactly that location. There's more with the minion tag though. For example, Raging Spirit reserves Spirit, just like all your other minion skills. While active, your fire spells will also summon Raging Spirits, which are short-lived, flaming skeletons that rush at nearby enemies and rapidly attack them. enemies will not directly engage these minions and can pass through them. This is a staple mechanic that's often being used in Path of Exile 1. You need to apply some kind of fire spell to get your Raging Spirits rolling, like a simple fireball. Just spam away and have your Raging Spirits pop up and harass the enemy. And the interesting part is, they're short-lived flaming skulls. They do actually have a life bar that depletes and then they're gone. And as a possible support gem, you could already take Minion Instability. Minions from supported skills explode when reduced to low life, dealing 7% of their life as fire damage to surrounding enemies. It could be perfectly used for Raging Spirits to just have exploding Raging Spirits. Now with your support gems, keep in mind, you can only use one of them. So if I make my Raging Spirits now the exploding minions, I cannot use anything else anymore, because I might want to actually take my Skeletal Brutes, and these Skeletal Brutes are supposed to taunt. Reading Meat Shield support, minions from supported skill have a 10% chance to taunt on hit. Minions from supported skills are defensive, turning them into your tanks. And if you already have defensive tanks, you might want to have them explode. But there's another thought here. This is where the real fun in Path of Exile 2 starts. We could also raise zombies from corpses, and these zombies from corpses are turned into an Infernal Legion. Minions from supported skills take 20% of their maximum life as fire damage per second, and minions from supported skill deal 5% of their maximum life as fire damage per second to nearby enemies. Good. Summon zombies that are essentially taking fire damage, then we're going to hand them the instability that we essentially have on the Raging Spirits, so they lose life and they would explode on no life, and we can continuously resummon them. And if you want to, you just add bonus fire damage to them. And to add the cherry on top, you could also make them aggressive, that they're searching out the opponent. So birding, race zombies that explode and search out the opponent. On the other hand, the Raging Spirits, for example, that go out are minions, correct? And they're short-lived and will die, which makes them the prime candidate for something rather interesting. Recover 50 mana when a minion from supported skills dies. Essence Harvest on Raging Spirits. We will shoot a fire spell, like the Fireball, that summons Raging Spirits, which then die and restore our mana, so we can summon more Fireballs to get Raging Spirits to get more mana. That's already secure. We have our mana loop done. And then we can add any other awesomeness to our fray as we are working our way towards the Infernalist. And this brings us to another interesting one, Minion Pact. Supported skills removes 20% of your maximum life from a nearby minion on use to deal 20% more damage. This could be used to make more potent Raging Spirits, or to actually use a real damaging skill together with your minions. For example, you got Unearth. Raises spikes of bone from earth in front of you, damaging enemies. The bones of corpses in the area are ripped out and reassembled into short-lived bone constructs. This does some damage, and you get these bone constructs that hunt your opponents. The bone construct duration is 12 seconds, and then they die. These bone constructs can be also turned into the Infernal Legion that we talked about before, that they will actually then do fire damage and seek out your opponent, that they will then do fire damage and seek out their opponents. You could also have these bone constructs be the minion instability that they explode. But this Unearth can then keep taking life away from your minions that you want to explode, or from your Raging Spirits, to give you more minions to deal more damage, to then take life away to do more damage, to then take life away to do more damage. Minion Pact being a truly interesting one. And if you ever wonder if a skill works or does not work with minions, usually they say they cannot support the skills of minions. Elemental Discharge or Bursting Plague cannot support the skills of minions. Enervation cannot support skills which create minions or skills used by totems or traps. That's usually a keyword for doesn't work. And if it's not in there, there's usually a way to kind of make it work. Now don't forget, you cannot only summon minions. There's also the offerings. For example, a Pain Offering impales a skeleton on a bone spike to empower nearby minions into a frenzy as long as the spike remains, causing them to use skills more quickly. On Pain Offering, aura grants minions attack speed, bonus damage, spike duration is 5 seconds, and aura radius is 6 meters. This will obviously increase the higher you level up this skill. There's a Power Offering, impales a skeleton on a bone spike, extracting a power charge unless the spike is destroyed. That power charge can then be used on the race zombies, for example, to create super zombies. And we get the Bone Offering, impales a skeleton on a bone spike to shield your minions while the spike remains. The shield absorbs all damage from the next hit each minion takes and then explodes, which means the Bone Offering can essentially be used on your skeletal brutes or reavers, which are in the front line, and then just impale them, save damage, boom, explode outwards, do damage. If you want to support your lats, you can also pull out the curses. For example, Flammability. Curse radius is 1.7 meters, which will get boosted with a level up, and cursed enemies have minus 32% fire resistance. Haha, very good, because we obviously want to play Raging Spirits, we want to play Infernal Legion, and if our opponents then take more fire damage, that's fantastic. A simple vulnerability curse reducing their armor. Or my personal favorite called Blasphemy. Now I'm not sure if we can get this rolling with minions together. Combines all socketed curse skills into a vile aura, applying their effect to all nearby enemies. This is cute, but it reserves spirit per socketed curse. And our spirit is used already for minions. So we don't really want to use more skills that reserve spirit, as we want to have the maximum amount of minions out supporting us. Now, we talked about power charges on the zombie, and we already have one generator to make power charges to make essentially more powerful zombies. But how otherwise could you gain power charges? And there's numerous skills for this, but one that works really well for the witch, and that would be the Profane Ritual. Marks a corpse with a profane rune, dealing chaos damage over time to nearby enemies. When the ritual is complete, the corpse is consumed and you gain a power charge. Corpses, profane them, consume it, raise a super zombie. Or use that power charge for a bone storm. Channel to conjure a swarm of bone spikes in the air, then release to fire them at the enemy. Shrapnel lodges an enemy's hit, causing attacks against them to deal additional damage. And consume your power charges to cause the spikes to explode on impact, damaging all nearby enemies. Super shotgun. Now to my favorite skill that I'll play with any minion build. Contagion. Afflicts a single enemy with a debuff that deals chaos damage over time. If the enemy dies while affected by contagion, it and all other chaos damage over time debuffs spread to nearby enemies and refresh their durations. Now comes the kicker. Reanimating or detonating a corpse affected by contagion will cause the minion or explosion to spread contagion on hit. Which means if we're playing contagion as our #1 skill, and then you're already adding unearth to the fray, we have a skill that unearths corpses to make bone constructs. And these bone constructs, if they're being unearthed from a corpse that was contagion affected, you will have poison spreading little nerds that can go out there to then explode on death as well. Quite a nice loop already. And don't forget, affected by contagion, it and all other chaos damage over time debuffs spread to nearby enemies. Ergo, if we put even more chaos damage debuffs on it, there will be more spread. For example, if you apply Essence Drain as well, fires a projectile that applies a chaos damage over time debuff when it hits, should then also keep on essence draining. This is already a potential starter that can then carry you together with any minions you wish to add to the fray. Might it be zombies, brutes, reavers, snipers, all of that. And the other starter opposed to that was the Raging Spirit together then with a potential fireball. So you got two choices here. And if you use fireballs, you can also use the multiple projectiles on them to just make more fireballs, since the Raging Spirits accurately say projectiles from fire spells summon a spirit on hit. That means if you have a fireball with multiple projectiles, you get more Raging Spirits on hit. And since you can have a maximum of 10 Raging Spirits at the beginning, that's like then a triple click on your fireball to summon 9 fireballs and just get all the Raging Spirits straight away, to have them always up. Now let's take a peek at Contagion again, because we had this Contagion Unearth combo of making ourselves the bone constructs and then actually chaos damage over timing them and spreading this around. But what could we do more with this? What is their support for chaos damage in the end? Chaotic Freeze. Enemies taking chaos damage over time from supported skill receive freeze buildup when hit by chaos damage. Huh. So my unearthed chaos spreading minions will then keep spreading the contagion that's also freezing enemies. And then we could add a decaying hex on top. Supported skills inflict decay, dealing 10% of intelligence as chaos damage per second for 8 seconds. And that will be essentially carried forward by our unearthed constructs. This already gives you 2 good starting opportunities with just the simple contagion unearth. or the Fireball Raging Spirit strategy. This was meant as a starter overview to give you some inspiration on what is possible, and I hope I could get you excited and you get some ideas of your own already you want to drop in the comments. The list of all these skills, the website, is linked in the description below, so shower us with
We love.
Hey, it's Drybear. Continuing a series of covering all of the classes available in the early access version of Path of Exile 2, launching just 4 days from now. Starting with the class that kind of has my heart right now and always has, I've loved monks. I also love like spears, staves, bow staves, quarter staves, all of those, anything with a stick really. But this is going to be your monk class. Now, if you're looking for the dexterity-based melee fighter, there is another class that's not launching with early access that is looking like to be more of the true assassin style, rogue style class. But this is going to be your martial artist. The monk uses primarily a quarterstaff. Currently in early access, there are 21 quarterstaff abilities, and unlike the other casters, the monk does have a mixture of elemental effects and also melee effects, and the elements are not like the fire, ice, and lightning that sorcerer has. It's not like chaos, occult, and bone that the witch has. The monk actually has ice, lightning, and wind, which is super cool. So you'll see those three elements being used throughout the kit. And because they are kind of more a dexterous style melee fighter, they focus more on combos and mixing attacks together. And they do have the ever, popular flicker strike effect where you can blink on every attack, so you can warp around doing attacks. You can add in projectiles, you can add in elemental effects. So they are kind of like your avatar style martial artist class for Path of Exile 2. Now, it's actually kind of hard to describe the monk in very short words. I think monk is more of a feel style character, and that the more you play it, the more you feel it, the more it feels good. A lot of their abilities have some movement component associated with it, which means you have tons of extra mobility, flips, dodges, teleports, and you have projectiles and things like that. And all of those can be mixed together, combining the different skills that you have with the different support gems in the game, and you can create some really fun combos that make it kind of like a fighting game style character with all kinds of trigger effects, explosions. And this is just by the monk by itself, not including the other options that you can include from other classes. Now, I think the monk is probably going to be one of the biggest sleepers in Path of Exile 2 as a class overall, because they have so many interactions between elemental magics and physical attacks that it means that all of the other classes can mix together with the monk, and the monk can also mix together with the other classes. For example, you could use all of the extra elements, since they do have ice, lightning, and wind on top of all of their normal attacks. Being able to use abilities and supports from things like the sorceress or the witch make perfect sense for the monk, especially if you're going for the invoker ascendancy. But on top of that, also, there's tons of other effects from like mercenary and warrior that work really well with the monk too, because all of those melee attacks fit together. For example, there is not only the movement abilities that work great in combination with some of the warrior skills, but on top of that, they also have an ability called their bell, which they will summon a bell down onto the ground. And when the bell lands on the ground, when you deal damage to the bell, it pulses out extra damage. You can even cause it to do different elemental effects on it as well. But you can do things like going for rapid fire effects from a mercenary's crossbow onto the bell to make it just spam explode all over the ground, which creates some really cool combinations for the monk specifically. And I think if you're someone that just likes having, less of the upfront burst damage of the warrior and less of like the strategy element of the mercenary, you want to have more of the fast flying martial artist style of the monk, I think is a great pickup for you and should fit that role perfectly. For early access, monk will have 2 ascendancy available, and then for launch there will be a third one. But there's 2 primary that you'll be able to choose from the early access version of the game. One focused more on the elemental side, and one more of a shadow style dark monk. The invoker is focused on using elements, and I think this is closer to like a wind, an airbender, an earthbender, a firebender, right? Being able to bend those elements. They focus a lot on being able to use spells and elemental effects, mix those into your martial arts and then create projectiles, explosions, shatters. And this is going to be, I think, a lot of really cool combinations for being able to use the other classes like Sorceress and Witch in them. They also gain the state of the Avatar state, which we've seen a little bit of, but I'm sure once you start working in other abilities and combinations into the Avatar state with this Ascendancy class, you'll create a really cool Bender style character. The second Ascendancy is the Acolyte of Chayula, which is the Dark Monk. It's kind of like a D&D style Shadow Monk or Way of the Shadow, and they create a lot of really cool effects that don't exist anywhere else, primarily being able to shift in and out of shadows, being able to see things that aren't normally there. They're kind of related to the breach mechanic, if you are aware of that, where the breach opens up and reveals, the upside down style monsters. The Acolyte of Chayula will be able to access these kind of dark realms and access mechanics and effects that no other class can because of their attachment to Chayula, which to me is such a really cool concept, because we know that we have all those different endgame activities in the game, but being able to tie in Ascendancy to the breach style mechanic, creating that underworld style character that's a mix of martial arts and the darkness, I think is really cool, and will create some probably really cool cosmetic combinations like Skinner with the skins that you have and the character style as well, which is a good mix of two Ascendancies to pick from. I'm actually very excited about the combinations that you can create with Monk, and also will probably serve as a good foundation for many of the builds. I know, at least in Path of Exile 1, a couple of the classes are used more than others just because of their attachment and variety that they're able to link into for other classes, especially once you choose your lab and your Ascendancies and put everything together into a complete build. But I love Monk classes in general. I think this is a great iteration of it, and the fact that it's not just punch, kick, jump, flip. They've been able to move into other elemental effects, the Avatar style, Bender style magic, where you can bring in different effects of elements on top of it. Being able to have summonable deployables like the bell creates secondary effects that you can create with the Monk style, or you can go straight into the fighting style, martial artist style, and hopefully the third Ascendancy that we get when the game fully launches is more inside of that kind of like bow staff, martial artist, quarterstaff style character that fits that aesthetic. Now, I still haven't decided on my starting class for Path of Exile 2 Early Access. I'd like to dive in deep to one class at a time, and I'll probably will get to all of them by the time we're done for launch and everything, and I'm greatly considering starting with Monk, but there's just so many great choices to choose from. But again, the reason I like Monk in general is it's an aesthetic that works for me, and also the combinations between the other classes make sense. And I think you probably will want to start with the core of Monk, which is taking your 21 quarterstave abilities as base and working ways to combine them together. Killing Palm, Glacial Cascade, Frozen Locust, Staggering Palm, and of course Tempest Bell. And I think the bell itself will have so many interactions, not only by yourself, but also in a party as well, which could be really, really cool to put everything together. So I think you start with that core, but then it opens up so much to branching out to other support gems, but also other weapon abilities and skills to combo into it. You might find that you actually have some really cool options from pulling in deep areas of the skill tree or of the skill gems from other classes into the kit of Monk, and that work flawlessly because they're so flexible and versatile. You could go pure one element, you can go multiple element, you could mix the elements together, freeze the target solid and then break them with lightning or knock them back with wind, be able to summon a bell and then suck.
When life
Howdy do, y'all. Tables here. A few revisions on the SRS kind of situation. Our fireball largely more or less the same. I decided to add wild shards for just some extra projectiles, just to kind of help us out. Added fire damage. I'm not sure if all of these are correct, so I'm just going to preface, this is not a build guide. This is more of a theory craft of what I want to be starting come Friday afternoon at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. And this is kind of where I'm at. I took a couple of suggestions from the comments, and we swapped a few things around, i.e. moved Minion Mastery to our boy and Fire Mastery to our Raging Spirit, since it technically does have the fire tag. I know it says fire duration, but I'm assuming that the Fire Mastery will still work. I'm not going for a melee Raging Spirit. I'm going specifically for Minion Instability. I'm hoping that Minion Instability is more than 7%, 15 or 20 would be like kind of primo. But that's kind of what I'm going for with this build. Whether it works or not, time will tell. Pretty much same supports for our doggo. Somebody had mentioned limit. Who knows if limit's gonna work? I know that the limit gem, like the limit support gem, says it specifically works with skills that have limits. So I don't know if that's gonna pertain to the hell